I've always been someone who says yes to small favors without thinking too hard about it. Not because I'm particularly generous, more that it's easier than making excuses. If someone asks for something that won't cost me much time or effort, I'll generally just do it. That tendency has worked out fine over the years, helping friends move, looking after pets, providing references, normal, helpful acts that most people do without incident. I work as a speech and language therapist in Wolverhampton, mostly with children who have communication difficulties. I've been doing it for about 9 years now, working through a clinic that serves several schools in the area. I live alone, in a small terrace house. Nothing remarkable, the sort of settled but unexciting life that probably describes plenty of people my age. I'd never thought of my willingness to help as a vulnerability, just a normal part of being reasonably decent. About a year ago, I was contacted by someone claiming to represent a parents' advocacy organization. They'd found my details through the clinic where I work and wanted to ask if I'd be willing to provide a brief testimonial about the importance of early intervention for children with speech delays. They were putting together a campaign to raise awareness and secure better funding for therapy services, and they wanted to include perspectives from professionals working directly with affected families. The request came via email and seemed legitimate enough. The organization's name was something generic but plausible: Parents United for Communication Support, or something similar. The email was professionally written, explained their goals clearly, and the request itself seemed entirely reasonable. They wanted a short video testimonial, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, where I'd talk about the impact that proper therapy can have on children's development and why adequate funding matters. I'm generally skeptical of unsolicited requests, but this one felt appropriate to my role. Advocacy for better therapeutic services is something I genuinely believe in, and the request wasn't asking for anything that seemed problematic. Just my professional opinion about work I do anyway, recorded in a format that could be shared with policymakers or included in awareness campaigns. The sort of thing that many professionals in my field have done at some point. I responded saying I'd be happy to provide a testimonial, and they sent back detailed instructions about what to include and how to record it. They wanted me to speak naturally about my work, mention specific challenges I'd seen families face due to inadequate access to services, and emphasize the difference that early intervention can make. They suggested I record it in my home rather than at the clinic, to make it feel more personal and less formally clinical. The instructions specified that I should introduce myself with my full name and professional role, so viewers would understand my credentials. They wanted me to mention where I worked and how long I'd been practicing, again for credibility. They suggested filming in a comfortable setting, maybe in my living room or somewhere that felt relaxed rather than office-like. The goal was to come across as authentic and personally invested, rather than reading from a script in a professional environment. I spent an evening recording the testimonial according to their guidelines. It took a few attempts to get something I was happy with. Speaking naturally to a camera feels more awkward than you'd expect, and I wanted to sound professional but not overly rehearsed. I talked about working with children who struggle to communicate, the frustration families experience when they can't access adequate support, and the transformative impact that proper therapy can have when it's available early enough. In the final version, I introduced myself by name, mentioned I'd been a speech and language therapist for 9 years, stated where I worked, and spoke for about 3 minutes about the importance of early intervention and proper funding. I filmed it in my living room, as suggested, trying to create the warm personal atmosphere they'd requested. I thought it came across as genuine and professionally credible, the sort of testimonial that might actually be useful for an advocacy campaign. I uploaded the video through a link they'd provided and received a thank you email shortly afterward. They said the testimonial was exactly what they needed and would be included in materials they were preparing for distribution to policymakers and funding bodies. They mentioned my contribution would help make a real difference in securing better services for children like those I worked with. It felt good, honestly. A small effort that might contribute to something meaningful. I didn't think about the testimonial again for several months. It had been a minor thing, an evening's work that I'd done, because it aligned with my professional values, and because saying no would have required more energy than simply doing what they'd asked. The organization never contacted me again, which seemed fine. Presumably, they'd used the testimonial in whatever campaign they'd been planning and moved on. Then, about 6 months after I'd recorded it, a colleague mentioned she'd seen something online that looked like me, but in a context she found confusing. She'd been searching for information about therapeutic services and stumbled across a video featuring someone who looked exactly like me, speaking in my voice, but saying things that didn't quite match what she knew about my work or views. She thought perhaps I'd done an interview she wasn't aware of, but some of the content seemed odd. When she described what she'd seen, I didn't immediately connect it to the testimonial I'd recorded. But something about her description made me uneasy, so I asked her to send me the link if she came across it again. She found it that same afternoon and forwarded it to me with a message saying she'd definitely been right that it was strange. The video she'd found was professionally edited and appeared to be a promotional advertisement for private speech therapy services. It featured footage of me, clearly taken from the testimonial I'd recorded, but edited in ways that completely changed the context and meaning of what I'd said. Individual sentences had been extracted and rearranged, paired with text and imagery that made it seem like I was endorsing a specific private practice and criticizing NHS services. The editing was sophisticated enough that the transitions felt natural if you weren't paying close attention. My voice remained consistent, the visual cuts were smooth, and the overall presentation made it seem like I'd intentionally recorded an endorsement for these private services. Someone watching casually would have no reason to suspect it wasn't genuine, particularly since I'd introduced myself by name and professional credentials exactly as the original instructions had specified. I was immediately angry and disturbed by this misuse of footage I'd provided in good faith. I contacted the parents' advocacy organization using the email address they'd originally reached out from, demanding they remove the edited video and explain how my testimonial had ended up being used for commercial purposes. The email bounced back as undeliverable. I tried searching for the organization online and found nothing. No website, no social media presence, no record of their existence beyond the emails they'd sent me. I reported the misuse to the private practice that appeared to be benefiting from the promotional video. They claimed they'd commissioned the video from a marketing company and had no knowledge that the testimonial wasn't genuine. They removed it from their website, but said they'd pay good money for professional promotional content and were as much victims of deception as I was. That should have been the end of it, an unpleasant experience of being deceived and having my professional credibility misused, but resolved once the immediate misuse was addressed. Except a few weeks later, my colleague found another video featuring the same footage of me, this time edited differently and appearing on a completely unrelated website advertising therapeutic services in a different region. Over the following months, my testimonial footage appeared in dozens of different contexts, sometimes promoting private therapy services, sometimes in advertisements for educational products, occasionally in materials for organizations whose purposes I couldn't even identify. Each time the editing was different, my words rearranged and recontextualized to serve whatever purpose the current user needed. my face and voice, speaking with apparent professional authority, endorsing things I'd never heard of and didn't support. I reported each instance I discovered, but they appeared faster than I could track them. The testimonial footage had clearly been sold or distributed to multiple parties who were using it for various commercial purposes. My introduction, stating my name, professional role, workplace, and credentials, made the footage particularly valuable because viewers would perceive me as a credible authority endorsing whatever product or service was being advertised. Then I received a message from someone claiming they'd found my testimonial footage for sale on the dark web. They were a journalist investigating deceptive marketing practices and had discovered a marketplace where professional testimonial footage was being sold to businesses wanting to create credible-seeming endorsements without actually hiring genuine professionals or seeking authentic testimonials. She showed me the listing where my footage was available. It was on a marketplace organized like a professional stock footage library, with categories for different professions and types of testimonials. My footage was listed under healthcare professionals, described as a genuine speech therapist providing credible endorsement content that could be edited for various purposes. The listing included the raw footage I'd originally recorded, allowing buyers to edit it however they wanted for their specific needs. It emphasized my credentials and authentic presentation, marketing the footage as valuable specifically because I'd introduced myself with real details that made edited versions appear legitimate. The price was substantial, around several £100s for unlimited editing rights, marketed as a bargain compared to hiring an actual professional to record testimonials. The purchase history showed my footage had been bought by over 40 different accounts. 40 separate buyers had paid for the right to edit my testimonial into whatever promotional content suited their purposes. Each one could create unlimited variations, rearranging my words and pairing them with whatever imagery or text advanced their commercial interests. The journalist explained that this type of testimonial farming was increasingly common. Scammers would create fake organizations or causes that sounded legitimate, request testimonials from professionals who wanted to support apparently worthy purposes, then sell the resulting footage on dark web marketplaces to businesses engaged in deceptive advertising. The professionals who'd recorded testimonials rarely discovered the misuse, and when they did, the distributed nature of the content made it nearly impossible to fully address. She'd been investigating after several other professionals contacted her about similar experiences: speech therapists, medical professionals, educators, anyone whose credentials made them valuable endorsers for products or services. All of them had been deceived into recording testimonials for fake organizations, only to have their footage sold and misused extensively. I contacted a solicitor about potential legal action, but the situation was complicated by the distributed nature of the misuse and the difficulty of identifying who was actually responsible. The fake organization that had requested my testimonial didn't exist in any traceable form. The buyers on the dark web marketplace were anonymous. The individual businesses using edited versions of my testimonial could claim they'd purchased what they believed was legitimate promotional content and weren't responsible for the deceptive acquisition. The journalist published an article about testimonial farming that included my story alongside several others. The publicity led to some of the more prominent misuses being removed, but I knew the footage itself still existed in the collections of people who downloaded it before marketplaces were shut down or moved to new locations. My testimonial could still appear in new contexts indefinitely, edited in ways I'd never see and used for purposes I'd never approve of. What made it particularly violating was understanding how the deception had worked. They'd specifically requested I film at home to make it feel personal and authentic, which also meant the footage showed details of my living space. They'd asked me to introduce myself with my full name and credentials to establish credibility, which made edited versions seem authoritative. They'd suggested I speak naturally about my work, which provided hours of raw footage that could be chopped up and rearranged into almost any message they wanted to create. I'd willingly provided everything they needed to create convincing false endorsements of products and services I knew nothing about. My desire to help what I believed was a worthy cause, my tendency to say yes to reasonable-sounding requests, had been deliberately exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for commercial interests I'd never chosen to support. The psychological impact went beyond just anger at being deceived. Every time I introduce myself professionally now, every time I speak about my work, I wonder if someone might recognize me from one of the edited testimonials and assume I actually endorse whatever product or service they'd seen me appearing to promote. My professional credibility, which I'd spent years building, had been weaponized without my consent and used in ways that could potentially damage the reputation I depended on. I also think about the 40 unknown buyers who purchased my testimonial footage. Who were they? What products or services did they use my image to promote? How many people saw versions of me endorsing things I'd never heard of, believing I genuinely recorded those testimonials? The journalist's investigation suggested the testimonial farming operation had collected footage from over 200 professionals before being exposed, meaning thousands of deceptive advertisements had been created using stolen credibility. The organization that had originally contacted me was never identified or prosecuted. The marketplace where my footage was sold was shut down, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere shortly afterward. The individual buyers who'd purchased my testimonial remained anonymous, protected by the architecture of dark web transactions that made tracing specific users nearly impossible, without extensive resources and cooperation that rarely materialized. I'm much more careful now. I question motivations more thoroughly, research organizations more extensively before agreeing to participate in anything. But I also know the damage is already done. My testimonial footage exists in collections I'll never access, potentially still being edited into new promotional content. My face and voice continuing to endorse things I've never agreed to support. That's what I think about now when I see professional testimonials in advertisements. Not whether the person genuinely believes what they're saying, but whether they actually said it at all, whether their footage was stolen through deceptive requests and edited to serve purposes they'd never approved, whether that credible-seeming healthcare professional or educator actually recorded that endorsement, or whether someone like me was tricked into providing raw material that was later manipulated into whatever message served commercial interests. I tried to help what I believed was a worthy cause by recording a simple testimonial about work I genuinely cared about. That willingness to help was systematically exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for dozens of products and services I'd never endorsed. My professional credibility became a commodity sold to the highest bidders, my face and voice repurposed endlessly for commercial gains I'd never share in, and purposes I'd never chosen. The testimonial footage exists. Somewhere online, my edited image continues appearing in contexts I'll never see, endorsing things I'd never support, speaking words I never said to serve interests I'd never approve of. That's the lasting price of one evening spent trying to help. One small favor that seemed entirely reasonable at the time, but turned out to be exactly the vulnerability someone was looking for. I'd always been competitive with puzzles and problem-solving games. the sort of person who couldn't resist a Sudoku or crossword that others had given up on. My mates used to joke that I should try those online puzzle competitions where people solve increasingly difficult challenges for prize money. But I never thought I was good enough for that level of competition. That changed when I was 25 and unemployed in Leeds, spending most days applying for teaching jobs that never materialized while living off savings that were rapidly dwindling. The job market for history teachers was brutal, and I was starting to consider completely different career paths when something happened that made me realize my puzzle-solving hobby might actually be worth something. I'd been working through some logic problems on a free puzzle website when a message appeared offering access to more challenging content if I was interested in testing my skills against harder material. The invitation seemed automated, probably triggered by my completion time or accuracy rate, but it led to a section of the site I hadn't seen before. The puzzles there were considerably more complex than anything I'd encountered on mainstream puzzle platforms. Not just mathematical problems or logic games, but challenges that required research, pattern recognition across multiple data sources, and the sort of analytical thinking that goes beyond casual entertainment. Some challenges involved analyzing communication patterns in large datasets. Others required identifying connections between seemingly unrelated pieces of information, and a few demanded the kind of systematic investigation that reminded me of historical research methods I'd learned during my degree. The difficulty level was addictive. These weren't puzzles you could solve in a few minutes during a coffee break, but genuine intellectual challenges that required hours of focused analysis and creative problem-solving approaches. More importantly, the platform offered small payments for successfully completing certain challenges. Nothing substantial, but enough to make the time investment feel worthwhile when I wasn't earning anything through conventional job applications. Over several weeks, I worked through increasingly difficult challenges, earning modest amounts that helped offset my unemployment while keeping my analytical skills sharp during a period when I wasn't getting much intellectual stimulation. The challenges gradually shifted from abstract logic problems to tasks that involved analyzing real-world information. Some required researching public records and identifying patterns in business registrations. Others involved tracking information flow through social media platforms or news reporting. The analytical work was genuinely engaging, combining the satisfaction of puzzle solving with research skills that were directly relevant to my historical training. It felt like productive use of my education during a time when my actual qualifications weren't leading to employment opportunities. But as the challenges became more complex and better paid, they also started requiring access to information sources that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The platform provided specialized software that could access databases and information networks that weren't indexed by standard search engines. The research challenges using these alternative information sources were considerably more interesting than anything I'd worked on before. Instead of analyzing sanitized datasets or public information, I was working with raw communication logs, unfiltered social media activity, and comprehensive records that showed how information actually moved through digital networks. The analytical challenges required understanding not just what information was being shared, but how different groups used various platforms to coordinate activities, spread influence, and maintain privacy while conducting business or personal activities. Some challenges focused on identifying key influencers in specific online communities. Others involved mapping relationships between apparently unconnected individuals or organizations, and a few required analyzing the effectiveness of different communication strategies for achieving particular goals. The work was intellectually stimulating and felt like legitimate research that could potentially be valuable for academic or professional purposes. I was developing data analysis skills that might be relevant for future employment while earning enough to cover basic living expenses. But I also started noticing that some challenges involved analyzing information about people and organizations in Yorkshire, including details about businesses and individuals in Leeds and surrounding areas that I was familiar with from living in the region. The research wasn't focused on abstract or distant subjects, but was systematically analyzing real people and activities in my immediate geographic area. Some challenges required identifying vulnerabilities in local business operations. Others involved mapping social connections between specific individuals, and a few focused on analyzing personal communication patterns that revealed private information about real people's relationships and activities. I realized that my analytical work wasn't contributing to academic research or legitimate business intelligence, but was being used to compile detailed information about Yorkshire residents for purposes that weren't clearly explained. The puzzle-solving platform seemed to be using gamified challenges to recruit people with analytical skills for conducting systematic research into real people's private lives and business activities. When I questioned the purpose of the more invasive research challenges, the platform explained that understanding social and business networks was essential for various legitimate purposes, including market research, academic studies, and security analysis. They assured me that all information was obtained through legal sources and that my analytical work was contributing to legitimate research rather than harmful activities. But the analytical challenges continued becoming more specifically targeted at Yorkshire residents, with increasing focus on gathering detailed intelligence about specific individuals' personal circumstances, business relationships, and private activities. Some challenges required analyzing people's financial situations based on their digital footprints. Others involved identifying personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited for various purposes. And a few focused on mapping family relationships and social connections that could be used to influence or manipulate specific individuals. I started recognizing that the research I was conducting involved some people I knew personally from around Leeds, including detailed analysis of their private communications, business activities, and personal relationships. The puzzle platform wasn't just collecting abstract information about Yorkshire residents, but was systematically profiling real people I encountered in my daily life, using my analytical skills to compile intelligence that could be used for manipulation, harassment, or exploitation. My competitive puzzle-solving hobby had been exploited to recruit me for conducting surveillance research on my own community, with the intellectual satisfaction of challenging analytical work being used to overcome ethical concerns about systematic invasion of privacy. I tried to investigate what was being done with the analytical research I'd been conducting, following the specialized software connections to discover where my intelligence reports were being distributed and used. The investigation led to online communities that operated outside normal internet infrastructure, where detailed personal information about UK residents was being traded and analyzed for various purposes that range from targeted advertising to systematic harassment. The analytical intelligence I'd been providing through puzzle challenges was being used by these communities to develop comprehensive profiles of Yorkshire residents that could be used for financial exploitation, personal manipulation, or coordinated harassment campaigns. Some community participants specialized in using personal intelligence for systematic psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's circumstances and vulnerabilities. The research skills I developed through historical training and puzzle solving were being used to facilitate systematic harm to real people in my own community, with the intellectual challenge of analytical work being used to disguise surveillance activities as legitimate research. When I attempted to stop participating in the platform challenges, I discovered that my analytical work had already provided enough intelligence about Yorkshire residents to make withdrawal complicated, without risking exposure of activities I'd inadvertently supported. The platform made it clear that my research contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation, rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their data collection activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in analytical challenges would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial research support for implementing. The competitive puzzle solving that had seemed like productive use of my analytical skills during unemployment had made me complicit in systematic surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community. I never found safe methods for extracting myself from involvement with the platform, or for warning Yorkshire residents who were being profiled using intelligence I'd helped compile through analytical challenges. The puzzle platform continues operating. The systematic analysis of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed through gamified research challenges that exploit competitive instincts and intellectual curiosity. I eventually found teaching work through conventional job applications, but the analytical research I'd conducted during unemployment continues being used to facilitate systematic targeting of Yorkshire residents who have no idea their personal information was collected through puzzle-solving activities. The intellectual challenge that had seemed like productive use of my historical research skills turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community, with competitive puzzle solving being used to overcome ethical resistance to systematic invasion of privacy. My analytical contributions continue being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Yorkshire, while the platform continues recruiting unemployed graduates who believe they're developing valuable research skills rather than providing intelligence for systematic exploitation disguised as challenging intellectual work. The first parcel arrived on a Tuesday morning, and I almost didn't accept it because I hadn't ordered anything. I was finishing my third year studying psychology at Manchester, living alone in a studio flat above a chippy on Wilmslow Road, the sort of place where the smell of vinegar soaked into everything and the radiators clanged all night, but it was cheap and walking distance from campus, perfect for a student budget stretched to breaking point. The delivery driver was holding a small brown package about the size of a paperback book with my name and address printed on a generic white label. No return address, no company logo, nothing to indicate where it had come from. When I told him I hadn't ordered anything, he just shrugged and said it was already paid for, so I might as well take it. Inside was a mobile phone, not a smartphone. Just one of those basic Nokia models you'd see in petrol stations, the kind drug dealers supposedly used because they were harder to trace. It was switched on, fully charged, with a single number saved in the contacts list under the name Service. I should have thrown it away immediately, should have reported it to the police, or at least asked my neighbours if they'd received anything similar. Instead, I did what any curious student would do. I googled the phone's model number and tried to work out where it might have come from. That's how I ended up on the dark web for the first time. One search led to another, and before I knew it, I was reading about anonymous communication methods and untraceable delivery services. The deeper I dug, the more references I found to something called physical drop protocols, ways of getting items to specific people without leaving any digital fingerprints. The phone sat on my desk for 3 days before it rang. I was eating breakfast, scrolling through lecture notes, when the Nokia started buzzing across the wooden surface. The caller ID just showed service. I stared at it for maybe 10 rings before curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. No one spoke. There was background noise, traffic maybe, or machinery, but no voice. After about 30 seconds, the line went dead. When I tried calling back, it went straight to voicemail. No greeting, just silence, and then the beep. That night, I found the website. It wasn't easy to locate. I'd been browsing hidden sites for hours, following links that led to more links, most of which were broken or led to placeholder pages. But eventually, I stumbled across something called Direct Physical Services, a page with minimal text and a simple contact form. The description was deliberately vague. Something about bridging digital anonymity with real-world requirements and providing discrete solutions for complex delivery needs. There was a phone number listed at the bottom of the page, the same number that was saved in the Nokia's contacts. I spent the next few hours exploring related sites, trying to piece together what this service actually did. From what I could gather, it was some sort of courier operation that specialized in anonymous deliveries. People would request items through the hidden website, pay through untraceable methods, and then receive packages with no identifying information about the sender. Mostly, it seemed to be used for things that weren't quite illegal, but weren't exactly legitimate either. Rare books that might have been stolen from libraries, prescription medications that didn't require prescriptions, personal documents that someone shouldn't have had access to, the kind of grey area transactions that people preferred to keep off the normal internet. But there were darker hints too, references to biological samples and personal effects that suggested the service wasn't limited to simple package delivery. Some of the site's clients seemed to be requesting very specific items from very specific people, as if they had inside knowledge of their target's routines and possessions. The Nokia rang again on Friday evening. This time, when I answered, there was a voice. Male, middle-aged, with a London accent that had been carefully modulated to sound nondescript. He asked if I was satisfied with the service so far. And when I said I didn't understand what service he was referring to, he chuckled softly. He explained that I'd been selected as a distribution point for their operation. Parcels would be delivered to my address, and I would be responsible for passing them on to their final recipients. In exchange, I'd receive a small commission for each successful handover, enough to cover rent for a few months, he suggested. When I started to protest that I hadn't signed up for anything, he cut me off gently. He said my browsing history suggested I'd already shown interest in their services, and my address had been verified as suitable for their requirements. If I wasn't interested in participating, I could simply ignore future deliveries, but the initial phone was mine to keep regardless. Then he hung up, leaving me staring at the Nokia and wondering how anyone could know what websites I'd been visiting. I used the university's internet connection, which should have provided some level of anonymity, but apparently that wasn't enough to stay completely hidden. The second parcel arrived the following Monday. This one was larger, maybe the size of a shoebox, and significantly heavier. The same generic labeling, the same anonymous delivery driver, who seemed surprised when I questioned him about the sender. When I opened it in my flat, I found a collection of items that made no immediate sense together. There was a house key, still warm from being recently cut, a small digital camera, the kind used for security systems, a manila envelope containing what looked like bank statements and utility bills for someone I'd never heard of, and at the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper, was a lock of dark hair tied with a piece of string. The implications were disturbing. Someone had paid to have these items collected and delivered, but the combination suggested something much more invasive than a simple theft. The bank statements were recent, from a Barclays branch in South Manchester. The utility bills covered the same address. The key looked like it belonged to a front door, but it was the hair that really unsettled me. It wasn't the kind you'd get from a hairbrush or a pillow. It had been cut deliberately, all the same length, as if someone had taken it while the owner was unconscious or restrained. I should have called the police then. Should have handed over everything and explained about the phone and the website and the strange service that seemed to be operating out of my address. Instead, I found myself back on the dark web, trying to understand what I'd gotten involved with. The Direct Physical Services website had changed. There were new sections now, accessible only through specific links that hadn't been there before. One was labeled Active Collections and contained a list of items currently being sourced. Most were vague: personal documentation from target residents or biological verification material. But some were terrifyingly specific. One request was for recent photographs from family home, kitchen area preferred. Another wanted clothing items worn within last 48 hours unwashed. There was even a listing for spare house keys copied from originals, North Manchester postcodes only. What made it worse was realizing that some of these requests had completion dates in the past, items that had already been collected and delivered. The parcel sitting on my desk was just one of many that had passed through this network, and I was apparently part of a much larger operation than I'd understood. The phone rang again that evening, but this time I didn't answer. It kept ringing though, every few hours throughout the night. Always the same caller ID, always the same patient buzzing until it reached voicemail. By morning, there were dozens of missed calls logged in the phone's memory. When I finally picked up, the voice was less friendly than before. He asked why I hadn't acknowledged receipt of the second delivery, and when I said I wasn't comfortable with the arrangement, he reminded me that I'd already accepted payment for services rendered. The phone itself was worth more than £50, he pointed out, and keeping it without fulfilling my obligations would constitute theft. More importantly, he added, my address was now registered in their system as an active distribution point. Other clients depended on the reliability of their network, and disappointing them would have consequences that extended beyond simple financial penalties. When I asked what he meant by consequences, he described my daily routine in uncomfortable detail. The time I left for lectures, the route I took to campus, the coffee shop where I usually stopped for lunch. He knew about my part-time job at the campus library, my weekend visits to the Arndale Centre, even the fact that I ordered takeaway from the same Indian restaurant every Thursday night. The message was clear. They'd been watching me long enough to know everything about my life, and that information could be used against me if I decided not to cooperate. The third parcel arrived on Wednesday, and this time I knew I had to get rid of it without looking inside. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when you're already involved in something you don't fully understand. The package was smaller than the others, about the size of a jewelry box, but it was cold to the touch and seemed to contain liquid of some kind. Inside was a small glass vial filled with what looked like blood, dark red, slightly congealed, with a medical label stuck to the side that showed a name and date from just 2 days earlier. There was also a printed sheet with what appeared to be test results, blood type, DNA markers, other medical information that I didn't fully understand, but that looked official and recent. Someone had paid to have blood samples collected and analyzed, then delivered to my address for distribution to a third party. The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just about stealing personal belongings or copying keys. Someone was harvesting biological material from unwilling victims. I tried calling the number on the Nokia to demand an explanation, but it went straight to a recorded message. The voice was the same one I'd spoken to before, but now it was reciting an address in Moss Side and instructing me to deliver the package by 6 o'clock that evening. If I failed to complete the delivery on time, there would be additional charges applied to my account. What account? I'd never agreed to any financial arrangement, never signed any contracts or provided payment information. But apparently, that didn't matter. In their system, I was already committed to seeing this through. The address in Moss Side turned out to be a laundrette, the kind of place that stayed open late and asked no questions about who was washing what. When I arrived with the package, there was a woman waiting by the change machine, early 30s, nervous looking, constantly checking her watch and glancing towards the door. She approached me as soon as I walked in, asking if I was there for the collection. When I handed over the package, she seemed relieved but also frightened, as if she was expecting something much worse than a small glass vial. She left immediately, without saying anything else, but I noticed she threw the package into a bin outside rather than keeping it. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one caught up in this system. The woman had been just as scared as I was, probably coerced into participating through the same combination of threats and surveillance that had trapped me. We were all just links in a chain that none of us fully understood. The Nokia rang as I was walking back to my flat. This time, the voice was congratulating me on a successful delivery and explaining that my commission would be processed within the next few days. When I asked how they planned to pay me, considering they had no banking information, he laughed and said payment would come in the form of continued personal security. As long as I cooperated with their requests, he explained, I would remain safe from the various unpleasant individuals who use their services. But if I decided to stop participating or involve the authorities, those same individuals would be provided with detailed information about my involvement in their operations. I was trapped. Even if I went to the police, how could I explain my role without admitting to handling stolen property and biological samples? And who would believe that I'd been forced into it by anonymous phone calls and untraceable deliveries? The parcels kept coming after that, usually 1 or 2 per week, always containing items that someone shouldn't have had access to. House keys and alarm codes, medical records and prescription bottles, personal photographs and pieces of jewelry that looked like family heirlooms. Each delivery came with specific instructions about where and when to hand over the package. Sometimes it was normal places, coffee shops, bus stations, shopping centers. But increasingly, it was locations that felt designed to isolate and intimidate. Abandoned buildings, empty car parks, the sorts of places where you wouldn't want to be caught alone at night. The people collecting the packages were getting stranger too. Not just nervous civilians like the woman at the laundrette, but individuals who seemed more comfortable with the criminal aspects of the operation. People who looked at me like they were memorizing my face for future reference. I tried to break the cycle several times, ignoring phone calls, refusing deliveries, even going so far as to leave Manchester for a long weekend to see if distance would make a difference. But they always found ways to bring me back into compliance. When I ignored calls, they started leaving voicemails with increasingly personal information about my family back in Liverpool. When I refused a delivery, the driver simply left the package outside my door where anyone could have taken it. When I left town, I returned to find evidence that someone had been inside my flat. Nothing stolen, just small changes that proved they had access whenever they wanted it. The breaking point came when I received a package that contained my own belongings. It was things from my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, a watch my grandfather had given me, photographs from school trips, even a diary I'd written when I was 14. Items that should have been safely locked away in Liverpool, not sitting in an anonymous parcel delivered to my address in Manchester. The message was unmistakable. They could reach anyone, anywhere, anytime they wanted. My participation wasn't really optional. It was just the illusion of choice designed to make me feel like I had some control over the situation. That was 3 months ago. The deliveries are still coming, and I'm still making the handovers because I don't see any alternative. The commission payments have started arriving too. Always in cash, always left in places where I'm guaranteed to find them. Just enough to make it clear that they're keeping track of my financial situation as closely as everything else. Sometimes I wonder about the other people involved in this network. The drivers who deliver packages without asking questions, the collectors who pick them up without explanation, the clients who pay for services that probably violate dozens of laws. Are they all trapped like I am, or did some of them choose this willingly? What scares me most is how organized it all seems. This isn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic criminals. It's a systematic business with established procedures and reliable infrastructure. The kind of thing that would require serious planning and resources to maintain. And if they can do this to me, a random student who stumbled onto their website by accident, what are they capable of doing to people who actually pose a threat to their operations? I still have the Nokia. It sits on my desk, fully charged, waiting for the next call. Sometimes I think about smashing it, or throwing it away, or just running as far from Manchester as I can get. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've got my details now, my routines, my weaknesses, my family connections. Whether I keep cooperating or try to escape, I'll always be part of their system in some way. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are receiving their first mysterious parcel, probably telling themselves it's just a mistake or a harmless prank, not realizing they've just become part of something much darker than they could imagine. What would you say if I told you that taking care of an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of a dark web murder broadcast? 4 months ago, I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring. and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks, but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially, moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement, claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involved documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel, anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. a package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind, or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van. along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their targets' vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine, preferences, and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network, but they remained completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me, it's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to fix old family photographs for money, and some of the images people wanted restored were definitely not family pictures. I'd always been good with digital art software, not professionally trained or anything, just someone who'd grown up messing about with Photoshop and had developed a decent eye for color correction and image repair. My flatmate mentioned that her gran had boxes of old photographs that were fading or damaged, and wondered if there was anyone who could fix them digitally. I offered to have a go, partly because I was curious about the technical challenge and partly because I was perpetually skint and thought it might lead to some paid work. The results were better than I'd expected. I managed to restore color to faded wedding photos and repair tears in pictures that had genuine sentimental value. More importantly, my flatmates' family were delighted and willing to pay reasonable money for the service. Word spread quickly among families who had accumulated decades of photographs that were deteriorating in storage. Most people had precious memories slowly fading away in albums and shoeboxes, but professional restoration services were expensive and often had waiting lists of several months. I started advertising photo restoration through local classified ads and university notice boards, offering to repair damaged images for about half what commercial services charged. The work was satisfying and fitted well around my studies. I could work on images during evenings and weekends while building up useful digital art skills. Most clients were exactly what you'd expect. Older people wanting to preserve family memories, couples restoring wedding photographs, parents fixing damaged pictures of their children. Straightforward work that involved removing scratches, adjusting faded colors, and occasionally reconstructing small damaged areas using content from other parts of the image. But after a few months, I started receiving requests through more unusual channels. Instead of local recommendations or university advertising, people began contacting me through anonymous email addresses and online platforms that specialized in discrete services. These clients offered significantly higher payments for restoration work, often several times what I charge for normal family photographs. They explained that they had valuable historical images or sensitive personal photographs that required professional quality restoration but couldn't be handled through commercial services for privacy reasons. The first few assignments seemed legitimate enough. Historical photographs that appeared to be from private collections, possibly valuable enough to justify the premium prices and confidentiality requirements. The technical challenges were more complex than family snapshots, but the work itself was similar to what I'd been doing for other clients. However, I gradually began noticing things about these high-paying assignments that made me uncomfortable. Some photographs showed people in situations that didn't seem consistent with normal historical documentation or family photography. Images that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge, often in private locations where photography wouldn't normally be permitted. Other images contained content that seemed deliberately obscured or damaged in ways that suggested someone had tried to prevent the photographs from being useful as evidence or identification. Faces that had been scratched out, backgrounds that had been chemically treated to remove details, even physical damage that appeared to have been inflicted intentionally rather than through normal aging. When I asked clients about the context of these unusual images, they typically claimed the photographs were part of private collections or family archives that required discretion due to the prominence or sensitivity of the people depicted. But as I worked on more of these assignments, I started recognizing patterns that suggested the images weren't legitimate, historical photographs at all. Many showed recent locations and modern details that contradicted claims about their age and historical significance. Others contained evidence of digital manipulation that predated my restoration work, suggesting they'd been deliberately altered before being submitted for further modification. Most concerning were images that appeared to show people in distress or dangerous situations. Photographs that looked like they might have been taken during crimes or other illegal activities, with the restoration work focused on making faces and identifying details clearer rather than simply repairing age damage. I began to suspect that some clients were using my restoration services to enhance evidence of criminal activities or to prepare images for blackmail and extortion purposes. The technical skills I developed for repairing family photographs were being used to make incriminating or exploitative images more useful for people who specialized in harming others. but the money was substantial enough to cover most of my university expenses, and I convinced myself that I was just providing technical services without knowledge of how the restored images would eventually be used. When I tried to research some of the clients who had submitted unusual photographs, I found that most were using anonymous contact methods and temporary email addresses that made them impossible to trace or verify. The payment methods they used were also designed to maintain anonymity, involving cash transfers and prepaid cards that left no permanent records connecting them to the restoration work. Some clients had submitted multiple batches of photographs over time, suggesting they were involved in ongoing activities that regularly generated images requiring professional enhancement. The volume and consistency implied systematic operations rather than occasional private requests. I started paying closer attention to the specific types of restoration work being requested and the techniques that clients wanted me to use on their images. Many requests involved enhancing details that would be useful for identification or evidence purposes, making faces clearer, improving the visibility of text or documents in backgrounds, even adjusting lighting and contrast to reveal information that had been hidden in shadows or poor exposure. Other assignments involved removing or obscuring details that might complicate the use of images for illegal purposes, eliminating identifying marks from locations, removing evidence of dates or times when photographs had been taken, even altering backgrounds to make images appear to have been taken in different places. The restoration work was essentially image manipulation, designed to make photographs more useful for criminal activities, while removing details that might help law enforcement or victims identify when and where the images had been created. I was unknowingly providing professional quality technical support for operations that relied on photographic evidence to facilitate blackmail, exploitation, and other serious crimes. But extricating myself from these high-paying assignments wasn't straightforward. The clients who submitted unusual photographs often returned with additional work, suggesting they were satisfied with my technical skills and discretion. Some began requesting rush jobs with premium payments, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of their requirements and the importance of maintaining absolute confidentiality about the restoration work. When I tried to decline certain assignments or reduce my availability for this type of work, several clients expressed disappointment and offered substantially higher payments to ensure my continued services. The pressure to maintain my involvement felt excessive for people who were supposedly just seeking technical assistance with private photograph collections. I tried to research whether other photo restoration services had experienced similar requests for unusual or potentially illegal image enhancement work. What I found was that criminal organizations regularly used legitimate photo editing services to prepare images for various illegal purposes, often targeting freelance operators who worked independently and maintained less rigorous oversight of client requirements. The technical skills required for photo restoration were identical to those needed for sophisticated image manipulation and evidence tampering, making it easy for criminals to obtain professional quality services through seemingly innocent channels. I realized that my restoration business had probably been targeted specifically because I operated independently, charged reasonable rates, and had demonstrated both technical competence and willingness to work with anonymous clients who paid well for discretionary services. But understanding the criminal nature of some assignments didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd already completed restoration work on dozens of images that might have been used to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I'd been unaware of how the enhanced photographs would be used, my technical expertise had contributed to making harmful activities more effective and harder to detect or prosecute. The clients who had submitted criminal photographs also had detailed knowledge of my personal circumstances, payment methods, and technical capabilities, information that could be used to ensure my continued cooperation, or to implicate me in their illegal activities if I tried to withdraw my services. When I attempted to stop accepting assignments that seemed potentially criminal, I discovered that determining which photographs were legitimate and which were connected to illegal activities was often impossible based solely on image content. Many criminal photographs appeared innocuous without context, while some legitimate historical images contained disturbing content that reflected the circumstances of their original creation, rather than contemporary illegal activities. The ambiguity made it difficult to establish clear boundaries around acceptable work without potentially losing all the high-paying assignments that had been covering my university expenses. Meanwhile, new clients continued to contact me with requests for restoration work, often specifically mentioning my reputation for quality results and discretion with sensitive historical materials. The referral pattern suggested that my services were being recommended within communities that specialized in activities requiring professional image enhancement for illegal purposes. I was probably being systematically recruited by criminal organizations that needed reliable technical support for operations involving photographic evidence, blackmail materials, and other image-based crimes. The photo restoration skills I developed for preserving family memories had instead made me a valuable asset for people who specialized in exploiting and harming others through sophisticated manipulation of visual evidence. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate photo restoration services were probably being infiltrated by similar criminal recruitment efforts, making it difficult for anyone offering technical services to distinguish between innocent preservation requests and systematic exploitation of their skills. People seeking to earn money through freelance photo editing were being systematically targeted and gradually drawn into providing technical support for serious crimes while believing they were just helping clients preserve valuable images. 3 weeks after I'd stopped accepting new restoration assignments, someone left an envelope under my door containing printed copies of several photographs I'd restored, along with newspaper clippings about crimes where the enhanced images had apparently been used as evidence or blackmail materials. The rain lashed against the windscreen, a relentless drumming that mirrored the throb behind my eyes. 39 years old, a failed business, and now this, ferrying anonymous packages through the sodden, forgotten arteries of this provincial city. My worn hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white against the grey plastic. The van, a rental with a persistent rattle in its exhaust, was my office, my prison, my silent confessor. I once owned a small chain of artisan bakeries. Mark's Marvelous Muffins, I'd called it, a name that now tasted like ash in my mouth. The dream had crumbled faster than a stale scone, leaving behind a mountain of debt and a hollow ache where my pride used to be. Compliance, my old friend, had always been my default setting. Nod, agree, avoid the fuss. It was easier, I told myself, than fighting. Now, it was just easier. The private forum, Midnight Runners, had appeared like a mirage in the desert of my despair. A discreet ad, tucked away in a corner of the dark web I'd stumbled upon during a late-night search for anything that paid cash. Courier work, flexible hours, excellent rates, no questions asked. That last part was the hook, the siren song for a man drowning in his own silence. My first few runs were innocuous enough. Small, lightweight boxes, sealed with industrial-grade tape. Drop-offs in dimly lit car parks behind abandoned warehouses. Pickups from anonymous-looking industrial units. The instructions were always precise, a sequence of coordinates and times, delivered via an encrypted message. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. The money, transferred directly to a burner account, was surprisingly good, enough to keep the wolves from the door, to make the monthly debt repayments, to buy another week of fleeting normalcy. Then came the wait. The first heavy package felt like a lead brick. It thudded onto the passenger seat, shifting the van's balance. I felt a prickle of unease, a whisper of something cold against my spine. My instructions remained the same. Collect, deliver, do not question. Compliance mark. Remember, just do what you're told. The rain had finally eased, leaving the air thick with the smell of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. The streetlights, sporadic and weak, cast long, distorted shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. Tonight's pickup was an old abattoir, long since defunct, its corrugated iron walls rusting like an ancient wound. The air here was heavy, not just with moisture, but with something else, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I pulled the van into the designated bay, the tires crunching on gravel. The back door of the abattoir stood ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness against the grey night. No one was visible, just the waiting silence and the rhythmic drip of water from a broken gutter. I clicked off the engine, plunging the cab into near-total blackness. My breath hitched in my throat. This was new. Usually, the package was already waiting, or a shadowy figure would emerge, wordlessly placing it in my van. A low scraping sound echoed from within the building. My heart hammered against my ribs. I swallowed, a dry, uncomfortable gulp. Hello. My voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. The scraping continued, growing louder, accompanied by a soft, guttural grunt. I fumbled for my phone, the screen a sudden, blinding rectangle of light. No signal, of course. A figure emerged from the darkness of the abattoir, silhouetted against the faint, ambient glow from the city beyond. Tall, broad-shouldered, its movement slow, deliberate. It carried a large, rectangular object, wrapped in heavy-duty black plastic sheeting, secured with what looked like industrial strapping. The plastic gleamed wetly in the faint light. Evening, the figure rumbled, its voice deep, gravelly, like stones tumbling in a well. No accent I could place. Here for the pickup? My throat was still tight. Yeah, Mark. The figure didn't offer a name. It simply walked towards the van, its gait steady, unhurried. The package it carried was enormous, far larger than anything I'd transported before. It seemed to sway slightly as the figure moved, an unsettling, almost organic motion. Open up, the figure commanded, nodding towards the rear doors of the van. I scrambled out, my movements clumsy, my hands trembling as I unlocked the back. The figure reached the van and with surprising strength heaved the package inside. It landed with a dull, heavy thud that vibrated through the metal floor. The air inside the van suddenly felt colder, denser. That's it, the figure said. Next drop is, you know the drill. I nodded, unable to speak. The figure turned and melted back into the shadows of the abattoir, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence and the hulking presence in the back of my van. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, a coppery scent that made my stomach clench. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The package, shrouded in black plastic, seemed to absorb what little light seeped into the van. It was too big, too heavy, too cold. The cold. That was the other thing. Some of the parcels, particularly the heavier ones, had started to feel unnervingly cold to the touch, even through the thick cardboard. And then there were the stains. Dark, irregular patches that sometimes seeped through the cardboard, a faint reddish brown. I told myself it was oil, perhaps some industrial lubricant. But the metallic smell. Tonight, the cold was palpable. A frigid aura emanated from the black plastic, chilling the air in the back of the van. My breath plumed in front of my face. My destination was a deserted car park on the far side of the city, nestled between a derelict factory and a stretch of overgrown wasteland. The usual spot. I drove, the van's rattling exhaust a frantic heartbeat against the oppressive silence of the night. Every bump in the road sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that the contents of the package would shift, would reveal themselves. Curiosity. It was a slow, insidious poison, seeping into the cracks of my carefully constructed compliance. Each heavy package, each cold touch, each reddish stain, chipped away at my resolve. Tonight, the dam broke. I pulled into the deserted car park, the only vehicle for miles. The rain had started again, a soft drizzle now, blurring the edges of the distant city lights. I cut the engine, the sudden silence deafening. My hands gripped the wheel, then slowly, deliberately, I released them. "No," I whispered, the word a desperate plea to myself. "Don't do it, Mark." But the word was meaningless. My body moved without my consent. I unbuckled my seatbelt, my movements stiff, robotic. I climbed out of the driver's seat, the cold air biting at my exposed skin. I walked to the back of the van. The rhythmic drip of rain from the roof racked the only sound. My fingers fumbled with the latch, the metal cold and slick. It gave way with a soft click. I swung open the doors. The black plastic package loomed in the darkness, a malevolent presence. The cold hit me then, a bone-deep chill that stole my breath. It was like standing in a freezer. I reached out, my hand hovering just above the plastic. I could feel the intense cold radiating from it. My fingers brushed against the surface, slick with condensation. It wasn't just cold, it was frozen. My gaze fell upon a corner of the package. The plastic, stretched taut, had a small tear, barely an inch long. And through that tear, a glimpse of something pale, something impossibly white. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. "Don't do it, Mark. Don't look." But I had to. The need to know, to understand the source of this creeping dread, was an irresistible force. I knelt, my knees protesting against the rough floor of the van. My trembling fingers, cold and clumsy, fumbled at the strapping. It was thick, tightly bound. I tugged, pulled, my nails scraping against the coarse material. Finally, a buckle gave way with a soft snick. I unfastened another, then another. The black plastic, no longer held rigid, sagged slightly. I reached inside the tear, my fingers brushing against something smooth, cold, and strangely yielding. I widened the tear, peeling back a corner of the plastic. The pale object came into full view. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, almost translucent. The toes curled slightly, the nails neatly trimmed, frozen solid. A choked gasp escaped my lips, a raw animal sound. My stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over me. I scrambled back, hitting my head on the low ceiling of the van. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, thick and cloying. My eyes darted to the rest of the package, my mind reeling. If that was a foot, then the rest of the package must contain. I didn't need to see more. The image of that pale, frozen foot was seared into my mind. Human remains. I was transporting human remains. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a cry. The horror of it, the sickening reality, crashed down on me. My phone. I needed to call someone. The police. My fingers fumbled in my pocket, pulling out the cheap burner phone I used for the midnight runners' jobs. No signal. Still no signal. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of shock. I had to get out of here. I had to report this. But who would believe me? A down-on-his-luck delivery driver, caught with a body in his van. The evidence was all against me. My eyes scanned the desolate car park. Nothing. Just the drizzle, the distant city hum, and the chilling presence in the back of my van. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. What did I do? Where could I go? The forum. I had to check the forum. There had to be some explanation, some way out of this nightmare. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my limbs heavy, uncoordinated. I started the engine, the familiar rumble a jarring intrusion into the suffocating silence. I drove, not towards the drop-off, but aimlessly, desperately. The image of the foot, so impossibly white and still, flashed behind my eyelids. I found a small, isolated lay-by, tucked away behind a dense copse of trees. No streetlights, just the inky blackness and the relentless drizzle. I pulled out my personal phone, the one I kept for real life. Miraculously, there was a weak signal. My fingers flew across the keyboard, navigating to the private forum. My heart pounded with a terrible premonition. I typed in my credentials, the screen flickering to life. My eyes scanned the recent posts, looking for anything, any clue, and then I saw it. A new thread, posted just minutes ago. The title, stark and chilling, stood out like a freshly dug grave. A driver available, reliable, discreet. Beneath it, a photograph. A grainy, low-resolution image of my van. My rental van. And then the details. My name, Mark, my phone number, my address. My world tilted. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. They knew everything. They had been watching me. This wasn't some random job. It was a trap. I wasn't just a courier. I was a mark. The horror of the foot in the back of my van was instantly eclipsed by a new, more visceral terror. They knew where I lived. They knew who I was. And they were advertising me. Not as a driver, but as a commodity. A new piece of inventory. My own compliance, my lifelong habits of doing what I was told, had led me here. To this desolate lay-by, with a frozen body in my van, and my own face plastered across a forum for what? The rain hammered against the roof of the van, a frantic drumbeat accompanying the frantic hammering of my heart. I was trapped. There was no escape. They had me. My phone rang, a sudden jarring sound that made me jump. The number was unknown. My hand trembled as I answered. Mark, a deep voice rumbled, the same voice from the abattoir. No question, just a statement. You've been a good boy. My breath hitched. What? What do you want? A low chuckle, devoid of humor. We want you to continue being a good boy, Mark. That package in your van, it needs to be delivered to the usual spot. And then you come home. Home? I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. You know where I live? We know everything, Mark, the voice purred. And we know you're a man who understands consequences. You've seen what happens when people don't comply, haven't you? The image of the frozen foot flashed before my eyes. My stomach churned, a bitter bile rising in my throat. Yes, I managed, the word tasting like ash. I understand. Good, the voice said, a note of satisfaction in its tone. Now, deliver the package, and then we'll talk about your next assignment." The line went dead. I stared at my phone, the screen dark, reflecting my own terrified face. My reflection, pale and drawn, stared back at me, a stranger in a nightmare. I was no longer just a delivery driver. I was an accomplice, a silent partner in a gruesome enterprise. And my compliance, my fatal flaw, had finally devoured me whole. I restarted the van, my hands clammy on the wheel. The cold from the back of the van seeped into the cab, a constant chilling reminder of my new reality. The rain continued to fall, washing over the city, washing over me, but it couldn't wash away the stain of knowing, the stain of complicity. I drove towards the drop-off point, the deserted car park. The silence in the van was no longer empty. It was filled with the unspoken horror of what I carried and the chilling certainty of what awaited me. My life, once a mundane struggle against debt, had twisted into a grotesque dance with death, orchestrated by unseen hands. And I, compliant Mark, was now one of their puppets. My strings, once invisible, were now pulled taut, binding me to their macabre game. The night stretched before me, endless and terrifying, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I would never be able to unsee what I had seen, or undo what I had done. The weight of it all, heavier than any package I had ever carried, settled deep within my soul, and I drove on, into the inescapable maw of my own making. The familiar coordinates glowed on the GPS, a cold, digital beacon in the gloom. The car park, a desolate expanse of cracked tarmac, stretched out before me, illuminated by the intermittent flicker of a broken streetlight. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the gentle hum of the van's engine and the distant wail of a siren, a mournful cry swallowed by the vastness of the night. I pulled up to the designated spot, a faded painted bay near a chain-link fence. My hands, still trembling, cut the engine. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. I stared at the dashboard, unable to move, unable to breathe. The cold from the back of the van was a physical presence, wrapping around me, seeping into my bones. My eyes drifted to the rearview mirror. The black plastic package, still menacingly large, seemed to pulse in the faint light. The torn corner, a gaping wound, showed just enough of that ghastly white foot to keep the image fresh, vivid, horrifying. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows near the derelict factory. It moved with a fluid, almost predatory grace. My breath hitched. This wasn't the usual anonymous drop-off. This was different. The figure approached the van, tall and lean, its face obscured by the deep hood of a dark jacket. No, not a jacket. A heavy coat, long and flowing. The figure stopped a few feet from the rear of the van, its stance relaxed, almost casual. "Evening, Mark." A voice, smooth and cultured, floated through the damp air. It was different from the gravelly voice on the phone, yet equally chilling. Right on time. I swallowed, my throat dry. "The package." "Yes, the package," the figure mused, stepping closer. I could feel its gaze, sharp and assessing, even though I couldn't see its eyes. "A rather substantial delivery tonight, wouldn't you say?" My silence was my answer. "Open up, Mark," the figure instructed, a subtle gesture of its gloved hand towards the back of the van. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, fumbled with the latch. It clicked open, a sound like a pistol shot in the stillness. I swung the doors wide. The black plastic, with its horrifying contents, was fully revealed. The figure stepped forward, pausing at the threshold of the van, Its head tilted slightly. A long, slender hand, encased in a black leather glove, reached out. It brushed the torn plastic just above the frozen foot. "Ah, yes," the figure murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on its lips. "You found our little surprise, didn't you?" My blood ran cold. You knew." "Of course we knew," the figure replied, its voice laced with a predatory amusement. "We wanted to see if you were truly compliant, Mark. If you truly understood the nature of our work." It glanced at me, and even though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt their piercing intensity. "And you did. You delivered it." A wave of shame, hot and sickening, washed over me. I had complied. I had delivered a body. I had become one of them. What now?" I asked, the words barely a whisper. The figure stepped into the van, moving with an unnatural ease around the massive package. It produced a small silver device from its coat pocket, a scanner. It ran the device over the package. A soft beep confirmed the delivery. "Now, Mark," the figure said, turning back to me, "you go home. And you wait for your next instructions." "My next instructions," I stammered. "But the forum. My details. You posted them. For what?" The figure chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, that. A little insurance policy. Just in case you decided to deviate from the plan. To ensure your continued discretion." It paused, its gaze unwavering. "You're a valuable asset, Mark. Reliable, discreet, just like the post says." My mind reeled. They weren't going to kill me. Not yet. They were keeping me as a driver, a silent participant in their monstrous trade. The post wasn't a warning. It was an advertisement. For me. "But the body," I whispered, my voice thick with horror. "What do you do with them?" The figure tilted its head again. "That, Mark, is not your concern. Your concern is to drive, to deliver, to remain discreet." It took another step closer, its presence overwhelming. "Do you understand?" I nodded, unable to do anything else. My compliance, once a shield, was now a chain. "Good," the figure said, its voice softening, yet somehow becoming even more menacing. "Now, leave the package and go home." It stepped out of the van, melting back into the shadows. I heard a faint click, then the distinct sound of a heavy door closing. I peered into the darkness. The figure was gone. The package remained, a silent, chilling testament to my new reality. I closed the van doors, the metal clanging shut with a finality that echoed in my soul. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking, my mind a maelstrom of fear and despair. I drove home, the journey a blur of rain-slicked roads and flashing streetlights. The van, now empty of its gruesome cargo, felt even colder, filled with the lingering chill of death. My small terraced house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I parked the van, switched off the engine, and sat there in the darkness, listening to the rain. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I stumbled inside, the familiar surroundings offering no comfort. The scent of stale coffee and old papers filled the air, a stark contrast to the metallic tang that still clung to my clothes, to my skin, to my very being. I stripped off my clothes, throwing them into a corner as if they were contaminated. I stood under the shower, letting the hot water sluice over me, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the stench of the abattoir, the cold of the freezer, the indelible stain of the frozen foot. But it wouldn't wash off. It was inside me now. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my burning skin. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pale, frozen foot, the pristine white nails, the curled toes, and then my own face, superimposed over the image, a grim, silent accomplice. The next morning, the sun, a weak, watery disk, struggled to penetrate the grey clouds. My phone buzzed. A new encrypted message. My heart leaped into my throat. New assignment. Pick-up point. Old textile mill, East End. Time, 2200. Package, standard. Payment, increased, standard. That meant smaller. But the payment increase, it was a bribe. A subtle reinforcement of the chain. I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the delete button. I could run, disappear, but where would I go? They knew everything. My name, my address, my face. They had advertised me. They owned me. My compliance, once a quiet habit, had become a monstrous, all-consuming force. It had led me down a path from which there was no return. I was no longer Mark, the failed baker, the struggling delivery driver. I was Mark, the reliable, discreet courier, the one who asked no questions, the one who delivered. The thought of the money, the increased payment, gnawed at me. It would clear a bigger chunk of debt, buy me more time, more normalcy, a fleeting illusion of control. I pushed myself out of bed, my limbs heavy, my mind numb. The metallic tang was still there, a phantom scent. I walked to the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my weight. I made a cup of tea, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the storm of my despair. As I stirred the sugar, my eyes caught my reflection in the dark surface of the tea. A man, hollow-eyed and gaunt, stared back, a stranger. The old Mark, the one who tried to maintain a facade of control, was gone, replaced by this new Mark, a puppet dancing to a macabre tune. I lifted the cup to my lips, the warm liquid a bitter comfort. The night awaited, and I, the compliant Mark, would be there, driving, delivering, lost in the labyrinth of my own making, forever stained by the cold touch of what I carried. The rain had stopped, but the chill remained, and the hum of the van waiting outside was a constant haunting reminder of my inescapable fate. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. Only now I knew what the machine processed, and I was part of it. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seemed designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. Accounts that asked detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. The fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared through the fitness community's achievement system. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes. isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names, other guests who ask too many questions about my plans, messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in, a package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the social worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. I've never told anyone this story properly. Not the police, not my friends, not even my partner. They got versions of it, sure, but never the whole thing. I suppose I'm telling you now because enough time has passed that I can finally talk about it without my hands shaking. Though even now, typing this out, I keep glancing at my webcam to make sure it's still covered with tape. It started about 3 years ago when I was working as a graphic designer for a small marketing firm in Manchester. Nothing glamorous. Mostly designing flyers for local businesses, updating websites, that sort of thing. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and was spending most evenings alone in my flat, drinking too much wine and falling down internet rabbit holes. One night, after a particularly bad day at work, I stumbled across an article about the dark web. Not the sensationalized stuff you see in the papers, but a proper investigative piece about how journalists use it to communicate with sources in oppressive regimes. I'd heard about it before, obviously, but always assumed it was just for drugs and illegal stuff. The article made it sound almost noble, this hidden part of the internet where privacy still existed. Curiosity got the better of me. After a few YouTube tutorials and about an hour of faffing about with software, I was in. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it looked. I'd expected something out of a film. Green text on black screens, maybe some sinister music. Instead, it was just websites with terrible designs, like the internet from the 90s. I spent a few weeks just browsing, treating it like a weird hobby. Most of it was boring. Dead links, abandoned pages, the occasional marketplace selling things I definitely didn't want to buy. But then I found something that seemed harmless enough. A site called ViewShare. The concept was simple. People would stream their webcams for 24 hours straight, and viewers could watch random feeds from around the world. The site claimed it was about human connection, seeing how people really lived when they thought no one was watching. There was supposedly some vetting process to make sure everyone was a willing participant. Looking back, I should have questioned that more. The first few streams I watched were mundane. A student in what looked like Eastern Europe studying at his desk. An elderly woman in Japan watching television. A man somewhere in America playing video games. It was oddly hypnotic, these glimpses into ordinary lives. I started leaving streams on in the background while I worked from home, like having flatmates I never had to talk to. After about a month, I noticed something odd. One of the feeds I'd bookmarked, a woman in her 30s who seemed to live alone in a nice flat, had changed. Not the woman herself, but the angle. The camera had moved slightly, showing more of her bedroom door. I figured she'd knocked it while cleaning or something. But over the next few days, the camera kept moving. Tiny adjustments, barely noticeable unless you were paying attention. Which, sadly, I was. The woman never seemed to touch it. The movements happened when she was asleep or out of the room. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe she had a cat I hadn't seen, or the camera mount was loose. But then I started noticing the same thing in other feeds. Cameras shifting when they shouldn't, focusing on specific things. Doorways, windows, personal items left lying around. The really unsettling part came when I was watching a feed of a young guy in London. I recognized the area from the view out his window. Somewhere near Clapham, not far from where my sister lived. He was getting ready for bed, going through his usual routine, when he paused at his laptop. He was looking at something on his screen, and his face went pale. He stood up quickly, went to his window, and peered out into the darkness. Then he practically ran to his front door. I could just see it from the camera angle, and checked the locks. He did this maybe 3 or 4 times before grabbing his phone and making a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was obviously upset. 20 minutes later, the police showed up. I watched as 2 officers came into view, the guy gesturing frantically at his laptop. One of the officers looked at the screen, then immediately got on his radio. Within minutes, there were more police. The guy started packing a bag, throwing clothes in randomly, his hands visibly shaking. Then the feed cut out. I tried refreshing, checking the site, but that particular stream was gone. Not just offline, completely removed, like it had never existed. I knew something was seriously wrong, but I couldn't work out what. The guy had seen something on his laptop that made him call the police, but what? I went back through my bookmarked feeds, and my stomach dropped. Of the 12 streams I'd been following regularly, 5 were now gone, just vanished. The others were still active, but when I checked them, something felt different. The people seemed nervous, jumpy. One woman had moved her sofa to block her front door. That's when I decided to look more carefully at my own favorite feed. The woman in her 30s with the nice flat. I'd been watching her for weeks, knew her routine. She worked from home like me, had yogurt for breakfast, always watched the news at 10. I developed this weird parasocial relationship with her, even though she had no idea I existed. I studied her feed for hours, looking for whatever was making everyone so frightened. And then I saw it, reflected in her bedroom mirror, barely visible, a figure in her wardrobe. The door was open just a crack, and there was definitely someone in there watching her sleep. My first instinct was to somehow warn her, but how? The site didn't have any communication features, no chat or comments. I watched in horror as she woke up, stretched, and walked right past the wardrobe to her bathroom. The figure didn't move. I couldn't look away. For the entire day, whenever she left the bedroom, I'd see movement in that wardrobe. Someone adjusting their position, getting comfortable. When she came back, they'd go still. She had no idea. That evening, she was cooking dinner when her doorbell rang. She looked confused. She wasn't expecting anyone. Through the webcam, I watched her go to the door. She came back with a small package, examining it curiously. No label, no postage marks. She opened it at her kitchen table. Inside was a single key and a note. She read it, and her face went white. She read it again, then looked around her flat, eyes wide with fear. Then she looked directly at the webcam. She knew, somehow she'd just found out about the stream. She grabbed her laptop, presumably trying to find the source of the stream, how to shut it off. Her fingers were flying over the keyboard, her face getting more and more panicked. Then she stopped, staring at the screen. Slowly she turned to look at her bedroom door. She knew about the wardrobe. What happened next was chaos. She ran to her kitchen, grabbed a knife and her phone. I could see her dialing 999, backing away from the bedroom, the knife shaking in her hand. The wardrobe door started to open. The man who emerged was utterly ordinary looking, middle-aged, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. He looked irritated more than anything else, like she'd ruined his plan. She screamed at him to stay back, the phone pressed to her ear. He just stood there, looking at her with this horrible, disappointed expression. Then he looked directly at the webcam and smiled. He pulled out his own phone, typed something, and my screen went black. Not just the feed, my entire laptop shut down. When I frantically restarted it, ViewShare was gone. The site didn't exist. No trace of it anywhere on the dark web. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept thinking about all those feeds, all those people being watched. How many of them had someone in their house? How many were in danger? I wanted to go to the police, but what would I say? I'd been accessing illegal parts of the internet, watching people without their knowledge, and I'd seen. What exactly? 3 days later, I saw a news article. A woman in Birmingham had been found dead in her flat. The details were sparse, but they mentioned she'd been the victim of stalking, that someone had been living in her flat without her knowledge for weeks. The photo they used was old, but I recognized her immediately, the woman with the nice flat. I threw up, then spent the rest of the day trying to find information about the other people from the feeds. I found 2 more news stories. A man in London who disappeared after reporting someone had been watching him. A family in Leeds who'd fled their home after finding hidden cameras everywhere. The worst part was the comment the police made in one article. They said the victims had all received packages with keys to their own homes and notes explaining they'd been watched for weeks. The notes contained details only someone with intimate access to their lives would know. What they ate for breakfast, their daily routines, when they cried, when they were most vulnerable. I became paranoid after that. Covered all my cameras, changed all my locks, installed a security system. I moved flats twice in 6 months. Even now, I check my wardrobe every night, look for signs someone's been in my space. I know it's not rational, but I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone is still watching. About a year ago, I got brave enough to go back on the dark web, just to check, to see if ViewShare or something like it had returned. I didn't find the site, but I found something else. A forum discussing it, hidden deep in the network. People who claim to have been viewers, like me, sharing their stories. The consensus was that ViewShare had been a proof of concept. Someone demonstrating that they could access thousands of cameras, plant people in homes, coordinate surveillance on a massive scale. The police interventions had forced them to shut it down, but only that specific operation. The infrastructure, the network of people willing to hide in strangers' homes for weeks, that was all still out there. One user claimed to know who was behind it. Not criminals, they said, but someone much worse. Someone selling a service to the highest bidder. Want to know your spouse's every movement? They could arrange that. Need dirt on a business rival? They had people for that. Want someone to disappear? Well, they'd already proven they could get into anyone's home. I stopped reading after that. Deleted everything. Wiped my laptop. Tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat at night, I think about all those feeds, all those people living their lives never knowing someone was watching, waiting, planning. The thing that haunts me most isn't what I saw. It's what I didn't see. How many other cameras were in that woman's flat? How long had that man been in her wardrobe? And the question that keeps me awake at night, if they were streaming from hidden cameras, if they had people physically placed in homes, then how did they choose their targets? Were they random? Or was there something that connected all those people? Some reason they were selected? I've gone over it 1,000 times, trying to find a pattern. They were all different ages, different locations, different lifestyles. The only thing they had in common was that they lived alone. Just like I do. Last week, I found a small package outside my door. No label, no postage marks. I haven't opened it. I know I should throw it away or take it to the police, but I can't bring myself to touch it. It's still sitting on my kitchen counter, unopened. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if there's a key inside, wondering if it's to my front door, or maybe to something else. Maybe to a door I don't even know exists in my flat. A cupboard I've never noticed. A panel in the wall that looks solid but isn't. I've started sleeping on my sofa, where I can see both the front door and the bedroom. I know I'm being paranoid. I know the chances of them targeting me are tiny. But every time I hear a noise at night, every time something seems slightly out of place, I remember that smile. The way that ordinary-looking man looked at the camera, like he was looking directly at me, letting me know that watching had consequences. The funny thing is, I still sometimes get the urge to go back on the dark web, not to find ViewShare or anything like it, but to see if there's any news, any updates, any sign that the people behind it were caught. But I know that's how it starts. One little search, one quick look, and before you know it, you're in too deep. Because here's what I've learned about the dark web. It's not the illegal stuff that's truly dangerous. It's not the markets or the forums or the things everyone warns you about. It's the things that seem harmless, the curiosities that draw you in, the sites that make you complicit without you realizing it, that turn you into a participant in something horrific. while you think you're just observing. I was watching those people for weeks, thinking I was just seeing normal life unfold. But I was part of it, wasn't I? Part of the violation. Every view probably funded what they were doing, encouraged them to go further. I wonder sometimes if my watching somehow marked those people, if my attention helped select them as targets. That's the real horror of the dark web. Not that terrible things happen there, but that it makes you part of them without you even knowing it. You think you're just looking, just curious, but every click is participation. Every view is collaboration. I still have nightmares about that woman. In them, she's looking at the camera, looking at me, asking why I didn't help her, why I just watched. And the worst part is, I don't have an answer. I saw someone in her wardrobe, saw her in danger, and all I did was keep watching, waiting to see what would happen next. The package is still on my counter. Every day I tell myself I'll throw it away tomorrow. Every night I lie awake, wondering what's inside. Sometimes I think I hear footsteps in my flat, soft movements in rooms I'm not in. It's probably just the neighbors, or the building settling, or my imagination running wild. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in anything interesting, which is probably why what happened to me feels so surreal even now. I've spent the last 43 years keeping my head down, doing my job as a council planning officer in Reading, coming home to my flat above the newsagents on Oxford Road, and generally avoiding any drama that might disrupt my quiet routine. My biggest excitement used to be finding a decent parking spot near Waitrose on a Saturday morning. But about 8 months ago, I started receiving packages that weren't meant for me. Not the usual mix-ups you get with online deliveries. These were different. They kept coming to my address, always with my name on them, but containing things I'd never ordered and couldn't imagine anyone wanting to buy. It seemed like such a minor inconvenience at first, the sort of administrative error that would sort itself out eventually. I had no idea it was the beginning of something that would completely change how I understand the world around me. The first package arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by one of those courier services that leave everything with the newsagent downstairs if you're not in. Mrs. Patel handed it over when I popped down to get my usual paper and pint of milk, mentioning that the delivery driver had been very specific about making sure it reached me personally, rather than just leaving it in the shop. Inside was a small electronic device that looked like a cross between a mobile phone and a portable radio. No instruction manual, no branding, no obvious purpose. Just a sleek black rectangle with a few buttons and a small screen that remained stubbornly blank no matter what I pressed. I assumed it was some sort of promotional gadget that had been sent to the wrong address, so I put it in my kitchen drawer and forgot about it. The second package came about a fortnight later. This time, it contained what appeared to be a high-end camera lens, the sort of expensive equipment that professional photographers use. Again, no documentation or explanation, just the device itself wrapped in protective foam and delivered with the same insistence that it reach me personally. I started to worry that someone was using my address for deliveries they couldn't have sent to their own home for some reason. Maybe they were avoiding customs charges or hiding purchases from a partner. It seemed like the most logical explanation for receiving expensive items I'd never ordered. But when I tried to return the packages to the courier company, they had no record of who had sent them or where they should be returned to. The tracking numbers led to dead ends, and the customer service representatives I spoke to seemed genuinely confused by the situation. According to their systems, The packages had been legitimately ordered and paid for by someone using my name and address. The deliveries continued over the following months, arriving every 2 or 3 weeks with clockwork regularity. Each package contained a different electronic device or piece of equipment, always expensive, always with no obvious purpose for someone in my circumstances. Security cameras, recording equipment, small computers that looked like they belonged in a laboratory rather than a council worker's flat. I started keeping a list of what arrived, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I was becoming concerned about the legal implications of accepting delivery for items I hadn't purchased. The total value of the equipment was probably several £1,000s, and I was worried about being accused of fraud or theft if the real sender eventually came forward. But what really began to disturb me was the precision with which the packages were being delivered. They always arrived when I was at work, requiring collection from Mrs. Patel downstairs. The courier drivers always insisted on confirmation that the recipient lived at my address and worked regular office hours. It was as if someone was mapping my daily routine through the delivery process. I tried varying my schedule, working from home occasionally, or leaving earlier than usual for the office. But the packages still arrived at times when I was predictably absent. Whoever was sending them had a detailed understanding of my movements that went beyond casual observation. That's when I started researching the equipment I'd been receiving, trying to understand what it was designed for and why someone might want to send it to my address. Most of the devices turned out to be surveillance equipment, professional-grade cameras, audio recording systems, signal monitoring devices that could intercept various types of electronic communication. The sort of equipment that would be used by private investigators or security professionals, not council planning officers. But there were also items that seemed more sinister. Devices for tracking vehicle movements, equipment for monitoring computer networks, even what appeared to be tools for gaining unauthorized access to buildings or electronic systems. I was being sent a complete surveillance toolkit, piece by piece, by someone who remained completely anonymous, but who clearly knew enough about my life to ensure reliable delivery. The obvious explanation was that I was being set up for something. Maybe someone was planning to frame me for illegal surveillance activities, or they were using my address as a convenient cover for acquiring equipment they couldn't purchase under their own name. But there was another possibility that worried me more. Maybe the equipment wasn't being sent to me. Maybe it was being sent for me. Perhaps someone expected me to use these devices for purposes I couldn't yet understand. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for signs that I was being watched or that my daily routine was being monitored. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious surveillance. There were subtle changes in my environment that suggested someone had been gaining access to my flat while I was at work. Nothing was obviously missing or damaged, but items were positioned slightly differently from how I'd left them. Papers on my desk had been moved. Books were in different positions on shelves. Even the arrangement of food in my fridge seemed altered in small ways. Someone was conducting regular searches of my property, presumably looking for the surveillance equipment that was being delivered or checking how I was responding to receiving it. I tried to document these intrusions, taking photographs of my flat before leaving for work and comparing them with the situation when I returned. The differences were always subtle but consistent, clear evidence that someone was entering my property on a regular basis. But I couldn't understand how they were gaining access. My flat is on the first floor above a busy newsagent's, with no obvious entry points that wouldn't be visible from the street. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and Mrs. Patel downstairs insisted she hadn't given anyone access to the building. The breakthrough came when I started researching the specific model numbers of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving. following various technical specifications and user manuals led me into online communities where people discussed more specialized uses for this type of equipment. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was that the equipment being delivered to my flat wasn't random. It was part of a complete surveillance system designed for monitoring specific types of targets. The platforms I accessed contained detailed guides for using the exact devices I'd been receiving, along with case studies showing how they could be deployed for comprehensive monitoring of individuals who remained unaware they were being observed. But more disturbing was the realization that these communities weren't just sharing technical information. They were coordinating actual surveillance operations against real people. There were discussion threads about ongoing projects in various UK cities, including Reading, where teams of people were using this type of equipment to monitor selected individuals for reasons that weren't entirely clear, but were obviously not benign. My own situation was discussed in detail, with references to the delivery schedule, my daily routine, and even speculation about how I might react when I eventually discovered the true purpose of the equipment being sent to me. I was a subject in someone's surveillance experiment, and the delivery of monitoring equipment was part of a larger operation designed to test my responses and gather intelligence about my behavior. But the most chilling discovery was that I wasn't expected to remain passive. The discussions suggested that recipients of surveillance equipment were eventually supposed to start using it, either voluntarily or under some form of coercion. The equipment wasn't just being delivered for storage. It was being provided so that I could be recruited into conducting surveillance operations on other targets. The community operated like a pyramid scheme, where existing subjects were gradually converted into operators who would identify and monitor new targets. The surveillance equipment was both a tool for monitoring my compliance and a resource for whatever operations I would eventually be expected to conduct. But if I refused to cooperate, or if I attempted to expose their activities, there were detailed contingency plans for ensuring my silence. The discussions included comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances, professional relationships, and potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to force cooperation. They knew about my mortgage payments, my elderly mother in Swindon, my concerns about job security at the council. They had built a complete profile of my life and identified multiple pressure points that could be used to manipulate my behavior if recruitment through gradual exposure to their community proved unsuccessful. I realized that the months of mysterious deliveries and subtle intrusions had been an assessment period, during which they'd evaluated my suitability for recruitment and gathered the intelligence needed to ensure my eventual compliance. But understanding their strategy didn't provide any obvious path toward escape. They had demonstrated their ability to access my property at will, monitor my daily activities, and manipulate my environment in ways that remained largely undetectable. Even if I reported their activities to the police, what evidence could I provide beyond a collection of surveillance equipment that had been legitimately delivered to my address? The online communities operated through platforms that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. More troubling was the realization that moving away or changing my routine wouldn't solve the problem. They had comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances and could easily re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. The equipment deliveries had stopped about 6 weeks ago, suggesting that the assessment period was complete and they were moving to the next phase of whatever operation they had planned. Instead of mysterious packages, I started receiving more direct forms of contact. People began approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Someone struck up a conversation in the queue at Waitrose, mentioning details about my work at the council that I'd never discussed with strangers. A woman at the bus stop seemed unusually interested in my weekend plans and showed remarkable insight into my usual activities. These interactions felt natural at the time, but looking back, they were clearly orchestrated encounters designed to assess my social responses and test my awareness of their surveillance activities. The most unsettling approach came from someone who claimed to be researching local history for a book about Reading's development. They contacted me through the council, explaining that my work in planning would provide valuable insight into how the town had changed over recent decades. We arranged to meet for coffee to discuss their research, and the conversations seemed legitimate until they started asking questions that revealed intimate knowledge about my personal life. They knew about my daily routines, my concerns about my mother's health, even details about my flat and the newsagents downstairs that they couldn't have learned through casual research. When I challenged them about how they'd acquired this information, they explained that their research had involved interviewing various local residents and that my name had come up in multiple conversations as someone who might be helpful to their project. But they also made it clear that they were aware of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving and that they represented people who could provide explanations and opportunities if I was interested in learning more about how such operations worked. They offered to introduce me to a community of people who conducted what they called social research, using the same type of equipment I'd been accumulating. The work was well paid and involved gathering information about ordinary people's daily lives for purposes that were described as academic, but which obviously had commercial or political applications. I was being recruited to become an active participant in the surveillance network that had been monitoring me for months. The recruitment pitch was sophisticated, emphasizing the intellectual challenges of the work and the financial benefits of participation. They made it sound like a natural extension of my existing job in planning, using observational skills and attention to detail to gather information about community development and social trends. But they also made it clear that declining their offer would result in continued surveillance and potentially more invasive monitoring of my personal life. The equipment I'd been receiving would allow them to maintain comprehensive oversight of my activities regardless of whether I chose to cooperate. They weren't just offering me a job. They were informing me that I was already part of their operation and that my only choice was between active participation and passive subjection to ongoing surveillance. I asked for time to consider their proposal, and they agreed to give me a week to make my decision. They provided contact information and promised to arrange a more detailed briefing about the work they were offering if I decided to proceed. That was 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't responded to their offer. Instead, I've been trying to understand the full scope of what I've stumbled into and whether there are any realistic options for escaping from their network. The surveillance has intensified since I missed their deadline for responding. The subtle intrusions into my flat have become more obvious, as if they want me to know that my delay in accepting their offer hasn't gone unnoticed. I've started finding items moved to completely different locations, personal documents that have obviously been read and replaced carelessly, even evidence that someone has been using my computer and internet connection while I've been at work. But they've also escalated to more direct forms of pressure. My mother received an unexpected visit from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about care services for elderly residents. The visitor asked detailed questions about her health, her daily routine, and her family relationships, including specific inquiries about her son, who worked for Reading Borough Council. My supervisor at work mentioned that someone had been asking questions about my performance and reliability, supposedly as part of a reference check for a new position I'd applied for. I haven't applied for any other jobs, and my supervisor seemed puzzled by the inquiry, but hadn't thought to question it at the time. They're demonstrating their ability to reach into every aspect of my personal and professional life, making it clear that continued resistance will result in escalating pressure on everyone connected to me. But perhaps most disturbing is the realization that my situation isn't unique. I've started noticing other people in Reading who seem to be going through similar experiences. Individuals who appear confused or anxious in public places, who seem to be looking over their shoulders or checking for surveillance, who have the same slightly paranoid demeanor that I've developed over recent months. Yesterday, I saw a man at the library frantically researching surveillance equipment on the public computers, looking up the same model numbers I've been investigating. When our eyes met, there was a moment of mutual recognition. He was clearly dealing with the same type of situation I've been experiencing. We didn't speak, but I could see in his expression the same combination of fear and confusion that I feel whenever I think about what's been happening to me. I think there are dozens of people in Reading who are being subjected to similar recruitment processes, all of them gradually being drawn into a surveillance network that operates by converting its targets into willing participants. The scale of the operation suggests it extends far beyond Reading, probably covering most major towns and cities across the UK. They're building a comprehensive monitoring system using ordinary people who are coerced into gathering intelligence about their neighbours, colleagues, and local communities. The most terrifying aspect is how legitimate it all appears from the outside. The recruitment process looks like job interviews, the surveillance activities are disguised as social research, and the pressure tactics are subtle enough to avoid attracting official attention. Anyone who tries to expose what's happening would sound paranoid or delusional, especially since the evidence is largely circumstantial, and the online communities operate through platforms that authorities couldn't easily investigate. I've been sitting in my flat for the past hour, staring at the contact information they gave me 3 weeks ago, trying to decide whether to call them and accept their recruitment offer. The alternative seems to be escalating surveillance and increasing pressure on people I care about, combined with the knowledge that my situation will only get worse the longer I resist. But I also know that once I become an active participant in their network, I'll be complicit in subjecting other people to the same experience I've been going through. The surveillance equipment sitting in my kitchen drawer isn't just evidence of what's been done to me. It's the tools they expect me to use against whoever they decide should be the next target. I can hear someone moving around downstairs in Mrs. Patel's shop, even though it's well past closing time. The footsteps are too heavy to be hers, and they seem to be moving around the building rather than conducting normal shop activities. I think my week of additional consideration time has run out, and they've decided to accelerate the recruitment process. There's someone coming up the stairs now, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping at each landing as if checking door numbers or listening for activity inside the flats. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. I think I'm about to discover what happens to people who take too long to accept their recruitment offers. The job advert was buried deep in the freelance section of a university careers website. £15 an hour for translating simple documents from French to English, work from home, flexible hours. Perfect for someone like me who needed money but had a packed schedule at university. My French was decent enough from A-levels and a gap year in Lyon. Certainly good enough for basic translation work that wouldn't interfere with my history degree. I applied through a standard online form and got a response within hours. The company, Linguistic Solutions Ltd, specialized in document translation for small businesses and individual clients who needed quick, affordable service for routine paperwork and correspondence. My first assignment arrived by email the next day. A collection of what appeared to be personal letters and basic business documents. Nothing complex, just straightforward prose that required careful attention to meaning rather than any specialized vocabulary or technical knowledge. The letters seemed to be from various French speakers writing about everyday concerns, family matters, travel plans, work situations. Exactly the sort of material you'd expect from a translation service, handling personal correspondence for clients who didn't speak French themselves. But something about the content made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't initially pinpoint what was wrong. The letters contained unusually detailed information about people's daily routines, living situations, and personal relationships. More detail than you'd typically include in normal correspondence, as if the writers were deliberately documenting comprehensive information about specific individuals. One letter described a woman's weekly schedule with minute precision. Which day she worked late when she went shopping. Exactly what time she returned home each evening. Another provided detailed layouts of someone's house, including information about locks, alarm systems, and which rooms were typically occupied at different times. When I mentioned these concerns to my contact at Linguistic Solutions, they explained that the detailed nature of the correspondence reflected cultural differences in French letter-writing traditions. French speakers often included more comprehensive information about their circumstances than British writers might consider necessary. The explanation seemed reasonable, but I started paying closer attention to the specific types of information being documented in subsequent translation assignments. Many letters contained what appeared to be surveillance reports disguised as personal correspondence. Detailed observations about people's behaviors, habits, and vulnerabilities written in the casual style of letters between friends or family members. Others included technical information about security systems, building layouts, and access methods that would be valuable for planning break-ins or other criminal activities against the people being described. I realized that I wasn't translating legitimate personal correspondence at all. The letters were intelligence reports about potential victims, written in French to avoid easy detection by law enforcement, and translated into English for criminals who were planning targeted attacks. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already translated dozens of documents that contained detailed information about innocent people who were being systematically surveilled and assessed as targets for serious crimes. The translation work I'd thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an accessory to what appeared to be organized stalking and criminal planning on a significant scale. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Linguistic Solutions, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most urgent projects. They emphasized that my translation skills and attention to detail made me particularly valuable for their specialized document processing, and suggested that maintaining consistent service was important for building long-term freelance relationships. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for routine translation services. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had proven reliable for processing sensitive intelligence materials without asking awkward questions. I attempted to research Linguistic Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration and contact information, there was minimal verifiable information about their actual client base or the types of translation services they provided. Most legitimate translation companies had extensive portfolios of work, client testimonials, and clear specializations in particular industries or document types. Linguistic solutions operated with much less transparency than would be expected for an established language services provider. More troubling was evidence that some of the individuals described in the documents I translated had subsequently experienced break-ins, stalking incidents, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. The translation work wasn't supporting legitimate business communication. It was facilitating systematic criminal activity against people who had no idea they were being surveilled and assessed as targets. But proving the connection between my translation work and subsequent crimes would require admitting that I'd been processing what I now understood were criminal intelligence reports, potentially making me legally liable as an accessory to serious offenses. The detailed personal information about my own circumstances that I'd provided when applying for the translation work would also make it easy for the people behind Linguistic Solutions to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a security risk. Meanwhile, the criminal intelligence operation was probably continuing with other translators who were unaware of the true nature of the documents they were processing, gradually building comprehensive profiles of potential victims across multiple regions and criminal specializations. People seeking legitimate freelance translation work were being systematically recruited to provide professional language services that facilitated serious crimes, while believing they were just helping with routine business correspondence. The French language skills I developed through education and travel had instead made me a valuable asset for criminals who needed to process surveillance intelligence without attracting the attention that would come from using obviously criminal terminology or communication methods. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people with other language skills as well, creating a distributed translation network that could process criminal intelligence in multiple languages while maintaining plausible deniability about the content. Students and freelancers seeking part-time work were being systematically exploited to provide essential services for criminal operations that relied on detailed surveillance and intelligence gathering to identify and target vulnerable victims. I never completed another translation assignment, but I remained concerned about the possibility that the criminal organization would continue to monitor my activities or attempt to ensure my silence about what I discovered through their document processing operations. The comprehensive personal information they'd collected during the application process, combined with their demonstrated capabilities for surveillance and criminal planning, made it clear that they had both the motivation and resources to take action against anyone who posed a threat to their continued operations. 2 months after I'd stopped all contact with Linguistic Solutions, I received a handwritten letter in French containing detailed information about my current daily routine and living situation, along with a note explaining that maintaining discretion about translation work was important for protecting the privacy of all parties involved in confidential document processing. I need to tell someone about this, even if it makes me sound paranoid or insane, maybe especially if it does. What happened wasn't supernatural or impossible. That's what makes it worse. Everything I'm about to describe could happen to anyone, and that's the thought that keeps me awake most nights now. I suppose I should start by explaining how I ended up on the dark web in the first place. It wasn't for anything dramatic or illegal. No drugs, no stolen credit cards, nothing like that. The truth is almost embarrassingly mundane. I was bored and curious. That combination has probably ruined more lives than any deliberate malice ever could. I'd been working remotely for about 18 months, doing content writing for various marketing agencies. The kind of work where you churn out blog posts about dental hygiene and insurance policies, trying to make the supremely dull sound vaguely interesting. My flat in Manchester was small, affordable, and utterly soul-destroying in its beige uniformity. Most days I'd wake up, make coffee, sit at my desk, and not speak to another human being until I went to bed again. The isolation does something to you after a while. You start looking for connection in strange places. Start convincing yourself that the internet's darker corners must be more interesting than your reality. I'd read about the dark web for years, obviously, everyone has. The usual sensationalist rubbish in newspapers, the occasional documentary that makes it all seem impossibly sinister and complex. But I'd also stumbled across more measured articles explaining that most of it was fairly boring. Political dissidents communicating safely, whistleblowers, people in oppressive countries, accessing uncensored information. That aspect actually appealed to me. I liked the idea of an internet that wasn't entirely corporate, where algorithms weren't constantly trying to sell me things or predict my behavior. Getting access wasn't particularly difficult. I'm not technically minded, can barely troubleshoot my own Wi-Fi when it acts up. But there are guides everywhere if you know where to look. Took me maybe an afternoon to get everything sorted, and then I was there. The hidden internet, the dark web, the place parents warn their children about. And God, was it disappointing at first. Mostly, it looked like websites from 1998, all text-based and clunky. Forums discussing privacy rights and encryption. Marketplaces that were obviously dodgy, but presented themselves with this bizarre corporate professionalism, complete with customer service policies and user ratings. I spent hours just clicking around, reading things not really engaging. It felt like wandering through a massive, dimly lit car boot sale, where everyone was trying very hard to look mysterious and dangerous, but mostly just seemed a bit sad. I didn't buy anything, didn't sell anything, didn't even create accounts on most of the sites I visited. I was a tourist, essentially, a spectator. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. For about 3 months, this became my evening routine. Finish work, make dinner, spend a few hours exploring. I found forums dedicated to incredibly niche topics, people discussing conspiracy theories I'd never heard of, groups sharing banned books, communities built around philosophical ideas that conventional society had rejected. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Most of it was rubbish. All of it felt illicit in a way that was mildly thrilling without being genuinely risky. Then I found the invitation board. It wasn't called that officially. The site had some pretentious Latin name I've since forgotten. But essentially, it was a message board where people posted invitations to private sites deeper in the network. Most of them were obvious scams or honeypots. Exclusive investment opportunities, definitely fraud. Premium content access, probably illegal pornography or worse. I scrolled past those without a second thought. I might have been bored, but I wasn't stupid. But occasionally there'd be invitations that seemed more legitimate, isn't the right word. More intriguing, maybe. Invitations to private discussion groups about art or philosophy. Invitations to closed networks where journalists and activists coordinated. One person was even trying to organize an anonymous book club, which I found oddly charming. The invitation that caught my attention was simple. Just a few lines of text. Looking for people who feel disconnected, not selling anything, not asking for anything. Just want to talk to others who understand what it's like to be lonely in a crowded world. If you're tired of performing for an audience, tired of curating yourself, maybe we can just be honest for a while. Limited spaces. Below it was a link and a passcode. I stared at that message for a long time. It felt like it had been written specifically for me, which I recognized as exactly the response it was designed to provoke. Anyone feeling isolated and aimless would read those words and think, yes, that's exactly how I feel. It was manipulative in its specificity. But I clicked anyway. The link took me to what looked like a private chat room. Very basic interface, just a black screen with green text. There were maybe 8 or 9 people in there when I joined, all using anonymous handles. Nobody said hello or acknowledged my arrival. They were mid-conversation, discussing whether genuine human connection was even possible anymore, or whether we'd all become too fractured, too performative, too aware of ourselves. I lurked for about 20 minutes, just reading. The conversation was surprisingly thoughtful. No trolling, no aggression, just people being remarkably honest about their loneliness and dissatisfaction. Someone talked about how they'd realized they didn't actually like any of their friends. They just went through the motions of friendship because the alternative was being completely alone. Someone else described the feeling of being hollow, like they were just a collection of responses and reactions with nothing genuine underneath. Eventually, I started typing. Nothing profound, just agreeing with something someone had said about how exhausting it was to constantly maintain a persona. The response was immediate and warm. Several people welcomed me, said they were glad I joined, asked gentle questions about my life. We talked for hours that night, about loneliness, about meaning, about whether happiness was even a realistic goal, or just something we'd been conditioned to pursue. It sounds pretentious written down like this, but in the moment it felt significant. These people understood something about the world that my real-life acquaintances didn't, or maybe they were just willing to admit it. I went back the next night, and the night after. Within a week, I was spending 3 or 4 hours there every evening. The group stayed small, never more than a dozen people, and we began to recognize each other's writing styles, our particular preoccupations. A woman who I mentally nicknamed Red talked endlessly about how she felt like she was disappearing, becoming less real every day. Someone called Vertex was obsessed with the idea that modern life was designed to make us miserable, that every system and structure was built to generate just enough hope to keep us participating while ensuring we never actually achieve satisfaction. Dark stuff, but articulated with real intelligence. I became closer with a user called Morton. He was the one who'd posted the original invitation, though I didn't realize that until later. His messages were always thoughtful, always asked good questions. He had this way of making you feel heard that was intoxicating when you'd spent months barely speaking to anyone. We started having longer one-on-one conversations, separate from the main group. He asked about my life. I told him about the content writing, the isolation, the feeling that I was just drifting through my 20s without purpose or direction. He shared similar stories, a job he hated, a city he felt trapped in, the sense that everyone around him was pretending life made sense when clearly it didn't. After a few weeks, he asked if I'd be interested in something more substantial. The main chat room was fine, he said, but it was still just talk. Just people complaining into the void, achieving nothing. He was part of a smaller group, he explained. People who wanted to actually do something about their disconnection. Not anything dramatic or illegal, he assured me. Just experiments in authentic living. Ways to break out of the numbing routines that were slowly killing us all. I should have been suspicious. I should have asked more questions. But I was so desperate for something real, something that mattered, that I just said yes. He sent me another link, another passcode. This new space was different. Only 4 people besides Morton and myself. The conversations were more intense, more personal. We were encouraged to share details about our actual lives, no real names or identifying information, but specifics about our daily routines, our fears, our homes. The idea, as Morton explained it, was that we needed to be truly vulnerable with each other before we could move forward together. It felt like therapy almost, confessional. I told these strangers things I'd never told anyone, about how some days I didn't leave my flat at all, didn't even open the curtains, about how I'd sometimes catch myself in the mirror and barely recognize the person looking back, about the persistent, low-level terror that I'd wasted my life and it was too late to do anything about it. They responded with similar confessions. Red talked about her habit of shoplifting, not because she needed anything, but because it was the only time she felt real. Vertex described elaborate fantasies about abandoning his life entirely, just walking away from his flat and his job and becoming nobody. Another member, someone who went by Cypher, admitted to following strangers sometimes, learning their routines, imagining what their lives were like. That should have been a warning sign, that last one especially. But in the context of this group, where we were all confessing our darkest thoughts, it just seemed like more honesty, more vulnerability. Morton suggested we do an exercise. Each of us would make a small change to our routine, something that broke our normal pattern. Nothing illegal or harmful, just something unexpected. Then we'd report back about how it felt. I changed my walking route to the corner shop, started going at odd hours, 3 a.m. sometimes, when the streets were empty and everything felt slightly unreal. It was stupid, but it did make me feel something. Made the familiar streets of my neighborhood seem new and strange. The others reported similar experiences. Red started talking to strangers on public transport. Vertex began leaving his flat unlocked during the day. Cypher started recording videos of himself, monologues about his life, and leaving them playing on his laptop screen while he went out. It sounds insane now, writing it all down, but at the time it felt like progress, like we were taking control of our lives in small ways. Then Morton suggested something bigger. He said we'd reached a point where we trusted each other completely, where we understood each other. And he wanted to propose an experiment in radical honesty and trust. Each of us would share our real address, not our names, not any other identifying details, just our addresses. And then, at some point over the next month, one of us would visit one of the others unannounced, just show up at their door. The idea, he explained, was to force a moment of genuine human connection. No hiding behind screens, no carefully curated responses. Just 2 people who truly understood each other's loneliness, meeting face to face. It would be uncomfortable, yes, maybe even frightening. But wasn't that the point? Wasn't real connection supposed to be frightening? I can't properly explain why I agreed to this. Part of me knew it was insane. But another part, the part that had been isolated and lonely for so long, desperately wanted to believe this could be meaningful, that these people actually understood me, that this could be the start of something real. So I shared my address. We all did. 6 addresses, scattered across England. Manchester, Leeds, Brighton, London, Birmingham, Newcastle. We posted them in the chat, and Morton said that was it. The experiment had begun any day now, any time. One of us might get a visitor, or we might be the visitor ourselves. The waiting was terrible. Every noise in the corridor outside my flat made me freeze. Every time I went to the shops, I found myself scanning faces, wondering if Red or Vertex or Cypher might be there. Watching me, I stopped sleeping properly, started keeping a knife in my bedside drawer, even though I knew how ridiculous that was. A week passed. Nothing happened. 2 weeks. Still nothing. I went back to the chat room regularly, but Morton had gone quiet. So had Cypher. The others still chatted occasionally, but the energy had changed. We were all waiting, all anxious, and it poisoned the conversations. Red eventually admitted she regretted sharing her address, asked if we could just call the whole thing off. Vertex agreed. I agreed, but Morton didn't respond. On day 19, I got home from a rare trip to the shops to find my front door open. Not broken, not forced, just open, unlocked. I stood in the corridor for a long time, trying to decide what to do. Call the police, go inside, run. Eventually, I pushed the door open and stepped into my flat. Everything looked normal. Nothing obviously stolen or disturbed. My laptop was still on my desk. My television was still on the wall. I checked every room, every cupboard, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. Nobody. But someone had been there. Someone had been in my flat while I was out. Someone had opened my door, or had a key, or picked the lock, and had been inside, touching my things, breathing my air. I found it, eventually, after nearly an hour of searching. On my laptop, a new folder on the desktop, just labeled with my address. Inside were photographs, hundreds of them, of me, leaving my flat, walking to the shops, sitting in the window of a cafe I sometimes went to, standing outside in the early morning hours during my routine breaking walks. Some were from weeks ago, from before I'd even shared my address. Someone had been watching me the entire time. And at the bottom of the folder, one final image, a photograph of my front door taken from inside my flat, taken based on the light coming through the window, earlier that same day while I'd been out. Below the image, a text file, just one sentence. We understand your loneliness now. I didn't sleep in my flat that night, stayed at a hotel, paid cash, didn't tell anyone where I was going. Called the police the next morning, but what could I tell them? That I'd met people on the dark web and invited them into my life? That I'd voluntarily shared my address with strangers? The officer was sympathetic, but pointed out that no crime had technically been committed. Someone had photographs of me in public spaces, legal. Someone had entered my flat but hadn't stolen or damaged anything. Hard to prove, impossible to investigate. I changed my locks, changed my routine, stopped going on the dark web entirely. But the fear didn't leave, because here's what I realized, lying awake in that hotel room, staring at the ceiling. Everything Morton had asked us to share, every vulnerability we'd confessed, every detail about our lives. It wasn't about connection, it was about access. It was about learning our patterns, our fears, our weaknesses. And the photographs proved they'd been watching me long before I shared my address, which meant they'd found me through the original chat room, somehow traced me through my connection, or my writing style, or something I'd carelessly mentioned. I thought I was being anonymous, but I'd been visible the entire time. I moved to a different city 3 months later. Different flat, different job, different routines. I tell people I just fancied a change. Nobody questions it, but I still find myself checking over my shoulder sometimes. Still freeze when I see someone taking photographs on their phone. Still wonder whether Morton and the others are still out there, still watching, still collecting their little experiments in loneliness and vulnerability. The worst part isn't the fear though. The worst part is that some small broken piece of me still misses those conversations, still remembers what it felt like to be understood, even if that understanding was being weaponized against me. That's what loneliness does to you. Makes you vulnerable in ways you don't even recognize until it's too late. Makes you trade safety for the illusion of connection. Makes you open doors that should stay locked. I never found out what happened to the others. whether they got visits too, whether they moved away, whether they're still out there somewhere, waiting for a knock on their door that might never come. Or maybe Morton was one of them. Maybe Red or Vertex or Cypher was him all along, playing multiple roles, manufacturing the illusion of community to make us trust him. I'll never know. All I know is that I was so desperate to feel less alone that I invited monsters into my life and called them friends. And now I'm alone anyway, but afraid as well, which is probably what they wanted all along. When someone offers you cash in hand for courier work and emphasizes that discretion is more important than efficiency, there's usually a reason they can't use legitimate delivery companies. I probably should have questioned why they needed a driver who didn't ask questions. But when you're 3 weeks behind on rent and your car's about to be repossessed, you don't spend much time analyzing red flags. The job came through a contact at the pub, where I'd been drowning my sorrows after losing my warehouse position in Coventry. Manufacturing jobs had been disappearing from the area for months, and I'd finally been caught up in another round of redundancies. At 42, starting over wasn't exactly appealing, especially when most employers seem to prefer younger candidates who would work for less money. My drinking buddy Steve mentioned that he knew someone who needed reliable drivers for what he called special deliveries around the Midlands. The work paid considerably better than typical courier jobs, but it required complete discretion and the ability to follow specific instructions without asking unnecessary questions. Steve arranged a meeting with the contact, a well-dressed man who introduced himself simply as Martin. He explained that his business involved delivering sensitive materials to clients who valued privacy above all else. The packages were always small, the destinations were always specific, and the timing was always crucial. Martin emphasized that successful drivers needed to understand that they were being paid for reliability and silence rather than curiosity. The clients served by his operation often dealt with confidential business matters that required absolute discretion from everyone involved in the delivery process. The pay was attractive enough to solve my immediate financial problems, and the work seemed straightforward enough. I would receive text messages with addresses and specific instructions, collect packages from designated locations, and deliver them to the specified destinations without interacting unnecessarily with anyone involved. My first few deliveries were exactly as Martin had described. Small packages collected from ordinary-looking locations and delivered to residential addresses across Warwickshire and Staffordshire. The recipients were typically middle-aged professionals who seemed unsurprised by the deliveries and signed for them without conversation. The packages themselves were unremarkable. Small parcels wrapped in brown paper with no obvious identifying marks or return addresses. The delivery instructions were always precise about timing and approach, but nothing seemed particularly suspicious about the routine business transactions I was facilitating. However, I began noticing patterns in the delivery locations that suggested the operation involved more than typical business correspondence. Many of the pickup points were in areas that seemed inappropriate for legitimate commercial activities, and some of the delivery addresses were to properties that appeared to be unoccupied. The timing requirements for deliveries were also becoming more specific and unusual. I was often instructed to deliver packages at odd hours, or to leave them in particular locations, rather than handing them directly to recipients. Some deliveries required waiting until specific people left properties before approaching the delivery addresses. When I mentioned these unusual requirements to Martin, he explained that many of his clients operated businesses that required unconventional scheduling due to the sensitive nature of their work. Privacy concerns often necessitated deliveries outside normal business hours to avoid unwanted attention. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate business activities that required high levels of confidentiality. Corporate espionage and competitive intelligence were common concerns in many industries, and companies often took extraordinary measures to protect sensitive information. Around the 4th week of my employment with Martin's operation, I began receiving delivery instructions that involved significantly more complex logistics. Instead of simple package deliveries, I was asked to observe specific locations before making deliveries, documenting who was present and what activities were taking place. These surveillance requirements were presented as security measures necessary to ensure safe delivery of sensitive materials. Martin explained that many clients had concerns about industrial espionage or corporate surveillance, and delivery drivers needed to confirm that locations were secure before leaving valuable packages. The observation work was more time-consuming than simple deliveries, but it was also more interesting than typical courier duties. I found myself learning about the daily routines and activities of various people and businesses across the region, building detailed knowledge of locations and schedules that helped me plan more effective delivery strategies. However, the information I was gathering during these surveillance activities seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for simple delivery security. I was documenting personal relationships, family circumstances, and lifestyle patterns that appeared irrelevant to ensuring safe package delivery. Some of the surveillance assignments involved observing residential properties where no deliveries were scheduled, suggesting that the intelligence gathering had become an end in itself rather than a means of facilitating deliveries. I was effectively conducting systematic surveillance of people who had no apparent connection to the delivery operation. When I questioned why surveillance was required for locations where no deliveries were planned, Martin explained that understanding the broader context of client activities was necessary for maintaining operational security. The delivery network served people whose business relationships were complex and sometimes required careful coordination. Around the 6th week of my involvement with the operation, Martin began providing me with specific devices and software that would enhance my surveillance capabilities. Small cameras that could be placed discreetly in various locations, recording devices that could capture conversations, and tracking applications that would monitor people's movements. These tools were presented as necessary equipment for advanced delivery security, allowing me to ensure that packages reached their intended recipients without being intercepted or observed by unauthorized parties. The technology would help me document that deliveries had been completed successfully and that client security had been maintained. The surveillance equipment was remarkably sophisticated, suggesting that Martin's operation had access to resources that went far beyond what would be available to typical courier services. The devices were professional grade and included features that would be useful for comprehensive intelligence gathering, rather than simple delivery confirmation. I began using this equipment to document not just delivery activities, but the broader circumstances and activities of the people and locations I was observing. The information I was gathering was becoming a comprehensive intelligence database about the personal and professional lives of people across the region. Martin seemed particularly interested in information about people's vulnerabilities and potential leverage points. He wanted detailed reports about financial difficulties, relationship problems, health issues, and other personal circumstances that might be useful for understanding how different people could be influenced or manipulated. This focus on psychological and social intelligence made me increasingly uncomfortable about the true purpose of the operation. The delivery work seemed to be providing cover for systematic intelligence gathering that had little to do with facilitating legitimate business transactions. When I tried to discuss these concerns with Martin, he reminded me that I had been gathering detailed intelligence about people and their circumstances for several weeks. This information was valuable and sensitive, and my knowledge of the operation's methods and targets made me an integral part of their security considerations. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, daily routine, and personal relationships suggested that I had become a target of the same surveillance techniques I was using to gather intelligence about others. The surveillance of my activities became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored and documented. The equipment and techniques I was using to observe others were apparently being used to observe me as well. I realized that the delivery work had been used to recruit me into systematic surveillance operations that targeted vulnerable people for reasons that had nothing to do with legitimate courier services. The packages I had been delivering were probably intelligence reports rather than business correspondence. The surveillance equipment I had been given was being used to gather detailed personal information about people who were being assessed for potential exploitation. My role had been to provide the intelligence needed to identify psychological vulnerabilities and leverage points that could be used for manipulation or control. When I attempted to withdraw from the operation entirely, Martin pointed out that I possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had extensive information about people who were being monitored. This made me both a valuable asset and a potential security risk that could not simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the operation. Martin's organization began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal vulnerabilities to demonstrate that they could apply their intelligence gathering techniques to my own life. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The courier work had been presented as legitimate delivery services. The surveillance equipment could be justified as security measures, and the intelligence gathering could be explained as necessary business research. Martin's operation continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional delivery work and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined what the organization was ultimately using the detailed personal intelligence for or who was directing their surveillance activities. The systematic gathering of information about people's vulnerabilities and personal circumstances, combined with sophisticated surveillance equipment and techniques, suggested capabilities that extended far beyond legitimate courier services. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in comprehensive surveillance operations. They understood how to present intelligence gathering as legitimate delivery work, while using the couriers as both surveillance operatives and potential targets for the same techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my need for employment had been transformed into participation in systematic invasion of privacy for people who had no knowledge they were being monitored. The courier work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people desperate enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for steady income. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar courier and delivery services, offering cash work that pays well for what appears to be straightforward delivery assignments. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion over efficiency, always involve unusual timing and location requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical courier work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other drivers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate delivery services while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target vulnerable people for purposes they never intended to support. Do you have one of those repair people you trust? A plumber or electrician whose number you keep saved because they've done good work before and you know they'll turn up when they say they will? I had someone like that. A handyman called Steve who'd fixed various things around my house over the past few years. A leaking tap, some dodgy wiring, a bathroom fan that had stopped working. Reliable, reasonably priced, the sort of person you're grateful to have found in a world where tradespeople are often impossible to pin down. I gave him a key to my house once, just for convenience, whilst he worked on a job when I couldn't be there. That single decision is why I now know my kitchen looks different at 3 a.m. than it does during the day. Why I've seen footage of my bedroom that I definitely didn't record, and why my home address appears on a website that charges people for live access to spaces they have no right to see. I'm a physiotherapist working at a clinic in Sheffield. Been there for about 7 years. I live in a semi-detached house in one of the suburbs, the kind of area where people know their neighbours vaguely, but mostly keep to themselves. It's a decent house, nothing fancy, but it's mine, and I've worked hard to afford it. I live alone, which I've always preferred. The freedom to keep my own schedule, the peace and quiet after dealing with patients all day. Steve first did some work for me about 3 years ago. I'd found him through a recommendation from a colleague whose bathroom he'd renovated. He'd come round to fix a persistent leak under my kitchen sink that I'd been ignoring for too long. He was punctual, polite, did the job efficiently, and charged a fair price. Over the following years, I called him back for various other bits and pieces, replacing light fixtures, fixing a loose banister, installing some shelving in the spare room. Last autumn, I needed some electrical work done in the hallway. A ceiling light had started flickering worryingly, and I wanted it sorted properly rather than just replacing the bulb and hoping for the best. Steve came round to assess the job and said it would take most of an afternoon. The problem was I had several patient appointments scheduled that day and couldn't take time off. Steve suggested I could leave him a key, and he let himself in and out, locking up properly when he finished. He'd done this for other clients before, he said, and it made things easier than trying to coordinate schedules. I hesitated slightly. It's never comfortable giving someone access to your home when you're not there. But I'd known Steve for years at this point, and he'd never given me any reason to doubt his professionalism. I agreed, and left a spare key under the back doormat with instructions about which light was the problem. The work was done exactly as promised. When I got home that evening, the light was fixed, the key was back under the mat, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Steve sent a text to confirm he'd finished, and I transferred the payment that evening. Simple, professional, exactly the kind of smooth transaction that makes you feel you've made the right choice in tradespeople. About 2 weeks later, I started noticing things that seemed slightly off. Nothing major, just small details that didn't quite match how I remembered leaving them. A kitchen cupboard door that I was sure I'd closed was standing open. The living room curtains were pulled slightly wider apart than I usually positioned them. A throw cushion on the sofa had moved from one end to the other. I put it down to tiredness and distraction. I'd been working long hours covering for a colleague on sick leave, and it's easy to forget small actions when your mind is occupied with other things. Everyone has moments where they can't quite remember whether they've done something or just intended to. But the occurrences continued. More cupboards left open. Lights turned on in rooms I was certain I'd left dark. My bedroom door standing ajar when I always closed it fully. The bathroom bin moved from its usual spot by the sink to underneath the window. Each incident was minor enough to dismiss individually, but together they formed a pattern that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Then I noticed something more concrete. I have a small jewelry box on my bedroom dresser, just costume pieces mostly, nothing valuable. The box has a particular way I arrange it. Necklaces on one side, earrings on the other, a few rings in a little compartment at the back. One morning, I found everything mixed together, the necklaces tangled with the earrings, the rings scattered throughout. I hadn't touched that box in over a week. That's when I started to suspect someone had been entering my house. Not to steal, nothing was missing as far as I could tell, but simply to be there, to move through the space and disturb things in small ways that made their presence known. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to realize my home wasn't as private as I believed. I checked all the doors and windows, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure and undamaged. The locks showed no evidence of tampering. There was no obvious explanation for how someone could be getting in, unless they had a key. And the only person outside my immediate family who'd ever had access to my key was Steve. I tried to dismiss the thought. Steve was a professional tradesman with plenty of work, no reason to risk his reputation and livelihood by sneaking into clients' homes. But the timing fit. The disturbances had started after he'd used my key to do that electrical work, and he'd had ample opportunity to copy the key before returning it. I changed my locks anyway, just to be safe. It cost more than I'd hoped, but I needed to feel secure in my own home. For about a week afterwards, everything seemed normal. No more mysterious disturbances, no more items moved or lights left on. I felt relieved, convinced that changing the locks had solved whatever problem had existed, even if I never fully understood what it had been. Then one morning, I found a mug in my kitchen sink that I didn't recognize. Not one of mine, just a plain white mug, but definitely not from my cupboards. It was sitting in the sink, like someone had used it for tea or coffee and left it there to wash later. The casual domesticity of it made my skin crawl. Someone had been in my house, made themselves a drink, used a mug they brought with them, and left it behind deliberately. I called the police immediately. They came and took the mug for fingerprints, took a statement about the incidents I'd been experiencing, checked the house for any signs of how someone might be entering. They found nothing conclusive. The mug had been wiped clean. There were no marks on doors or windows, no sign of how access was being gained. The officer who responded suggested I install cameras inside the house, not just external security, but something that would capture anyone moving around inside. I did that the same day, setting up several small cameras in the hallway, kitchen, and living room, all connected to my phone so I'd receive alerts if they detected movement while I was out. For 3 days, the cameras showed nothing unusual. Just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the house empty and undisturbed in between. I started to think maybe the mug had been enough. Maybe whoever was doing this had realized they'd been too obvious and had stopped. Then on the 4th day, I received a movement alert around 2 in the afternoon. I was with a patient at the time and couldn't check immediately. But as soon as I had a break, I pulled up the camera feed on my phone. The footage showed a figure moving through my house, walking casually from room to room as though they had every right to be there. It was Steve. I recognized him immediately despite the cap he was wearing. He moved through my kitchen, opened cupboards and peered inside, stood looking out of the living room window for a few minutes. He went upstairs beyond the range of my cameras and stayed there for about 20 minutes before coming back down and leaving through the front door. The whole visit lasted around 40 minutes. I felt sick watching it. This was someone I'd trusted, someone I'd paid for honest work, someone I'd given access to my home because I thought he was reliable and professional. And he'd been entering my house regularly, walking through my private spaces, doing God knows what whilst I was at work, and completely unaware. I saved the footage and took it straight to the police station when I finished work that evening. This time, they had clear evidence of a crime, an identifiable suspect. They visited Steve that evening and arrested him. When they searched his van, they found keys to around 30 different properties, all carefully labeled with addresses. My key was among them, freshly cut to match my new locks. He'd somehow obtained details of my new lock type and had a key made before I'd even realized the locks had been changed. But what they found at his house was worse. He had hard drives containing thousands of hours of video footage from inside people's homes. Not just footage of him walking through empty houses, but recordings from cameras he'd installed secretly during legitimate repair visits. Tiny cameras hidden in smoke detectors, air vents, light fixtures. Devices he'd placed while supposedly fixing problems, whilst homeowners trusted him to work unsupervised in their properties. The footage went back years, hundreds of homes across Sheffield and surrounding areas, all of them belonging to people who'd hired him for basic maintenance work and unknowingly given him opportunities to install surveillance equipment. The videos showed everything. People going about their daily lives, private moments they thought were completely unwitnessed, intimate details of how they lived when they believed they were alone. During questioning, Steve admitted he'd been selling access to these camera feeds on the dark web. He'd created accounts for each property, organized by location and type of residence, and charged subscription fees for people to watch live feeds from inside strangers' homes. Some buyers wanted to watch specific types of households. Others just wanted the voyeuristic thrill of observing people who had no idea they were being watched. A detective showed me the website where my home had been listed. It was organized like a streaming service, with thumbnail previews of different properties and descriptions of what viewers could expect to see. My house was categorized under single-occupant female residences, with notes about my work schedule and typical routine. The listing boasted about multiple camera angles and high video quality. The subscription data showed my feed had been purchased by around 40 different people over the months since Steve had installed the cameras. 40 strangers had been watching me move around my own home, had observed my private routines, had seen everything I did whilst thinking I was completely alone and unobserved. The thought of it made me feel violated in a way that was difficult to articulate. The detective explained that the cameras Steve had installed were sophisticated enough to be nearly impossible to find without knowing exactly what to look for. They were powered by the home's electrical system, so they didn't require battery changes. They used the home's internet connection to stream footage, but did so in ways that wouldn't show up obviously en route to traffic. Unless you were specifically looking for hidden surveillance equipment with professional detection tools, you'd never know they were there. It took a team of specialists most of a day to find and remove all the cameras from my house. There were 5 in total, 1 in a hallway smoke detector, 1 in a kitchen air vent, 1 in the living room lamp fixture, 1 in the bathroom extractor fan, and 1 in my bedroom ceiling light. 5 devices that had been watching me for months, recording everything, streaming it to paying subscribers who viewed my private life as entertainment. Steve was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, though it seemed inadequate given the scale of what he'd done and the number of people he'd violated. The investigation identified over 80 homes where he'd installed surveillance equipment, though they suspected there were more they never found. Many of his victims never knew what had happened because he'd removed the cameras himself after subscription interest waned, or before homeowners planned renovations that might uncover them. The website where the footage was sold was shut down, but police confirmed the videos had been downloaded by subscribers before they could seize the servers. Months of footage from my home existed in private collections, potentially being reshared through other platforms or simply kept for personal viewing. There was no way to recover or delete all of it. It was out there permanently, beyond any control or remedy. I sold that house within 4 months of discovering the cameras. I couldn't live somewhere that had been so thoroughly surveilled, where strangers had watched me sleep and shower and exist in moments I'd believed were completely private. Every room felt contaminated by the knowledge of what had happened there, what had been recorded and sold and viewed by people whose names I'd never know. My new house was built recently enough that it doesn't need much maintenance, which is fortunate because I'll never hire another tradesperson to work unsupervised in my home. I've learned to do basic repairs myself, and for anything beyond my capabilities, I take time off work to be present whilst the work is done. I visually inspect every smoke detector, every vent, every light fixture regularly, checking for anything that seems out of place. But I know the footage still exists somewhere. Months of my life recorded without my knowledge or consent, available to people who paid for the privilege of watching a stranger in her own home. Every private moment I had during that period is potentially being viewed by someone right now, shared in spaces I'll never access, discussed by people I'll never identify. What disturbs me most is thinking about how many other people are living in homes with hidden cameras they don't know about. How many tradespeople are operating similar schemes right now, installing surveillance equipment during legitimate repair visits, selling access to private lives through dark web marketplaces. Steve was caught because I noticed he'd entered my house and installed obvious security cameras. But if I'd never noticed the initial intrusions, if I'd never installed those cameras, he'd still be operating. The surveillance would have continued indefinitely, and I'd never have known my home wasn't actually private. I gave a tradesperson a key once, a simple convenience to avoid scheduling conflicts done with someone I trusted based on years of apparently professional service. That decision led to months of secret surveillance, my private life sold to strangers as entertainment, permanent footage existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see repair vans in residential areas. Not whether the tradesperson is qualified or professional, but whether they're installing more than they're fixing, whether they're creating opportunities for surveillance whilst homeowners trust them to work alone, whether the homes they visited are being watched right now by paying subscribers who view private lives as commodities worth purchasing access to. I know how this is going to sound, but I need to talk about what happened. I used to think babysitting was about as safe as jobs get. You watch some kids, make sure they don't hurt themselves, maybe help with homework. Worst case scenario, someone's sick on your shoes or refuses to go to bed. I had no idea that looking after children could put you right in the middle of something genuinely horrifying. The opportunity came through a local mothers group in Hull, where I'd been volunteering after moving back home to help care for my elderly father. I'd worked in various childcare roles before relocating from London, and several women in the group had mentioned that they knew families who needed experienced babysitters for occasional evening work. One mother, Helen, said she could put me in touch with an agency that specialized in placing qualified childminders with families who required particularly reliable and discreet childcare. These families often had demanding careers that required unusual scheduling, and they were prepared to pay premium rates for babysitters who could adapt to irregular hours and maintain absolute confidentiality about family circumstances. The agency interview was more thorough than I'd expected for babysitting work. They conducted detailed background checks, requested references from previous childcare positions, and asked extensive questions about my experience with children of different ages and temperaments. They seemed particularly interested in my ability to remain calm under pressure and my willingness to follow specific instructions without questioning parental decisions. The agency manager explained that their client families often dealt with sensitive professional situations that required careful protection of their privacy. Children from these families were sometimes targeted by people seeking to exploit their parents' business relationships, which meant that babysitters needed to be particularly aware of security considerations. I was assigned to work with a family called the Weatherbys, who lived in a substantial house in one of Hull's more affluent areas. They had 2 children, aged 7 and 9, who were described as well-behaved and easy to manage. The parents traveled frequently for business and needed reliable evening childcare approximately twice per week. My first few babysitting sessions with the Weatherby children were exactly as advertised. The children were polite and cooperative, following established routines for dinner, homework, and bedtime without any difficulties. The house was comfortable and well-equipped, and the parents provided clear instructions for managing the children's schedules. However, I began noticing aspects of the household that seemed unusual for a typical family situation. The house contained security equipment that seemed excessive for residential use, including multiple cameras, motion sensors, and communication devices that suggested professional-grade surveillance systems. The children's behavior also seemed somewhat unusual, though not in ways that suggested mistreatment. They were extremely well trained in following security protocols, such as not answering the door under any circumstances and immediately reporting any unusual sounds or activities around the house. When I asked the children about these security measures, they explained matter-of-factly that their parents worked in industries that required careful protection of family privacy. They had been taught that discussing family activities with outsiders could create safety problems for everyone in the household. This seemed like reasonable precautions for families dealing with corporate espionage or competitive business pressures. Wealthy families often took security measures that would seem excessive to people from more ordinary circumstances, particularly when their business activities involve sensitive information. Around the 4th week of babysitting for the Weatherbys, I was asked to help with additional responsibilities that went beyond typical childcare duties. The agency explained that the family needed assistance with organizing household records and maintaining communication with various business contacts while the parents were traveling. These additional tasks involved managing correspondence, organizing files, and maintaining schedules for activities that seemed unrelated to typical family business. I was handling communications about meetings, transactions, and relationships that appeared to involve people from many different countries and business sectors. Some of the correspondence I was managing contained references to activities and arrangements that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business transactions. Discussions about transportation logistics, accommodation arrangements, and payment methods that suggested the family was coordinating activities that required significant secrecy and careful timing. When I expressed confusion about why childcare work involved managing such complex business correspondence, the agency explained that wealthy families often required household staff to provide comprehensive support that went beyond single-function roles. The boundaries between childcare, household management, and business assistance were often fluid in families with complex professional responsibilities. This seemed like a plausible explanation for legitimate work that happened to involve unusual responsibilities. Wealthy families did often expect household staff to handle various aspects of family and business management, particularly when travel schedules made it difficult for parents to manage everything directly. However, the specific nature of the business correspondence I was managing became increasingly concerning. Many of the communications involved coordinating meetings between the parents and people who were described in ways that suggested they were not typical business associates. References to ages, physical descriptions, and personal circumstances that seemed more relevant to personal relationships than business transactions appeared frequently in the correspondence I was organizing. The meetings being arranged often took place at unusual times and locations that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business activities. Around the 6th week of my work with the family, I discovered that some of the people being discussed in the business correspondence were individuals who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The descriptions and personal details matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be helping to coordinate activities involving missing people was deeply disturbing. The family's business activities appeared to involve people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were being moved through some kind of organized system. When I tried to discuss these concerns with the agency, they reminded me of the comprehensive confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning work with the family. They emphasized that the business activities I was observing were complex legal matters that required careful protection from public scrutiny. They also pointed out that I had been managing sensitive correspondence and family information for several weeks, which meant that I had detailed knowledge of activities that could be misunderstood if taken out of context. My continued employment depended on maintaining absolute discretion about everything I had observed. The agency began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our employment relationship. They made references to my father's health condition, my financial situation, and my living arrangements that suggested they had been conducting background research into my personal vulnerabilities. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my activities and communications were being monitored. The family and agency were apparently applying comprehensive intelligence gathering techniques to ensure my continued cooperation with activities I was beginning to understand were criminal. I realized that the babysitting work had been used to recruit me into participation in what appeared to be human trafficking operations. The children I was caring for were probably being used as props to create the appearance of normal family life, while their parents coordinated the movement and exploitation of vulnerable people. The correspondence I had been managing was likely coordination between traffickers rather than legitimate business communications. The security measures in the house were designed to prevent interference with criminal activities rather than protecting family privacy from business competitors. The missing people referenced in the correspondence were probably victims being moved through trafficking networks, and I had been unknowingly helping to coordinate their transportation and exploitation by managing communications between the people responsible for their disappearances. When I attempted to withdraw from the arrangement entirely, the agency pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of trafficking operations and could identify people involved in serious criminal activities. They suggested that my safety depended on continued cooperation rather than attempting to expose activities that involved dangerous people. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the family. The agency began sending me detailed information about my daily routine and my father's circumstances to demonstrate that they could threaten the safety of people I cared about if I caused problems for their operations. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving trafficking activities based on business correspondence and security measures was extremely difficult. The babysitting work had been presented as legitimate childcare. The household management tasks could be justified as normal responsibilities for wealthy families, and the correspondence could be explained as complex but legal business activities. The agency continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for the family, offering additional childcare opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation, or what happened to the people whose movements I had been unknowingly coordinating. The combination of legitimate family appearances, sophisticated security measures, and systematic coordination suggested an organization capable of moving people across significant distances while maintaining the appearance of normal business activities. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to trafficking operations by presenting criminal coordination as legitimate household management work. They understood how to exploit people's need for income and their natural trust in childcare situations to recruit participants in activities they would never willingly support. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire to provide good childcare had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. The babysitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with sensitive information and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar childcare agencies, offering well-paid positions with families who require particularly reliable and discreet babysitters. The positions they advertise always involve wealthy families with complex professional responsibilities, always require extensive confidentiality agreements, and always include household management duties that go beyond typical childcare work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other childcare workers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate family support while actually participating in criminal operations that exploit the most vulnerable people in society. I've always been someone who says yes to small favors without thinking too hard about it. Not because I'm particularly generous, more that it's easier than making excuses. If someone asks for something that won't cost me much time or effort, I'll generally just do it. That tendency has worked out fine over the years, helping friends move, looking after pets, providing references, normal, helpful acts that most people do without incident. I work as a speech and language therapist in Wolverhampton, mostly with children who have communication difficulties. I've been doing it for about 9 years now, working through a clinic that serves several schools in the area I live alone, in a small terrace house. Nothing remarkable, the sort of settled but unexciting life that probably describes plenty of people my age. I'd never thought of my willingness to help as a vulnerability, just a normal part of being reasonably decent. About a year ago, I was contacted by someone claiming to represent a parents' advocacy organization. They'd found my details through the clinic where I work and wanted to ask if I'd be willing to provide a brief testimonial about the importance of early intervention for children with speech delays. They were putting together a campaign to raise awareness and secure better funding for therapy services, and they wanted to include perspectives from professionals working directly with affected families. The request came via email and seemed legitimate enough. The organization's name was something generic but plausible: Parents United for Communication Support, or something similar. The email was professionally written, explained their goals clearly, and the request itself seemed entirely reasonable. They wanted a short video testimonial, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, where I'd talk about the impact that proper therapy can have on children's development and why adequate funding matters. I'm generally skeptical of unsolicited requests, but this one felt appropriate to my role. Advocacy for better therapeutic services is something I genuinely believe in, and the request wasn't asking for anything that seemed problematic. Just my professional opinion about work I do anyway, recorded in a format that could be shared with policymakers or included in awareness campaigns. The sort of thing that many professionals in my field have done at some point. I responded saying I'd be happy to provide a testimonial, and they sent back detailed instructions about what to include and how to record it. They wanted me to speak naturally about my work, mention specific challenges I'd seen families face due to inadequate access to services, and emphasize the difference that early intervention can make. They suggested I record it in my home rather than at the clinic, to make it feel more personal and less formally clinical. The instructions specified that I should introduce myself with my full name and professional role, so viewers would understand my credentials. They wanted me to mention where I worked and how long I'd been practicing, again for credibility. They suggested filming in a comfortable setting, maybe in my living room or somewhere that felt relaxed rather than office-like. The goal was to come across as authentic and personally invested, rather than reading from a script in a professional environment. I spent an evening recording the testimonial according to their guidelines. It took a few attempts to get something I was happy with. Speaking naturally to a camera feels more awkward than you'd expect, and I wanted to sound professional but not overly rehearsed. I talked about working with children who struggle to communicate, the frustration families experience when they can't access adequate support, and the transformative impact that proper therapy can have when it's available early enough. In the final version, I introduced myself by name, mentioned I'd been a speech and language therapist for 9 years, stated where I worked, and spoke for about 3 minutes about the importance of early intervention and proper funding. I filmed it in my living room, as suggested, trying to create the warm personal atmosphere they'd requested. I thought it came across as genuine and professionally credible, the sort of testimonial that might actually be useful for an advocacy campaign. I uploaded the video through a link they'd provided and received a thank you email shortly afterward. They said the testimonial was exactly what they needed and would be included in materials they were preparing for distribution to policymakers and funding bodies. They mentioned my contribution would help make a real difference in securing better services for children like those I worked with. It felt good, honestly. A small effort that might contribute to something meaningful. I didn't think about the testimonial again for several months. It had been a minor thing, an evening's work that I'd done, because it aligned with my professional values, and because saying no would have required more energy than simply doing what they'd asked. The organization never contacted me again, which seemed fine. Presumably, they'd used the testimonial in whatever campaign they'd been planning and moved on. Then, about 6 months after I'd recorded it, a colleague mentioned she'd seen something online that looked like me, but in a context she found confusing. She'd been searching for information about therapeutic services and stumbled across a video featuring someone who looked exactly like me, speaking in my voice, but saying things that didn't quite match what she knew about my work or views. She thought perhaps I'd done an interview she wasn't aware of, but some of the content seemed odd. When she described what she'd seen, I didn't immediately connect it to the testimonial I'd recorded, but something about her description made me uneasy. So I asked her to send me the link if she came across it again. She found it that same afternoon and forwarded it to me with a message saying she'd definitely been right that it was strange. The video she'd found was professionally edited and appeared to be a promotional advertisement for private speech therapy services. It featured footage of me, clearly taken from the testimonial I'd recorded. but edited in ways that completely changed the context and meaning of what I'd said. Individual sentences had been extracted and rearranged, paired with text and imagery that made it seem like I was endorsing a specific private practice and criticizing NHS services. The editing was sophisticated enough that the transitions felt natural if you weren't paying close attention. My voice remained consistent, the visual cuts were smooth, and the overall presentation made it seem like I'd intentionally recorded an endorsement for these private services. Someone watching casually would have no reason to suspect it wasn't genuine, particularly since I'd introduced myself by name and professional credentials exactly as the original instructions had specified. I was immediately angry and disturbed by this misuse of footage I'd provided in good faith. I contacted the parents' advocacy organization using the email address they'd originally reached out from, demanding they remove the edited video and explain how my testimonial had ended up being used for commercial purposes. The email bounced back as undeliverable. I tried searching for the organization online and found nothing. No website, no social media presence, no record of their existence beyond the emails they'd sent me. I reported the misuse to the private practice that appeared to be benefiting from the promotional video. They claimed they'd commissioned the video from a marketing company and had no knowledge that the testimonial wasn't genuine. They removed it from their website, but said they'd pay good money for professional promotional content and were as much victims of deception as I was. That should have been the end of it, an unpleasant experience of being deceived and having my professional credibility misused, but resolved once the immediate misuse was addressed. Except a few weeks later, my colleague found another video featuring the same footage of me, this time edited differently and appearing on a completely unrelated website advertising therapeutic services in a different region. Over the following months, my testimonial footage appeared in dozens of different contexts, sometimes promoting private therapy services, sometimes in advertisements for educational products, occasionally in materials for organizations whose purposes I couldn't even identify. Each time the editing was different, my words rearranged and recontextualized to serve whatever purpose the current user needed. My face and voice, speaking with apparent professional authority, endorsing things I'd never heard of and didn't support. I reported each instance I discovered, but they appeared faster than I could track them. The testimonial footage had clearly been sold or distributed to multiple parties who were using it for various commercial purposes. My introduction, stating my name, professional role, workplace, and credentials, made the footage particularly valuable because viewers would perceive me as a credible authority endorsing whatever product or service was being advertised. Then I received a message from someone claiming they'd found my testimonial footage for sale on the dark web. They were a journalist investigating deceptive marketing practices and had discovered a marketplace where professional testimonial footage was being sold to businesses wanting to create credible-seeming endorsements without actually hiring genuine professionals or seeking authentic testimonials. She showed me the listing where my footage was available. It was on a marketplace organized like a professional stock footage library, with categories for different professions and types of testimonials. My footage was listed under healthcare professionals, described as a genuine speech therapist, providing credible endorsement content that could be edited for various purposes. The listing included the raw footage I'd originally recorded, allowing buyers to edit it however they wanted for their specific needs. It emphasized my credentials and authentic presentation, marketing the footage as valuable specifically because I'd introduced myself with real details that made edited versions appear legitimate. The price was substantial, around several £100s for unlimited editing rights, marketed as a bargain compared to hiring an actual professional to record testimonials. The purchase history showed my footage had been bought by over 40 different accounts. 40 separate buyers had paid for the right to edit my testimonial into whatever promotional content suited their purposes. Each one could create unlimited variations, rearranging my words and pairing them with whatever imagery or text advanced their commercial interests. The journalist explained that this type of testimonial farming was increasingly common. Scammers would create fake organizations or causes that sounded legitimate, request testimonials from professionals who wanted to support apparently worthy purposes, then sell the resulting footage on dark web marketplaces to businesses engaged in deceptive advertising. The professionals who'd recorded testimonials rarely discovered the misuse, and when they did, the distributed nature of the content made it nearly impossible to fully address. She'd been investigating after several other professionals contacted her about similar experiences. Speech therapists, medical professionals, educators, anyone whose credentials made them valuable endorsers for products or services. All of them had been deceived into recording testimonials for fake organizations, only to have their footage sold and misused extensively. I contacted a solicitor about potential legal action, but the situation was complicated by the distributed nature of the misuse and the difficulty of identifying who was actually responsible. The fake organization that had requested my testimonial didn't exist in any traceable form. The buyers on the dark web marketplace were anonymous. The individual businesses using edited versions of my testimonial could claim they'd purchased what they believed was legitimate promotional content and weren't responsible for the deceptive acquisition. The journalist published an article about testimonial farming that included my story alongside several others. The publicity led to some of the more prominent misuses being removed, but I knew the footage itself still existed in the collections of people who downloaded it before marketplaces were shut down or moved to new locations. My testimonial could still appear in new contexts indefinitely, edited in ways I'd never see and used for purposes I'd never approve of. What made it particularly violating was understanding how the deception had worked. They'd specifically requested I film at home to make it feel personal and authentic, which also meant the footage showed details of my living space. They'd asked me to introduce myself with my full name and credentials to establish credibility, which made edited versions seem authoritative. They'd suggested I speak naturally about my work, which provided hours of raw footage that could be chopped up and rearranged into almost any message they wanted to create. I'd willingly provided everything they needed to create convincing false endorsements of products and services I knew nothing about. My desire to help what I believed was a worthy cause, my tendency to say yes to reasonable-sounding requests, had been deliberately exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for commercial interests I'd never chosen to support. The psychological impact went beyond just anger at being deceived. Every time I introduce myself professionally now, every time I speak about my work, I wonder if someone might recognize me from one of the edited testimonials and assume I actually endorse whatever product or service they'd seen me appearing to promote. My professional credibility, which I'd spent years building, had been weaponized without my consent and used in ways that could potentially damage the reputation I depended on. I also think about the 40 unknown buyers who purchased my testimonial footage. Who were they? What products or services did they use my image to promote? How many people saw versions of me endorsing things I'd never heard of, believing I genuinely recorded those testimonials? The journalist's investigation suggested the testimonial farming operation had collected footage from over 200 professionals before being exposed, meaning thousands of deceptive advertisements had been created using stolen credibility. The organization that had originally contacted me was never identified or prosecuted. The marketplace where my footage was sold was shut down, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere shortly afterward. The individual buyers who'd purchased my testimonial remained anonymous, protected by the architecture of dark web transactions that made tracing specific users nearly impossible, without extensive resources and cooperation that rarely materialize it. I'm much more careful now. I question motivations more thoroughly, research organizations more extensively before agreeing to participate in anything. But I also know the damage is already done. My testimonial footage exists in collections I'll never access, potentially still being edited into new promotional content. My face and voice continuing to endorse things I've never agreed to support. That's what I think about now when I see professional testimonials in advertisements. Not whether the person genuinely believes what they're saying, but whether they actually said it at all, whether their footage was stolen through deceptive requests and edited to serve purposes they'd never approved, whether that credible-seeming healthcare professional or educator actually recorded that endorsement, or whether someone like me was tricked into providing raw material that was later manipulated into whatever message served commercial interests. I tried to help what I believed was a worthy cause by recording a simple testimonial about work I genuinely cared about. That willingness to help was systematically exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for dozens of products and services I'd never endorsed. My professional credibility became a commodity sold to the highest bidders. My face and voice repurposed endlessly for commercial gains I'd never share in, and purposes I'd never chosen. The testimonial footage exists. Somewhere online, my edited image continues appearing in contexts I'll never see, endorsing things I'd never support, speaking words I never said to serve interests I'd never approve of. That's the lasting price of one evening spent trying to help. One small favor that seemed entirely reasonable at the time, but turned out to be exactly the vulnerability someone was looking for. I have put off saying this because it makes me look careless, and because it makes people lean in as if they enjoy hearing it, which does something unpleasant to the back of my neck. I'm saying it now because the shape of it has been stuck to everything I do, and pretending otherwise has not made it loosen. It started with a second-hand laptop I bought off a bloke in a supermarket car park on a drizzly afternoon, the sort of errand you wedge between buying bin liners and grabbing a reduced rotisserie chicken. I told myself it was a bargain, and I told myself I would wipe it clean as soon as I got home. I told myself a lot of things. What I did first was open the lid and have a look. My flat sits on the top floor of a tired building that looks better in rain than in sun. The hallway smells faintly of damp paint and someone's fabric softener. Inside it's just me, a sofa that never quite stopped smelling like the delivery van, a TV I bought on credit, a kitchen I keep reasonably neat, and a door that sticks in humid weather. Ordinary. The sort of place where a laptop on the coffee table looks like a sensible plan rather than a risk. The machine booted up quickly. Someone had put effort into it. There were 2 user accounts. The obvious one had a child's name and a picture of a cartoon cat. The other had a short, forgettable word and a blank icon. I clicked the cartoon cat because I assumed I would find photos to delete and documents to drag to the bin. There were holiday snaps that looked like Devon based on the sea and the color of the sand. There were school letters and a budget spreadsheet that made me feel intrusive and then guilty. I dragged them all to the recycle bin, emptied it, and sat for a moment feeling like I'd done something respectful. I should have left it there. I should have wiped the thing properly and reinstalled a fresh copy of everything. Instead, I clicked the plain account. because it was there and because curiosity is just a polite word for ignoring your better judgment. No password. The desktop was absolutely bare apart from a single folder with a name so unremarkable it might as well have been invisible. Inside that were a handful of files with names that meant nothing unless you'd seen them before. They ended in a way that told me they were shortcut files. I understood enough to recognize where they pointed. Hidden pages. The sort people pretend are urban myths until they have a quiet evening and a drink and decide to find out for themselves. I had never gone looking for that part of the internet because it always seemed like a shortcut to either boredom or trouble. A lot of it, I had heard, was dead links and rumors. But there was something about the neatness of those shortcuts and the fact that they were sitting on a machine I now owned. I told myself I would click one, see nothing, and shut it down. That felt almost like maintenance. It felt like finishing someone else's sentence tidily. The first link didn't load. The second did. It opened to a page with a dead simple layout, like someone had copied a cheap classified site and turned the background dark for atmosphere. Titles, tiny thumbnails, location tags that used towns and counties I recognized. Not America, not somewhere far away. The sort of places I had driven through in the rain on the way to see a friend. Most of the titles were mundane in a way that made them worse. Live view of back garden, street door, flat kitchens. The thumbnails were the size of fingernails. In all of them, the light fell the way light falls in real houses where people try their best. A plant on a sill, a pile of post, a dog bed. I clicked one at random and saw the inside of a hallway with cheap laminate and a shoe rack, the sort that topples if you rush it. The view did not move unless the house moved, and every now and again someone walked past, never looking at the place the camera must have been. It made my mouth taste metallic. I clicked another. A kitchen with a pattern of tiles I have seen in 100 rentals. An oven with the brand lightly rubbed off. A kettle left too close to the edge. Nothing dramatic, just the ache of being allowed to look where I shouldn't. I told myself it was a one-off curiosity. I told myself I would shut it down. I clicked another. The third window opened to the inside of a landing with a familiar grey carpet and a thin radiator. There was a door with a hairline crack in the paint near the handle, the kind that appears when a landlord does a quick job and calls it done. The camera was angled low as if jammed into the top corner, and I felt a rush of something sour because I recognized the scuff on the skirting board. It looked too much like mine. It wasn't my landing. Not exactly. The light fitting was slightly different, and the radiator had a dent mine doesn't. But the proportions were right, and the space had that same tightness that makes you turn your shoulders when you walk through with a bag. I told myself it was the same developer, the same cut and paste layout, replicated across different towns. I told myself to stop being dramatic. Then I clicked back to the list and saw a title I had missed because the thumbnail was too dark. The title was a street name I knew well. My street. The bit in brackets after it had my building's letter. I clicked and saw the inside of my stairwell. The camera had been fixed somewhere up near the emergency light. The lens was wide enough to catch the top of the stairs, the fire door, and the grubby patch where people rest their hands when they squeeze past someone else. I stared until my own expression looked unfamiliar reflected in the screen. The timestamp in the corner rolled forward, and in the middle of the frame something shifted. The fire door eased open and a shoe appeared, then a leg. Me carrying a bag with a loaf of bread sticking out because I never remembered to bring a proper carrier. I watched myself fumble the fob, shoulder the door, and disappear. There is no way to describe the feeling of seeing your own back in a place you thought was private. It is like having your name shouted in a crowded room in a tone that makes you want to apologize without knowing why. I shut the lid and sat very still. The room hummed with the sound of the fridge and the building's old pipework. I stood, walked to my door, opened it, and stared at the same stairwell. The same emergency light that buzzed now, I had noticed it. I looked up into the corners. Nothing obvious. I went back inside, locked the door, and looked around the flat in a way that made everything feel temporary, like a set put up for a rehearsal. Then I did what I should have done at the start. I wiped the laptop. Full reset. I told myself that was the end. It wasn't. The next morning, something small had changed. The cheap rubber wedge I used to stop the door slamming in a draft was not at the angle I always left it. It pointed inward instead of out. It could have been nothing. I left for work and tried to put it away, like you put away a bad dream by telling someone you slept fine. When I came home, the post that had been pushed through the letterbox lay in a fan pattern that didn't match the way it usually scattered. One envelope sat neatly on top. It was blank. Inside was a pay-as-you-go phone, the kind you can buy in the corner of any shop that sells fizzy drinks and scratch cards. The battery was in, but the screen was black. I pressed the button, and it woke to show a handful of missed notifications. I put it down like it was warm from someone else's pocket. I don't know at what point something stops being coincidence and starts being arranged. I picked up the laptop to feel like I was doing something active, like handling the problem with my hands might make it softer. There is a moment in all this where I keep wanting to say I should have gone to the police. I did, later. At this point, I was still hovering on the edge of convincing myself I was being dramatic. The reset had done its job as far as the machine knew. Fresh, empty, no shortcuts, no list. The cheap phone buzzed on the table. It lit with a notification in a style that looked like any other. There were no names and no emojis because there didn't need to be. I will not repeat the exact words. There were instructions without threats, which made the threat louder. There was a link that did not require any special software. I used the laptop because it already felt like the contaminated object in the room. The page that loaded was not complicated. It was a single column layout, dark background, white text, no logo. At the top, my street and building, then my door number. Below that, a live window with a view of my living room from somewhere up near the ceiling. It captured the sofa, the coffee table, the edge of the TV, and the corner where the light from the kitchen fell into the room. I stood and went to the middle of the carpet and raised a hand. On the screen, a hand lifted with that tiny delay that makes you feel like you are nodding at a stranger through a window. I looked up at my own ceiling, and my eyes struggled to stick to any one point, because now every tiny dot was a possibility. I should have run out into the hallway and shouted. I should have called out to neighbors I barely know. Instead, I moved slowly, which felt less like softness and more like not falling over. I checked behind books, inside vases, along the curtain rail. Nothing. I went into the kitchen and looked into cupboards as if a camera might sit in with the cereal. Back in the living room, I squinted into the shadow line where the wall meets the ceiling. There was a smudge so faint, I would never have noticed it on a normal day. I climbed onto a chair and reached up. My fingers brushed a small plastic dome, the size of a drawing pin head, fixed into the plaster and painted over. There was the thinnest seam around it, like the ring left by a glass. I didn't try to dig it out. I didn't want to know whether it would crumble the plaster or come away clean. The phone buzzed again on the table. The page scrolled down as if to meet me halfway. Under the live window were tiles I didn't touch at first. The headers were plain: routine, sleep, kitchen, bathroom. There was a counter that had already been counting before I arrived. There were short clips that someone had carved out of my weeks without my permission. Me making tea, me brushing my teeth, me sleeping under a thin duvet with my mouth open because my nose blocks when the heating dries the air. There were no comments. There was a tally that meant something to someone, not to me. There were pastes of my outside life as well. Me carrying bags up the stairs. Me locking the door. Me talking to a delivery driver with my hands, because I do that more than I think. The page used 2 words I hated immediately: scheduled and options. I shut the laptop and breathed in through my mouth until I had a grip on the shape of it. I took the cheap phone into the bathroom, ran the tap, and held the phone under it until the sound turned dull and the screen died. It made me feel like I had done something, which lasted for about a minute. Then I took the chair back to where I had found the plastic dot and pressed until the wood creaked under me, and I could get my nail under the edge of the thing. It did not crumble. It popped out with a sound like a small knuckle. There was a drilled hole behind it, with a tiny pocket of darkness. I pressed tissue into the hole and taped over it. The tissue swelled a bit with damp because the plaster was cold. I wanted to be sick. That night, I slept with the lights on. The next morning, I rang the police on the non-emergency line because the idea of explaining it without proof made me feel like I was making a fuss. The person I spoke to was kind in a way that felt like a hand on the shoulder you don't quite want. They suggested logging everything and keeping the broken device. They suggested talking to my building manager. They suggested stronger logs, better lighting, and a camera of my own. I thanked them because that's what I do when I don't know what else to do. I went to a locksmith and had the cylinder replaced. I bought a motion detector that emails you. I set it up and felt briefly competent until I remembered what I'd been looking at the day before. In the evening, I went out for bread and milk, even though I didn't need either. When I came back, the new lock turned with a satisfying click. On the mat, a small padded envelope waited with my name and the right door number in letters cut from a newspaper. It felt like a cliché until I picked it up and felt the shape of what was inside. Not a phone this time, a key. I knew the weight before I unsealed it. The old lock cylinder. My fingers went cold around it in a way a radiator can't fix. There is a point where fear becomes a practical project. I went through the flat room by room. I found another small dome above the bathroom door, painted neatly, as if someone had a spirit level. I found a thin slit in the top of the skirting behind the sofa, where perhaps a cable had been run and pulled back. Under the sink, there was a patch of cleaner paint the size of a fist. I checked the tiny cupboard that holds the stopcock and found a piece of tape with a tiny rectangle of glass stuck to it, glued inside where you would only see it if you were looking for a leak. Each discovery felt like it shrank the size of the place, as if the walls were moving in by the width of a brick with each thing I found. I stayed at a budget hotel that night, paying in cash at the desk, even though it felt performative. The corridor smelled like carpet cleaner and hot dust. I ate a sandwich on the bed and watched an ordinary program, because I needed an ordinary voice in the room. When I went to brush my teeth, there was a folded slip of paper on the edge of the basin. I had not seen it when I came in. It wasn't there when I put my bag down. It had no writing on it, just the impression of something that had been pressed hard and lifted away, like the ghost of letters. I held it under the light. The raised marks looked like the edges of a street name. Mine. When I went down to the desk to ask a question without asking, The person on duty smiled in a way that said they had been trained to handle the night. I slept badly and dreamt of corridors. The next day, my email pinged on my main phone at work. I had set the new motion detector to email me if it sensed anything. The subject lines arrived in a steady line, one after the other, each a stamped time. Movement detected, movement detected, movement detected. I did not open them at my desk. I took an early lunch and walked without tasting the air. In the doorway of my building, I paused because pausing felt like keeping a promise to the version of me that had not bought the laptop. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been. The flat smelled like crumpled plastic. On the kitchen table sat a plastic tub like the ones used for takeaway sauces. Inside it was a smear of something that once had color. Next to it lay a single glove, the kind used for food preparation. Under the glove was a photo on cheap paper. I was in it, sitting where I was now standing. The angle was from high up. The date in the corner was yesterday. In that version of the room, my mouth was slightly open. My eyes were not on anything. Behind me, in the doorway, a shape blurred as if the camera had moved. The caption underneath was not words, which somehow made it worse. It was a row of symbols like the ones used to rate films, except there were no stars, just circles and the shadow of a pound sign. I did not eat that night. I behaved like a person having an ordinary week. I took my laundry to the basket. I washed the mug with more care than the mug deserved. I watched the news with the sound low. At 2 a.m, my phone vibrated on the bedside table with the weight of a message I knew I would read. The subject line was the name of my street. The sender was nothing. The body was just a link and a short line of text that implied a schedule. I opened it because I am the kind of person who picks at a scab. The page that loaded was not the same as the first. This one was less tidy, as if whoever made it had been hurried or was copying someone else's work. At the top, a small window already playing. The camera looked down on a basement car park I recognized by the oil stain that looks like Britain. The lens shifted slightly as if adjusted. The feed cut. Another window opened to show the end of my road. The lamppost at the corner flickered the way it always does. The view shook once as someone moved past the camera. The feed cut. A final window opened to show my bedroom, as if the ceiling were made of glass. The duvet rose and fell slightly. The timestamp was in the corner. There was a visible heartbeat in the way the fabric moved. Below the live windows, blocks of text waited like items on a takeaway menu. I will not put the words here. They were suggestions, tasks, things to do to me. Some of them read like petty pranks. Some did not. Each had a value in pounds next to it and a longer number in smaller print. The total at the bottom turned over slowly. There was no place to type. The page was not addressed to me. It was addressed to the sort of person who enjoys the feeling of rails under their feet when a train is just behind them. I closed the page and stood up too quickly, which put stars at the edge of my vision. The room tilted hard enough to make the wall look like it was thinking about letting me through. I dressed badly and left without turning anything off. The hallway felt squeezed. In the stairwell, the emergency light buzzed more loudly than it had the day before. Outside, the cold woke a slice of my brain that had been lying face down. I walked until my legs were bored and my head quietened to a functional hum. In the following days, small things rearranged themselves. My doormat turned completely around. A glass that I keep upside down over the bathroom tap to stop dust had a fingerprint on the inside. The bin had been emptied to the point where the liner sat flat at the bottom. I started staying out late and coming home suddenly, like I could catch someone in the act of not being there. The motion detector emails kept coming in clumps. The page updated whether I looked or not. I stopped looking for almost a week. When I finally did, it was because I had a calm hour on a Sunday afternoon and the quietness felt brittle. The page had changed again. There was a new section with a label that suggested things had progressed. The live window showed my kitchen. Steam fogged briefly near the hob. Then the view cut to show my front door from the inside, as if the viewer wanted me to be perfectly clear about the direction of travel. The suggestions below were shorter now. The values had crept up. The total at the bottom had doubled since the last time I watched. I scrolled down and found a new heading with a mocked-up certificate under it. It had my address and a phrase that implied the word featured. Underneath, a paragraph in plain English invited people to support the next stage if they were enjoying the show. I went to the police with a printout because something about paper makes people behave differently. I spoke with someone who had seen too much of this sort of bluntness to pretend to be shocked. They took details. They asked sensible questions. They gave advice that was ordinary in good ways. Speak to the building manager properly. Get the free security survey. Consider staying with someone. They said the words in the calm voice that people use to hold heavy things without dropping them. I left with a crime reference number and a leaflet about online safety that used a cheerful font. In the foyer of my building, one of the post boxes was hanging open with its lock broken. Inside was a stack of charity appeals and a parcel card for someone else. On the floor lay a tiny screw, the sort you need a special driver for. I picked it up and held it in my glove like it would explain itself if I squeezed hard enough. Back upstairs, my door stuck in the same place it always sticks when the weather turns. The mat was exactly aligned with the floorboards. The keys on the hook were a fraction out of place. That night I slept with my shoes on. It sounds dramatic written down. It felt practical in the moment, like filling the kettle before bed in case the water stops. At some time after 3, the room changed shape. It is hard to describe this without sounding like I am adding flourishes to make the story satisfying. The temperature didn't drop in a sudden swoop. The air didn't go quiet. None of that. I woke because of 2 things that happened close together. The first was the flat sound of my letterbox being lifted and let fall. The second was the sound of my front door finding its frame and pressing. The lock held. The handle moved. Someone on the other side knew how to wake metal without breaking it. I lay very still and did the sort of breathing you do when you are trying to be small. The handle eased back to neutral. The hush that followed had weight. Then the careful sound of a thin tool worked into a place it didn't belong. I got up in the kind of slow motion you do when you distrust your own limbs. I moved to the side of the door, thinking of the cheap peephole view you get in older buildings, that warp where everything looks fishbowl far away. The motion detector sent me an email I didn't need. The phone screen lit the room briefly and put white rectangles on the wall. The latch gave up its job in a way I felt in my toes. The door opened just enough to let nothing in. Then something narrow and patient slipped through near the floor. The toe of a shoe, a knee, a gloved hand. The figure that followed was not large. Another shape came close behind it. Both wore dark clothes that didn't try to make a statement. No masks that I could see, which made my mouth go dry. They smelled like something you buy at a builder's merchant. I had once thought about buying a baseball bat for this sort of situation. I had never played baseball, which is why I didn't. Instead, I had a heavy old spanner in the utility drawer that I never use because all my pipes are plastic. I held it in my right hand and put my left on the wall to stop the room moving. When when the first person stood and reached to the inside of the frame for the chain I do not have. I moved without announcing myself. The spanner met a shoulder with a noise like someone hitting a wet sack with a plank. The person went sideways into the door, which rebounded and caught the second person's shin in a way that would make a bruise later. The second person reacted quickly, the way you do when you've hit your shin on the same thing before. A hand came up and something flashed in the low light. The heavy feeling that followed reached me before the pain. My forearm went numb and my hand let go of the spanner as if it had never belonged to me. What happened next was fast and not. The first person recovered with the annoyed efficiency of someone keen not to waste the evening. The second moved into my space in a way that suggested this was not the first hallway of the night. I went down on one knee because my legs had decided to change roles without telling me. A hand took my wrist and turned it the wrong way until it found a position that made my eyes water. Something hard pressed into the soft part below my ear to remind me to stop trying things. In my head I had arguments and speeches. In the actual corridor I had breath. They did not say anything. That is important to me, even now. They moved me just enough to clear the space. They kept me in a position that made my arms feel like other people's. One of them walked the rooms quickly, not touching anything twice, lifting in places I hadn't known to check, leaving in places I cleaned most. The other stayed with me, calm and boring in the way good tradespeople are. At some point, a phone camera made the small digital sound I will never be able to enjoy again. I refused to look at it in the way of a child who knows the answer to a question they are not ready to say. In the kitchen, a drawer opened and closed with a quiet certainty that means someone practiced. The bathroom door clicked and clicked again. The bedroom received short, careful steps, and then one heavy thump as someone tested the wardrobe anchor. Back in the hallway, sticky tape peeled and pressed near the skirting. My doorbell made a sound I didn't recognize because I never used it. The flat recorded all of this in a dozen tiny places I had not found. The pain announced itself when they were nearly finished. I became aware of my forearm, like it had stepped closer in a cue. There was a patch of heat at my shoulder, where I had made contact with the spanner handle when it bounced. My knee had a wet feeling under my jeans, where it had met a screw head in the threshold. The air smelled of tape adhesive and the sort of rubber you get on cheap tool handles. They left me in the narrow bit by the boiler cupboard, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. The front door stood open a fractional amount, as if the building were taking a breath. There was a smear of something dark on the inside edge about the size of a thumb. I watched it develop a skin at the edges. I did nothing for a length of time that had no number. When I finally stood, everything in me argued and then did as it was told. I moved through the rooms the way a person moves through a house they are thinking of buying, even though they can't afford it. I touched nothing the way you avoid touching hot glass that looks cool. The kitchen drawer that had been opened contained my knives, which were in exactly the same order I always put them back. The bathroom felt harmless, and then did not when I looked up and saw a new dot above the mirror. Not painted, just neat. In the bedroom, my pillow had a shallow dent that matched the shape of my head too well. I stripped the bed then and there and put the sheets in a bin bag because it felt like the only thing in my power. On the coffee table, the heavy old spanner sat where it had fallen, its handle glossy with a smear that was not mine. Next to it, on the coaster I never use, lay a small rectangle of card. It was blank on one side. On the other, someone had pressed a shape into it without ink, just pressure. The shape was simple, a bell. Under it, the impression of a time that was not precise, just a range in the evening. When my doorbell rang that night at a time within the range, I did not move. It rang again the next evening, and I still did not. On the third evening, there was no bell. Instead, there was a light tapping at the kitchen window that sits over the flat roof where the bins are. I stood at the sink and listened to it. Count off my heartbeats. The tapping stopped and something light slid off the sill. I checked the page again because I am human, and because you can look at something awful the way you look at a chipped tooth with your tongue. The live window showed nothing but stillness. The total at the bottom of the page had stopped. The last clip in the sequence was of me on the floor in the hallway, head turned away, shoulder high, where my arm had been arranged. Under it, a single line of text I will not replicate. It used the kind of tone people use when they are pretending to be polite in a shop. I moved a few weeks later, not dramatically. I gave notice, packed badly, and paid a man with a van who had opinions about the parking restrictions on my new street. The new place is smaller and higher up, with a view of rooftops that look like a bad drawing. I had new locks fitted the day I got the keys. I put foam in the gaps where you could run a wire. I stopped buying second-hand electronics. I bought a laptop from a shop where they ask you unnecessary questions and you answer them because you want to be the sort of person who answers questions. On the first night, I slept like a person who has spent a day lifting boxes. On the second night, I woke because a fox screamed outside, the sound of metal bending in a mouth. I lay there and told myself what it was, the shape of it, the place it came from. I almost believed myself. Sometimes, when I have a soft hour and my phone sits face down on the table and the light from the window breaks neatly across the floor, I feel a pull to check. Not because I want to see, but because not seeing feels like agreeing to something. I have resisted more often than I have not. The few times I failed, the page did not load. It timed out. It threw up an error in a box with a border. It suggested trying again later. It made me feel like I had winced in front of someone. I kept the card with the bell in a drawer I don't use for anything else. Some days I think about throwing it away. Some days I take it out and press my thumb over the raised shape until the skin shines. I do not watch the live windows anymore. I do not buy devices in car parks. I fix the wedge under my door in exactly the same way every night and check it in the morning to see if the room has breathed. Every now and again, a parcel turns up that I haven't ordered. It will be something ordinary like a set of vacuum bags or a pack of picture hooks I never meant to buy, delivered by a tired person who says nothing because I say nothing. I take them inside and put them in a cupboard in the new kitchen that I keep for things I cannot return. A drawer squeaks in a way it did not squeak last week. A screw on a switch plate looks too new. The radiator makes a click it doesn't make on cold mornings. I listen to everything the way you listen to a stranger tell a story about a place you've been. I know how this sounds. When I tell it this way, people ask why I didn't shout, why I didn't fight harder, why I didn't do the clean, heroic version. I don't have a neat ending to offer. There is no line where I stood up and frightened them off. There is no moment where I pulled out a hidden camera of my own and got the evidence in a way that satisfies the story. What I have is a stack of small moments, placed carefully, until they formed a slope I slid down without noticing the angle change. What I have is the memory of looking up at my own ceiling and meeting the stare down of a hole the width of a pencil. What I have is a bell pressed into card, and a range in the evening I will always hear even when the building is quiet. If there is any use in saying it out loud, it is this. If you think your life is too ordinary to be interesting, that helps someone else more than it helps you. The pages don't need you to be special. They need you to be predictable. They need you to put your doormat down the same way every time, and to go to the same shop for milk, and to prop the door with a wedge when the weather turns. They need you to buy a bargain that saves you a little bit of money and a little bit of time, because there is always someone ready to spend both on your behalf. In my new place, the windows face a line of chimneys that put smoke into the sky on cold evenings. I can track the wind by watching which way it smears. The flat has its own noises, all of which I know now by heart. The kettle makes a click at the end of the boil that is almost a cough. The fridge hums in the early hours and then stops as if embarrassed. The plumbing knocks once in the bathroom at the same point in the shower every morning. I tell myself names for each sound, so they feel like neighbors I have met rather than strangers on the stairs. Some nights, I still sleep with my shoes on. Not often. Just enough to make getting to the door a little faster if the bell rings. I have not heard it in months. I hear it anyway. There are people who enjoy this, I think. Not in the cartoon way that's easy to dislike. In the small way. The way you enjoy making a bed neat or clicking a box on a list. People who like seeing a total rollover because they made it roll. People who like the idea of a person in a box doing what buttons tell them to do. I don't think about them much because thinking about them gives them more than they took. I think about the gaps you leave when you assume no one will use them. This is, I suppose, a confession. I am not someone who breaks rules because I want the thrill. I am not someone who goes looking for trouble. I bought a laptop in a car park because it was cheap, and because I thought I was cleverer than the sort of person who gets caught by small things. I was wrong. That is the part that sticks, not the tap on the window or the page with its sums. The part where I looked at my own stairwell on a screen in my own room and felt the world tilt because someone had been there and then stepped back without leaving anything you can hold in your hand. If you have read this far, you will have guessed the point without me having to make it heavy. Curiosity opens doors that are hard to shut quietly, and once a door has learned the shape of your hand, it does not forget. I suppose the obvious way to start is simply to say that I shouldn't have kept that chest of drawers. When I first came across it, it looked harmless enough. Beech veneer lifting at the corners. One loose handle, part of a house clearance lot from a terrace place off Abbeydale Road. I wanted my Sheffield flat to feel finished without spending much, so I carried it up in 2 awkward bursts, rested it on the landing to catch my breath, and slid it against the bedroom wall by the window. The scrape it left on the skirting didn't matter. The room felt more like a room with somewhere to put socks. I found the phone by accident while lining the drawers with old wrapping paper. My nail snagged tape glued under the lip, revealing a thin, cheap handset, the sort you buy at a supermarket when you've cracked your screen. On the back, under scuffed plastic, was a printed sticker with a web address and a short code. I didn't throw it away. When charged, it opened to a tidy page. No logos I recognized, just flat colors, a small icon like an open box, and a form asking me to confirm an item had changed hands. Fields for a short code and postcode. A button saying continue. I'd read enough pieces with dark web in the headlines to recognize what I was looking at, even if I'd never used it. It felt like scanning a warranty card. I typed the code, tapped my postcode, and pressed continue. The reply came old-fashioned, on paper. An envelope under the end bench in the little park by the shops. My first name in tidy block capitals. Inside was enough for a modest food shop, and folded instructions thanking me for registering. A small bonus would be paid if I confirmed the chest was positioned safely, to the left of the bed, level with the window but away from the radiator to avoid warping. I had already put it there. It asked for 2 photos from 2 angles. I sent them. A minute later, the page displayed a small green tick and nothing else. After that came jobs dressed as care. Take a photo with curtains drawn and the bedside lamp on. Another with curtains open and ceiling light off. Measure the gap from bed to door using your foot as a rough unit. Count steps from the front entrance to your landing. Film a slow pan across the window from street to sky. Each was paid the same way. Envelopes at places so ordinary they were almost funny. Behind the grit bin, under the 3rd slab at the tram stop, inside a station locker with a code. Enough cash to feel like something for nothing. Never so much it felt like a bribe. The first wrong thing was almost polite. After a courier dropped bulbs and a kettle I'd ordered, another knock came. No one stood outside when I checked the viewer, but a postcard lay on the mat. One side showed a printed map of my street, with a dot where my building sits, and a thin pencil arc traced from my window to the car park's far corner. The other side, in the same tidy hand from the envelopes, thanked me for confirming a line of sight. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even rude. It simply suggested that what I had done was useful to someone else. I started behaving like a person who keeps their head down. I took the drawers out and checked for surprises in the seams. Nothing. I pressed the backboard, flimsy fiberboard held by staples. I listened for clicks that weren't there. When small cards slid under the door with fresh codes, I entered them and did what was asked. Confirm whether the corridor smoke alarm uses a plastic key or hex screw. Photograph the intercom panel from arm's length. Record 30 seconds of street view from inside the window at dusk. Each task looked like a survey. Surveys don't bite. A woman in the block opposite pinned a note asking if anyone had seen a van outside at odd hours. People scribbled that they hadn't. I had seen plenty and said nothing. Not writing felt like the decision that kept everything ordinary. One night the drawer made a sound like a trapped insect under glass, tiny and quick. I pressed my ear to the top, just laminate easing as the heating clicked off. I said that to myself twice, and it became true enough to sleep on. In the morning, a card sat on the mat with a new code and time window. When I opened the page, it didn't show a form. It showed my room, a fisheye view from up on the wall to the left of the window, not wide enough to be the ceiling, not low enough to be bedside level. My unmade bed. The drawer exactly where the instructions had told me to put it. Yesterday's shirt on the chair. A small counter ticked in the corner. Text told me to leave the room and shut the door until the counter reached a certain point, then come back and stand in the doorway with the lamp on. No drama. No flashing warnings. I did what it said. When I stepped back into frame, the counter reset. The stream went black. The page turned into a form again, as if it had been bored, and only pretending to be something else. I wanted to take the chest apart with a butter knife. I didn't. I put a towel on top like covering a birdcage and left the room. Later, a printed envelope arrived with a receipt from a locksmith 3 streets away. The date was from the previous week. The amount matched the cash I'd picked up the day before. I stood in the kitchen staring at the paper while something old and heavy settled behind my ribs. Paper can do that. It says you're not imagining things. I made a proper mess of it then. Unscrewed the backboard, laid the chest on its face, tapped every surface with my knuckle until it hurt. Cheap board sounds the same wherever you hit it. When I'd worked up sweat and nothing had changed, I put the back on and shoved the chest into the hallway like punishing it. I slept on the sofa with the bedroom door shut and bathroom light on. The next card asked me to be out during a loose hour in the early evening. There would be something on the kitchen table when I returned. I walked to the co-op and pushed a basket round in circles, buying milk slowly because going home faster felt like letting someone see me hurry. A padded envelope sat on the table when I returned. Inside was a small black cube and short cable. I saw where it had been placed before I plugged it in. A round patch of dust by the bookcase with a clean square in it. The stream now used a slightly different angle. Higher, nearer the corner. I could see the top of my head in the bottom edge when I leaned forward. The counter ticked up. I closed the browser and put the phone under the sofa cushion, then stood in the middle of the room doing nothing, because doing anything would have felt like admitting new rules existed. Payment changed to a station locker. A code at midday, inside a short stack of notes and a sheet saying everything was satisfactory and I should avoid changing the layout. Advice, not an order. I ignored it. Dragged the bed back where I wanted it, shoved the chest back into the hall, moved the lamp, swapped bulbs for cooler ones. The locksmith changed my cylinder and said the old one was fine. I slept badly, then normally. A person can't keep their shoulders to their ears forever. A month later, the crisp whisper of card on carpet woke me. On the mat, in a clear wallet, sat a laminated strip with my name and flat number and a line about a spare key, along with an old train ticket. The date made my stomach go light. It matched the afternoon I'd first registered the draw. I'd stood at the station then, checking departures, never thinking to wonder who else was looking. I typed the new code. The page split into 2 frames. One showed my hallway from near the coat rack, catching me holding the wallet. The other was a still of the bedroom from head height at the door. The bed sat where I'd pulled it back. The drawer was under the window again, as if it had gone there on its own. The towel I'd dropped 2 days earlier was half a plank left of where I'd left it. That was the part that made my mouth dry, not the camera, the towel. A short instruction asked me to leave the flat. I didn't. I sat on the stair looking at paint drips on the skirting, wiped before they dried. After what felt like a round number of minutes, I went back in. Nothing had moved. The towel was still wrong. I put my palm on the chest top and felt a trace of warmth where the towel had been the night before. The next cash pickup took me under the ring road where the river path echoes. Behind a loose cap on the 3rd steel beam was a rolled envelope. Inside was the same amount and another printed map, this time of the stairwell and bin store. Arrows marked corners. A little circle was drawn at head height next to my door. It wasn't art, it was a list, turned sideways. The night everything tipped was ordinary. I found a plain cardboard box propped against my door, no label, no tape. It opened like it had been opened before. Inside was a black notebook and felt-tip pen. The first page set out neat rules for using the book, like a shared calendar. The next had a grid of days with short items. Take bins down, light off by 11. Curtains closed after dusk. Side window latched, front door on chain. My name was written inside the cover, steady as a school report. I took it to the bedroom to put on the wardrobe's top shelf. The shelf was lower than it had been. The little pegs were 1 notch down. A faint dust line marked where it had sat before. I knelt to look at the bottom panel. 2 shallow crescents pressed the carpet pile where toes would rest if someone had stood inside leaning forward. The smell in there wasn't mine. Clean, like fresh gloves. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, white with lazy swirls and a faint stain near the light. In the corner above where the drawer had been, a hairline seam ran in the plaster. I'd never seen it. Now it was the only thing I could see. A place where a cable could be tucked. Not high like a smoke alarm, but at the height of a person's eye if they stood and waited. I changed the lock again, borrowed my friend's small van, told him I'd gone off the drawer's look. We carried it down and left it by the recycling cages. I left the notebook on the kitchen table, turned the strange phone off, bought a ticket to the coast. I stayed above a pub where heating rattled and carpet bowed near the wardrobe. I slept with the lamp on and woke tasting dust. When I returned the next afternoon, my door showed no damage. Inside, the air had that cold, empty feel a room gets when no one's breathed in it for a day. The notebook had gone from the table. In its place lay a single sheet, cut from something bigger, like a delivery slip without branding. In neat handwriting, it recorded that a slot had been completed during the hour I was away. Below that, a short list noted that bed orientation, curtain position, drawer placement and latch use had been verified. A final note said the occupant had complied and future access was expected to be uncomplicated. No threats, no names, just a tone that said the work was straightforward. I didn't call anyone. I can pretend it was careful thinking about evidence and timing, but it was simpler. I couldn't face explaining how I'd registered a free drawer on a page that only loads a certain way, then collected envelopes under benches because instructions said there would be money there. I packed a bag, messaged a landlord about a short let I'd seen weeks earlier, and left. On the pavement, I looked back the way people look back at campsites, checking they haven't left rubbish behind. The windows looked like windows. The street looked like a street. It all looked clean. I moved 2 bus rides away with 2 cases and nothing that plugs in except my normal phone charger. I buy furniture new now, keep receipts in a shoebox, sleep with the bed in the room's middle because it makes thoughtless rearrangement harder. I still take bins down when the council asks. Routine makes noise in your head where silence might collect. I don't keep a chime on the hall socket. I don't take parcels for neighbors. I answer the buzzer with the chain on. None of this feels like safety. It feels like being less interesting. Sometimes I wake, not alarmed, just awake, and know without knowing that someone somewhere has ticked through another day I've had. Not photos, not a diary, a quiet grid in a black notebook with my tasks inside it. Lines and crosses placed by a steady hand. It doesn't need storing anywhere clever. That wasn't the point. The point was that it was easy to keep. If you need a lesson, have this plain one. A flat can be read like a form. People will write in the boxes you don't fill. A lens fitted at head height sees a person who thinks they've chosen a safe place to put their head. A key can be cut when you're not looking, even if you changed the cylinder last week. A free drawer can arrive with a bill you don't see until later. The dark web doesn't have to look like masks or codes. Sometimes it looks like care instructions and tidy lists and cash where it says there will be cash. I still see that page in my head. The flat colors, the little counter in the corner, the neat tick when a job is done. I remember the first envelope under the bench and how clever I felt finding money that wasn't really hidden. I remember my breath fogging on the landing when I paused with the drawer. I think about the wardrobe shelf set 1 notch lower, the 2 crescents in carpet where toes pressed, the towel half a plank left of where I dropped it, the locksmith's receipt and how numbers on paper make a story feel like it has spine. I changed my number, changed how I throw away packaging, tearing labels, folding boxes small. I don't scan codes that arrive uninvited or touch house clearance furniture. If something comes with a bonus tucked in, I bin the bonus first. If a page offers a $5 for proving an easy fact, I leave it alone. Now and then, I pass the old street because routes cross whether you want them to or not. The bench is still there. The grit bin is still cracked. There's a new leaflet behind lobby glass about upcoming works and different trainers by a first floor door. Buildings keep going. People move in and out. Lights come on and off without meaning anything. I am the only person who stops at the corner and waits for nothing. Watching a square of faint yellow like it will say my name if I look long enough. I'll give you one last detail because it's the one I can hold without it slipping. The last morning I woke there, the air in the room felt the same as my skin. No draft, no temperature, just level. A new line had appeared in the dust on the wardrobe's top shelf, where something had rested and been lifted. A thin, clean rectangle, set back an inch from the edge. When I stood on a chair and touched it, my finger made a smudge at one corner and nothing more. It wasn't proof of anything you could hand to someone else. It was a reminder, quiet as a breath, that the lightest thing can leave a mark if it sits still long enough. I shouldn't have kept the drawer. If you came here waiting for a shout or chase or door splintering, that isn't this. This is ordinary things arranged so a person becomes easy to move. The page made space for me to be helpful. The envelopes made it feel like I was included. The lens made the room smaller without changing its size. The notebook turned days into boxes someone else could tick. The rest is what you already know, even if you'd rather not say it out loud. Once you let something simple in, you don't decide where it stops. You only find out where it stopped when you've already left. I shouldn't have signed for the parcel. That's the cleanest way to start, and it's true. A courier said my flat number. I scribbled my name without thinking, and a small box became my problem before I'd finished my tea. The courier had that particular brand of impatience that comes with the territory. Shifting weight from foot to foot, electronic pad already angled toward me before I'd properly opened the door. His high-vis jacket was rain-spotted, and he smelled faintly of diesel and wet cardboard. Behind him, his van sat double-parked with hazards blinking. Engine running like a heartbeat, counting down the seconds until he could move on to the next address. I signed because that's what you do when someone arrives at your door with purpose and a clipboard. The transaction felt automatic, muscle memory from years of online shopping and convenience. I hadn't ordered anything. The box was light, almost empty feeling, with the kind of generic brown tape that could have come from anywhere. Inside sat a cheap kitchen timer, the sort you'd find in a pound shop, white plastic with a wind-up mechanism that probably wouldn't last 6 months of normal use. Alongside it was a card with a QR code printed on stock so thin it felt like it might dissolve if you breathed on it wrong. No branding, no receipt, no return address on the package itself. Just my name and flat number written in block capitals with a thick black marker. I left the timer on the worktop next to the kettle, told myself the label had been misread somewhere along the delivery chain and meant to take it back to the depot after work. The plan had that comfortable vagueness of things you intend to do but probably won't follow through on. I forgot the way you forget to water plants or call relatives back. Late that evening, when the flat had settled into its familiar quiet, and I'd run out of reasonable ways to avoid thinking about the day, curiosity made a good case for itself. I scanned the code. The QR reader hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain, then opened a page that only loads on the dark web. I'm not an expert on these things. I just recognized the type of address from the sort of articles that make it sound novel and dangerous, like urban exploration for people who never leave their computers. The page was almost empty. Black background, pale text that seemed to glow against the darkness of my phone screen. A thin progress line that didn't seem to do much beyond prove something was loading. In the center was a live view of a stairwell. It looked like mine, painted brick walls with that particular shade of institutional cream that housing associations favor. A black handrail worn smooth by countless hands. The same wonky recycling notice by the fire door that had been askew for months. Someone had stuck it up carelessly, and no one had bothered to straighten it since. The image quality was grainy but clear enough to make me uncomfortable. A small counter in the corner ticked up steadily. Beneath it sat a single line of text. Place the kitchen timer on the landing rail at the top of the stairs within the next few minutes. I closed the page and stared at the kettle like it held an answer to a question I hadn't properly formed yet. The timer sat there looking innocent and slightly pathetic, the sort of object that might gather dust in a drawer for years before finally getting thrown away in a house move. But there was something about the precision of the instruction, the casual certainty that I would follow it, that made my chest tight with a feeling I couldn't name yet. Then I picked up the timer, stepped out into the corridor, and climbed to the landing. The building felt different at night, more aware of itself, full of small sounds that disappeared during the day, pipes ticking as they cooled, the distant hum of someone's television through thin walls, the soft mechanical breathing of the lift shaft. I balanced the timer on the rail and wound it until it ticked with that urgent, impatient sound that kitchen timers make. The metal was cold under my fingers. Back in my flat, I watched the countdown on my phone, refreshing the page every few seconds like I was waiting for exam results. The image never changed, just the empty stairwell, the timer perched on the rail like a small white bird. When the bell rang, sharp and artificial in the corridor's silence, the image flickered once and steadied. Nothing else happened. No door opened. No figure appeared in frame. The camera just kept its patient watch. I checked the plant pot in the lobby before bed, more out of nervous energy than expectation, and saw nothing. The lobby felt larger at night, shadows pooling in corners where the overhead lights couldn't reach. In the morning, pressed between pot and wall like a secret being passed along, there was an envelope with my name written in the same thick black marker. Inside was a £10 note, crisp and new, and silence that felt heavier than the money. It felt like a prank made to prove a point about how little it takes to move a person. A social experiment maybe, or some art student's thesis project on urban compliance. The kind of thing that would make sense in a gallery context, with a placard explaining the theoretical framework. 2 days later, a second parcel arrived. This time I hesitated before signing, pen hovering over the electronic pad while the courier waited with practiced patience. But hesitation isn't the same as refusal, and muscle memory won out again. The box held self-adhesive hooks, the sort you stick to bathroom tiles to hang towels, a small roll of clear tape, and another card with the familiar QR code. The same page loaded, only this time the camera had moved to sit lower, tucked somewhere behind the fire extinguisher near the glass front door. The view took in the entrance area, the row of postboxes with their scratched metal doors, the first few steps of the main staircase. The instruction was more specific this time. Tape a hook to the underside of the top step above the postboxes, on the left, so the dark edge of it shows just beyond the lip if you crouch and look up. It felt petty and technical and almost funny, like following instructions in a particularly boring manual. I pressed the hook into place with my thumb, the adhesive strip warming slightly under pressure. The positioning had to be exact, visible from below but not obvious to anyone walking normally up the stairs. I found myself checking the angles, making small adjustments, taking an odd satisfaction in getting it precisely right. When I walked away, I listened for any door opening, any sound that might indicate I was being watched, but heard nothing except the building's usual background hum. Later that evening, I refreshed the page and watched the stream show a gloved hand reach carefully into frame. The hand moved with deliberate economy, hanging a tiny metal tag on the hook, something small and dark that caught the light briefly before settling into shadow. The hand withdrew quickly, like a fox slipping through a garden, there and gone in the space between one breath and the next. Watching it felt like witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see, even though the whole point was clearly that I should see it. The next morning, another envelope was tucked behind the pot. More cash, another £10 note with the same crisp newness, and one neat sentence written in blue ballpoint. The hook has been helpful and more will be expected soon. The handwriting was careful, anonymous, the sort of script you might use when filling out official forms. The third parcel landed on a Friday morning when I was meant to catch a train to Derby to see my stepdad. I nearly ignored the buzzer because I was running late and had that particular kind of pre-journey anxiety that makes every small delay feel catastrophic. But the sound was insistent, and ignoring buzzers in a building like ours feels antisocial in a way that's hard to explain. The box held a rubber door wedge, the triangular kind that probably cost less than £1, a small USB torch with a wrist strap, and a card with the same QR link. The camera had moved again, this time facing the rear corridor by the exit to the bin store. This part of the building always felt forgotten, narrower than the main corridors, with pipes running along the ceiling and a persistent smell of damp concrete. The instruction was simple. Wedge the rear door ajar at roughly this time this evening. Shine the torch once into the corridor so the lens flares white. Walk away and return after a short while to remove the wedge. Payment will be the same. I moved my train by an hour, called my stepdad to explain I'd be late, and spent the afternoon with a low-level anxiety humming in my chest like a phone set to vibrate. When evening came, I did exactly what was asked. The torch beam fogged the image for a second, turning the screen pure white before settling back to show the empty corridor. Within a minute, a finger appeared at the glass from the outside, just the tip of one finger tapping once against the door like a coded message. I removed the wedge and locked the door, testing the handle twice to make sure it was secure. Another envelope was waiting that night, and I told myself it was some odd favor for a neighbor who liked sending people on little errands. Maybe someone with mobility issues who couldn't manage stairs easily, or an older resident who'd worked out an elaborate system for getting help without having to ask directly. The explanation felt comfortable, so I let it settle and tried not to think too hard about the finger at the glass. There was a man 2 doors down who carried a gym bag most mornings. He'd helped me with a flat-pack wardrobe once, holding panels steady while I fumbled with the Allen key, making the sort of cheerful small talk that makes mundane tasks bearable. He held doors for people with pushchairs and took parcels in when neighbors were out. The kind of casual community-minded gesture that keeps apartment buildings functioning. I mention him now because later I saw his photo on a local news website and recognized the same forearms and half smile. And I want you to understand that I knew who he was as a person before I knew what happened to him. Before his photo appeared in the news, the tasks kept creeping towards something that, at first glance, still looked normal. The next delivery contained blank lanyard sleeves, the sort used for conferences and workplace ID cards, and a set of numbered cards with official-looking fonts. The page asked me to slide one card into a sleeve and hang it on the hook under the step, then sit on the stairs at a particular minute and pretend to scroll through my phone. I positioned myself on the third step up from the lobby, back against the wall, trying to look like someone killing time while waiting for a friend or a delivery. The building hummed around me with the particular sounds that old blocks make when pipes move hot water around and lift motors cycle through their routines. A woman with a pushchair needed help with the heavy front door, and I stood automatically to hold it open, feeling like I was breaking a rule I hadn't been told about, but should somehow understand. Later, I watched a grainy loop of myself looking appropriately bored and absorbed in my phone screen. The footage had that slightly unreal quality of security camera footage, compressed and pixelated in a way that made everything look like it was happening underwater. The lanyard had vanished from the hook. Another envelope appeared behind the plant pot the next morning. Another £10 note. Another brief message. Timing was good. I kept telling myself I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd stuck a hook under a step and wedged the door for a few minutes. I'd placed a cheap lanyard where no one would notice unless they were specifically looking for it. The requests were clearly designed to make me feel like a bystander to my own actions, a bit player in someone else's story. That was the point, I thought, to demonstrate how easily ordinary people could be drawn into small conspiracies without ever feeling like conspirators. One morning, the man with the gym bag didn't collect a parcel from the lobby shelf where the postman leaves packages too big for the slots. It sat there all day, a brown box with his name clearly visible on the label, the sort of thing that usually disappears within hours of being delivered. In the evening, someone on the building's WhatsApp group asked if anyone had seen him, because his phone was going straight to voicemail and he'd missed a standing arrangement. I wasn't part of the group. I'd never been one for building social media, but I saw a screenshot from a neighbor who forwards everything. We all know how that kind of question changes a corridor. People start looking through peepholes before stepping out, and the lift feels like a waiting room where everyone's pretending not to be anxious. Conversations by the postboxes become briefer, more purposeful. The building's rhythm shifts in subtle ways, like a piece of music played slightly too fast. The next parcel contained a heavy padlock with a brass body and a chrome shackle, and a key that looked newly cut. The page told me to swap the old lock on the rear gate for this one at roughly 2 o'clock the following afternoon, then hang the old lock with the new key threaded through it on the inside mesh of the gate, and shut the gate without engaging the latch. Someone would collect the old lock shortly after. I did it because by then, consistency felt safer than refusal, and because not doing it felt like stepping suddenly into harsh light after hours in comfortable darkness. The old lock came away easily. The screws were already loose, as if someone had prepared for this moment. The new lock clicked into place with satisfying precision. I threaded the key through the old lock shackle and hung it where the instructions specified, testing to make sure it was secure but easily removable. I can't pretend I didn't think about the man with the gym bag as I turned the screwdriver. The weight of the old lock in my hand felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. That night, I listened through the thin wall that separated our flats, straining to hear his usual evening routine. The shower running, music playing softly, the familiar domestic sounds that form the background soundtrack of apartment living. I heard nothing. Another day passed, then another. It's remarkable how easily a person slips out of the rhythm of a building, and how the building just continues its routines as if nothing has changed. I tried, briefly, to ignore the page. For 3 days, I didn't scan the code that came with the next package. The box sat unopened on my kitchen counter, and I told myself this was where I drew the line. Then a message arrived on the throwaway email account I'd used for parcel delivery confirmations, an account I thought was anonymous and forgotten. The message contained a link, a specific time, and a request to watch. The casual certainty that I would comply felt like a hand on the back of my neck. I watched. The stream showed the view from inside the bin store, that concrete-walled space at the back of the building where the wheelie bins lived among the spider webs, and the perpetual smell of decomposition. The camera sat somewhere high near a water pipe, looking down at the metal bin frames and plastic lids that never quite fitted properly. Even through the screen, I could almost taste that heavy, sour smell that clings to the back of your throat. A countdown timer appeared in the corner and began to sink towards 0. When it reached the minute I'd been given, the rear door opened with the particular grinding sound it made when the bottom scraped against the concrete threshold. 2 people pushed a trolley in, moving with the unhurried efficiency of people who belonged there. The trolley carried flat boxes wrapped in brown paper and plastic sheeting. Packages that looked official and mundane and somehow ominous all at once. They worked quickly and methodically, arranging the boxes with care, checking something on a phone screen, making small adjustments to the positioning. The stream didn't provide sound I could properly follow, just a muffled echo that might have been voices or might have been the building's ventilation system. When they finished, they left as quietly as they'd arrived, and the door eased shut, as if the building had taken a slow, careful breath. The official updates, when they came, arrived without drama. A small memorial appeared by the front door, a cheap bouquet from a supermarket, and a laminated photo of the man with the gym bag, his arm around a golden retriever, both of them squinting into sunshine somewhere that looked like a park. Someone from the council knocked on doors, asking routine questions about whether we'd noticed anything unusual with the bins, any strange smells, any disturbances in the area. People began double locking their flat doors and checking the spy holes before answering knocks. A few new faces appeared in the building, taking over flats that had suddenly become available. The turnover felt faster than usual, but housing in this part of town moved quickly anyway. Days grew thinner, more cautious. I tried to keep my head down and treat stillness like safety, avoiding eye contact in corridors and timing my comings and goings to minimize encounters. Another parcel arrived wrapped like a book, the kind of careful packaging that suggested contents more fragile than kitchen timers and door wedges. Inside was a stack of small laminated cards with official-looking notices printed in the same font the Housing Association used for maintenance announcements. The page asked me to slide one under the door of flat 3B after dark. The card explained that there would be a routine fire alarm test the following day, and residents shouldn't be concerned if they heard people in high-visibility jackets moving through the corridors during that period. It sounded exactly like the dull, bureaucratic notices that appeared regularly in our postboxes, the kind of thing you scan quickly before recycling. I did it because fear of the alternative had already moved into my flat like an unwelcome roommate, settling into corners and making itself comfortable. The card slipped easily under the door with barely a whisper of sound. The next morning, 2 men in safety vests walked past my door in perfect step, their boots making identical sounds on the corridor carpet. They vanished through the rear exit I'd wedged open weeks earlier, and I realized I was holding my breath until I heard the door click shut behind them. The page showed only the stairwell, looping calmly as always. The timer in the corner kept ticking with what felt like mechanical commentary on my complicity. The parcel that felt like a threat before I even opened it arrived on a Tuesday morning when rain was turning the windows grey and the building felt more enclosed than usual. My name was printed in block capitals across the brown paper, and the weight distribution felt wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. Inside was a plug-in door chime, the sort you buy in the electrical aisle of supermarkets, and a small black wireless button with adhesive pads on the back. The card's instructions were precise. Place the chime in the hallway near the front door. Fix the button outside above the letterbox where the postman would see it, but might not think to comment on it. The accompanying link now showed a view looking outward through the building's glass front door to the street beyond. A final line said that when the chime sounded, I was to do nothing at all. Just listen and wait, and continue whatever I was doing as if nothing had happened. It rang once, in the small hours when the building was deepest in sleep, and the only sound should have been heating pipes and distant traffic. A single, neat electronic tone that seemed to hang in the air longer than it actually lasted. I lay in bed waiting for a second chime that never came. My heart rate elevated in the specific way that comes from being woken by unfamiliar sounds. The building stayed perfectly still around me. It rang again, after what felt like an hour but was probably only minutes. Then silence that stretched until I fell back into thin, restless sleep, full of dreams about corridors and cameras and hands reaching through letterboxes. When I woke properly, grey daylight was seeping through the curtains and rain was still tapping against the windows like someone asking politely to be let in. When I opened the door for my usual morning trip to the corner shop for bread and milk, the button had vanished. Only a small smear of adhesive remained on the paintwork, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. An envelope lay on the doormat, not behind the plant pot this time, but directly addressed to me in a way that felt like an escalation. The photo inside showed my hallway from a low angle, taken through the letterbox slot, looking toward the chime plugged into the socket by the front door. No message accompanied it. The point was proximity, intimacy, the demonstration that privacy was an illusion I'd been allowed to maintain until now. Another link arrived in my email later that day with a timestamp for the evening. I watched because obedience had become a reflex, a learned response that bypassed conscious decision-making. The camera had moved again to cover the main lobby, the postboxes with their scratched metal faces, the first stretch of corridor, and just enough of the stairwell to catch movement between floors. The timer counted down to the specified minute. At exactly the right moment, the main door opened and 3 men entered. 2 carried a step ladder between them with practiced ease, while the third followed with a package tucked under his arm like something valuable and fragile. They moved through the space with the confidence of people who had studied the building's rhythms and understood its weak points. One of them went straight to the lift and pressed the call button. The second set up the step ladder with quick, efficient movements. The third approached the post boxes, spun the combination dials on 2 different boxes as if he had memorized the numbers, and slid his package into one of the opened compartments. Then he paused, facing the stairs in a way that suggested he was checking the quality of silence, rather than looking for any specific person. I closed the stream and sat holding my phone like it might provide warmth or comfort. The image of the man's pause stayed with me, that moment of professional assessment, cataloguing the building's mood and finding it satisfactory for whatever came next. Later that day, the police posted an update saying they were renewing their appeal for information about a second person, last seen in the company of the missing man. They were particularly keen to trace anyone who had received unexpected parcels or packages recently. I tried to imagine calling the number provided and explaining the correct amount of truth, enough to be helpful, not enough to implicate myself in whatever had been happening around me. My throat tightened with the petty anxiety that comes when you've run for a bus and then changed your mind at the last moment, leaving you stranded on the pavement feeling foolish and conspicuous. How do you explain that you've been following instructions without understanding their purpose? That you've been complicit in something you can't name? That night the chime rang again, once, and stopped. In the morning, there was another envelope behind the plant pot. No cash this time. Just a laminated card with a single sentence that read like a line from a workplace safety manual. Prop the front door open tomorrow for a short window after 9 a.m. The instruction had the bland authority of something that shouldn't be questioned, the kind of request that sounds reasonable until you think about it too carefully. I stood at the top of the main staircase and looked down at the entrance, at the heavy door with its security lock, and the thin mat where packages sometimes waited for collection. I thought about how small actions accumulate into patterns you don't recognize until it's too late to pretend you don't understand what you've been part of. The front door was propped open at the specified time the next day, not by me. A folded gym leaflet sat wedged under the bottom edge like a paper tongue, holding the door just wide enough to slip through without triggering the automatic closing mechanism. I watched from the window of the stairwell, 3 floors up, as 2 familiar figures approached from the street with the unhurried confidence of people keeping appointments. I understood then that my part in this had never been essential. I had been used to test the building's rhythms and vulnerabilities, to establish patterns and timing, to identify the residents who noticed things and those who didn't. The serious work, whatever that had been, no longer needed my small contributions. They had mapped the building's habits, learned the names on the buzzers, developed an intuitive feel for who left when and which doors stayed locked during the day. I had been the practice run, the proof of concept, someone's experiment in urban compliance and the gradual erosion of boundaries. The realization felt like discovering you've been playing a game where only one person knew the rules. I moved a few weeks later, citing work commitments to the letting agent, rather than trying to explain the real reasons. My deposit went toward a smaller place across town, near a parade of shops, where the woman behind the post office counter learns your name if you visit regularly enough. The new building has thicker doors, better locks, and no convenient plant pot by the entrance where messages might be left. I don't keep electronic chimes plugged into wall sockets anymore. I still answer the door buzzer because social conditioning runs deep, but I look through the peephole each time and keep the security chain engaged until I'm certain about who's calling. It makes me feel both faintly ridiculous and more genuinely awake than I'd been in years. This isn't a public service announcement or a warning designed to make you more suspicious of your neighbors. It's just a record of how soft pressure works when applied in careful increments. A package arrives containing something boring and unthreatening. A web page asks for a favor that costs nothing and harms no one. The first task pays for itself and makes you feel clever for discovering a small, victimless corner of urban life where rules are more flexible than you'd assumed. The second favor hides behind helpfulness and community spirit. The third is about timing and access. The fourth introduces the possibility of consequences you hadn't considered. Then someone you know by sight vanishes from the building's daily rhythms, and a cheap bouquet appears by the front door. A laminated card slides under a neighbor's door, and people in high visibility vests walk through secure areas because no one looks twice at official-seeming uniforms. If you want an ending with resolution and justice, I don't have one to offer. Take the simplest version instead. A door on a damp morning, held open by a gym advertisement. A pair of men who look like they belong, walking into a building without hurry or concern. A third who pauses in the lobby and seems to glance up toward the higher floors, as if checking the time or confirming that expected schedules are being maintained. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would make witnesses out of bystanders. Just the slow, methodical click of small tasks becoming a comprehensive plan, of individual complicity adding up to collective vulnerability. I don't scan random QR codes anymore. I dispose of unsolicited cards and packages without opening them. I still think sometimes about that first kitchen timer ticking on the landing, the mechanical bell that rang in an empty corridor, and the brief moment of relief I felt when nothing immediately dramatic happened. That might have been the safest moment in the entire sequence, when I knew just enough to be curious, but not enough to be properly frightened. Now I know more, and the knowledge isn't particularly useful. It just sits there in the back of my mind, quiet and patient as a plant pot by a door, waiting for the next person to reach into it without thinking to look first. The game is still being played, I'm certain of that. Somewhere in the city, someone is signing for a package they didn't order, and curiosity is making its usual persuasive case for just one small favor, one tiny compromise, one harmless step across a line they can't yet see. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence. People sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences: official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I'd documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. I should have left it alone. That is the simplest way to start, and the truest. I am not looking for sympathy. I am putting a marker in the ground so you understand that the first choice was small and boring and felt safe enough to carry home in my pocket. It began with a dull sentence on a page that did not normally have anything interesting on it. I was in my flat in Nottingham on a wet afternoon, half scrolling for second-hand tools because my shed had been cleared out a few weeks earlier, half letting the radio mumble across the room. Someone had written that there was a quicker catalogue for local errands and verifications. Then I copied it into a new window because telling yourself not to touch something is a good way to make sure you do. The page that opened was plain. It belonged to a plain corner of the dark web that pretended to be a jobs board. The tasks were written like tickets. Each one had an area, a time window, and the proof required. Photograph a front door with the number visible. Record a short clip of the corner of a lane. Note whether a side window uses obscured glass. Confirm whether a streetlight sits between two driveways. Payment was cash in envelopes collected from specified spots after the upload had been verified. The first task was a short walk from my street and offered enough to cover groceries. I took it with the neat lie that I could stop at any time. It asked for 3 things: a photo of a door on a quiet road near the park, a half-minute video of the alley between 2 terraces that fed onto a lane, and a rough note about the rear wall height based on where it reached against a shoulder. I put my phone at hip height, walked past, filmed the alley, glanced at the wall, and went home feeling like I had pinched a coin from a fountain. The envelope was under the 3rd step of a canal footbridge, tucked beside a bolt. There was enough inside to feel like a reward, and not enough to smell like a trap. The next task appeared the following day. check the sight line of a public camera near the tram stop, then a turning circle at the end of a cul-de-sac, then the type of glass in a porch window. The fourth job changed the tone. It asked me to note the arrival time of a bin lorry on a particular street over several mornings. That was the first time repetition appeared. I walked there with coffee, stood where I could see without being obvious, and wrote rough times in my notes. I sent a tidy summary and got a different kind of reply. Instead of a bland receipt, it contained a numbered list. Wait at a bus stop near a given house on a specific morning. Carry a flat cardboard parcel in a plain paper bag. When the bin lorry stops by the green bins outside the house, place the parcel on top of a lid and keep walking. Collect payment later from a locker at the station. The parcel was light. The paper bag had a generic print from a stationery shop. Nobody looked at me. I placed it on the bin as the lorry braked, walked on without breaking pace, and stood at a corner feeling foolish until I felt normal again. The locker opened with the code I had been sent. The cash was crisp. I should have stopped there. I did not. From then on, the errands became a quiet second job. I told myself I had a line because I refused anything that crossed the threshold. It sounded responsible. It was nonsense. The task that broke it looked indistinguishable at first glance. Confirm a cat flap at the rear of a house near the ring road. Record 30 seconds of the lane behind at dusk. Leave a small packet in the third wheelie bin along, to be collected the next day. The description suggested it contained a USB for audio testing, which was supposed to make it wholesome. I did the things and went home. 2 days later, the house appeared on the local news. The language was careful. The police were appealing for information about a woman who had not been seen since the previous evening. The camera held on the same front door I had photographed, and the hanging basket looked brighter with blue tape strung across the path. The feeling was not a shock. It was the sound of gears joining, the little clicks that turned separate cogs into a single wheel. Every small thing I had done found its place in a machine that did not care how I explained myself. I read back through the completed errands and saw them properly. Timing a vehicle, checking a light, mapping an approach. Placing a parcel on a bin at a fixed moment. Making a phone ring somewhere at a minute that mattered. It was choreography for intruders, and the part I played required nothing more than being boring and reliable. I wanted to tell the police. I also wanted to sit in a park until dark. I did neither. I went quiet and hoped quiet would make it cleaner. The first message arrived that evening, sent to an email address I used for shopping. No greeting, no sign-off, just a link and a timestamp. The construction matched the voice of the errands. I pressed the link. A plain video page opened with a small counter ticking up in a corner. The image was a room like a garage. Bare concrete, a strip light, a chair, a woman, ankles taped to the legs, head tipped forward. I watched the steady buzz of the light until the stream froze and a single line of instruction replaced it. Check under your doormat. I locked the front door and stood in the hallway like a guest who had walked into the wrong flat. Then I opened it a fraction, reached out, and lifted the mat. There was an envelope underneath, thin and ordinary. Inside was a printed photo of my front door, shot from the communal hall through the gap, angled in a way that meant someone had leaned in. No note, no demand. The proof was the point. Another message followed with a code for a locker at the station. I collected a small rucksack that night and brought it home. Inside I found a tiny cube camera, a roll of gaffer tape, a clear pencil case with cable ties and a marker, a pair of nitrile gloves, a disposable phone still wrapped, and a single sheet of A4 with a numbered list. Taped the camera under the lip of a shelf facing the sofa. plug in the disposable phone and leave it charging. Remove your watch and place it on the arm of the sofa. Sit. I did those things with the measured care you give to fragile objects, except the fragile object was my day. The disposable phone lit up with a link that opened to a live view of my living room from the camera I had just taped in place. Watching yourself in your own room, as if your room was somewhere else, is an odd sensation. A photo arrived showing my back door lock in close detail, the kind of close that reveals tiny scratches you have never seen. Another list asked me to gather items I already owned. Cling film, a towel, a small torch, a bin liner, and paracetamol. I placed them on the table one by one and held each to the lens for a second, because the list said to, and because the counter kept climbing, and because obedience felt like the only thing left that might keep the shape of this from turning worse. The next steps sent me from room to room with the torch, keeping the disposable phone pointed so the viewers could see the beam. Viewers is a word I had avoided until the number in the corner demanded it. I found nothing under the bed. I found a tiny lens embedded in the radiator cover facing the bed. I found another glued under a kitchen cupboard and one inside the cooker hood. I found one behind a notch above the bathroom mirror and one hidden inside the casing of the hallway smoke alarm. Each time I placed the lens on the towel and filmed a neat little row, like evidence in a petty case I had brought against myself. A short instruction told me to drop the lenses into the bin liner, not the top, and wait. The stream split into 2 frames. The top showed my living room. The bottom returned to the garage and the woman in the chair. A timer appeared between them and began to count down from a number chosen to look manageable and feel like a cliff. I stared at it because looking away would make no difference, and because the light in my room and the light in the garage now felt like parts of the same machine. Another message told me to swallow 2 tablets dry, hold my watch to the camera, put on the gloves, carry the bag of lenses to the back door, step into the yard, and leave the bag by the bins. The small sound of the latch made my skin crawl. Cold air touched my face. I put the bag down and came back in, because the list told me to come back in. I had understood by then that the objects were not the point. The movements were the point. This was a set of positions written in a tone that made refusal feel like misreading. The next instruction told me to turn off the ceiling light, tilt the lamp until the pool of light cut across my face, pull a length of cling film the size of my forearm, and lay it on the table. The split view flickered. A shadow moved out of frame in the garage. The timer crawled. Then I was told to wrap the cling film around my forearm 3 times, hold it to the lens, unwrap it, lay it flat, write the time on it with the marker, and stick a piece of tape on the corner. Then to lift the shelf camera for a second and put it back exactly as before. Each neat action tightened something in me. Exactness turns a person into equipment. The step that followed has not left me. Walk to the front door. Turn the key to the right, not to lock it, to unlock it. Return to the sofa. Place your hands flat on your knees. Look at the camera without moving until the timer reaches 0. I did it. The sound of the latch felt indecent. The timer counted down between the 2 frames, one measuring my quiet room, one measuring the cold garage light. When it reached 0, nothing happened. The strip light hummed. My flat stayed still. The stream blinked. The bottom frame vanished. A last message told me to pack the gear back into the rucksack and leave it outside my door, that the bag in the yard would be collected, and that there would be no further contact if I kept a simple rule about keeping quiet. The window closed itself. The lamp made the same pool of light on the same rug. In the morning, the news said the missing woman had been found, The language was careful again. No details. A car on a lane near the river. A change of tone from urgent to grateful. I stared at my kitchen tiles until the grout lines blurred. I replaced the front door lock. I replaced the smoke alarm. I found 2 more lenses during the week. One above the boiler, one in a vent. No more messages arrived. The link that had started the errands no longer loaded. The envelopes ended. The world did not. I did not write a statement or walk into a station. I imagined both and then imagined the questions and the looks and the slow crawl through a system that would want every wrapper and every step. I did small things instead. I started using small shops where the staff see you often enough to notice a mood. I nodded to people I recognized. I put up my own camera that points at my front door and records ordinary arrivals and departures. I told myself it was for safety, knowing it was for penance. This is the shape of it, stripped to romance. A bland link, boring steps, envelopes under metal, a parcel on a bin lid as a bin lorry rolls up, a rucksack containing a script, a stream with a counter that ticks and a room that hums, a house that reveals how easily it can be mapped, a door that unlocks because the person who lives there turns the key, a news item that takes less than a minute, a person like me who falls silent because speaking would make the mess heavier and not cleaner. If you want something to hold on to, take this. Plain tasks can be part of extraordinary harm, and harm can be scheduled with the tone used for parcel delivery. It does not need masks or jargon. It needs ordinary hands, ordinary streets, and a willingness to follow lists without asking why. I gave my walking and my camera and my quiet to a system designed to look harmless. If I could rewind to the hour before the first walk, I would make tea, put my phone in a drawer, and sit on my hands until the feeling passed. I did not. I keep the first empty envelope in a drawer with batteries and old receipts. Sometimes I put it on the table and stare until it stops being stationary and starts being the whole story in miniature. Cheap paper, a fold that holds shape, a method disguised as nothing special. If you want a final line, it is only this: I should have left it alone. The boring parts made the worst parts possible, and the scariest moment was not the stream or the timer. It was turning my own key and knowing I was the one who had unlocked the door. I live with it. I deleted everything 3 weeks ago, wiped my laptop, threw away my external drives, even got rid of my phone and bought a new one. People think digital footprints are permanent, but you'd be surprised how thoroughly you can erase yourself if you're motivated enough. And I was very, very motivated. The thing is, I know it won't matter. They already have what they need. But doing something, anything, made me feel slightly less powerless, slightly less complicit in what happened. I should probably explain what I mean by that. What I did. What I saw. I'm a freelance photographer. Or haven't picked up my camera in months now. I used to do wedding photography mainly, the occasional corporate event, sometimes product shoots for small businesses trying to look more professional than they actually were. It paid the bills, barely, and I was good at it. Had that ability to make people look natural even when they were deeply uncomfortable, which is apparently a valuable skill. When you're photographing someone's awkward second cousin at a wedding reception in Nottingham. The work dried up during the lockdowns, obviously. Weddings postponed indefinitely. Businesses closing. Nobody wanting a photographer within 2 meters of them. I burned through my savings in about 4 months, then started living on credit cards, then started getting very creative about what constituted an essential expense. By the time things started opening up again, I was in debt up to my eyeballs and absolutely desperate for work. But the photography industry had changed. everyone with a decent phone camera suddenly thought they were professionals. Prices had collapsed. The jobs I used to get offered for 400 or 500 quid were now going for 100, sometimes less. I was applying for everything, undercutting my own rates, and still barely getting responses. That's when I started looking for alternative income. Not because I wanted to do anything illegal or dodgy. I just needed money, and I needed it quickly. I'd heard about people selling stock photography online, licensing images to websites and publications. It seemed simple enough. Take some decent photographs, upload them to stock sites, earn a few quid every time someone downloaded them. The problem was that stock photography is incredibly oversaturated. Millions of images of people having breakfast or shaking hands in offices or staring pensively at sunsets. My photos were fine, perfectly competent, but they disappeared into the noise. I made maybe £30 in 2 months. Then I stumbled across a discussion thread. This was on the regular internet, nothing dark or hidden, where photographers were talking about niche markets. Apparently, there was decent money in very specific types of stock imagery that mainstream sites didn't cater to. Medical photos, industrial photography, that sort of thing. One person mentioned that the real money was in custom requests, if you knew where to find them. Someone in the replies mentioned the dark web, said there were communities there that paid significantly better for specific types of photography, no questions asked. I'd heard about the dark web before, obviously, but only in that vague way everyone has. Drugs and hitmen and stolen credit cards. The idea of it being a marketplace for legitimate services hadn't really occurred to me. I was skeptical at first, but I was also eviction notice desperate, and desperate people do stupid things. Getting access wasn't particularly complicated. Took me an evening of following guides and figuring out how to browse anonymously. And then I was there, looking at websites that resembled something from the late 90s, all text and minimal formatting. I spent a few days just exploring, trying to understand how it all worked. There were marketplaces, sure, selling exactly the kinds of things you'd expect, but there were also service listings. People offering skills ranging from graphic design to translation to consultation. And there were photography requests. Most of them were straightforward. Someone wanted photos of a specific building in Birmingham from multiple angles, probably for something architectural or planning related. Someone else wanted candid street photography from Manchester city centre during specific times of day. The pay was decent, much better than stock photography, and payment was arranged through methods I won't detail here, but which seemed secure enough. I started taking those jobs. Nothing sinister, nothing that made me uncomfortable. Just photography with specific requirements, delivered anonymously, paid reasonably well. It kept me afloat, paid down some of my debt, let me breathe a bit easier. The requests got more specific over time. Someone wanted photographs of a particular house in Leeds, exterior shots only, taken at different times of day across a week. Someone else wanted images of the interior of a specific pub in Newcastle, as detailed as possible. I told myself these were probably for property assessments or business valuations, things that needed to be done anonymously for whatever reason. I never asked questions. That was the unspoken rule. You fulfilled the request exactly as specified, delivered the images, got paid, moved on. No communication beyond the initial brief. Then I got a request that paid significantly more than anything I'd seen before. Almost £3,000 for what seemed like a simple job. Someone wanted photographs of a specific flat in Bristol. Interior shots as comprehensive as possible. Every room, every angle. They'd provide access. There'd be a key hidden near the property, and I'd have a 2-hour window when the flat would definitely be empty. £3,000. That was 2 months of rent, a massive chunk off my credit cards, breathing room I desperately needed. I should have questioned why someone would pay that much. Should have wondered why they couldn't just hire a normal photographer through normal channels. Should have asked myself what possible legitimate reasons someone would have for wanting detailed photographs of someone else's flat without their knowledge. But I didn't. I just accepted the job. The flat was in a converted Victorian house in Clifton, the nice part of Bristol. The key was exactly where they said it would be, tucked behind a loose brick near the entrance. The flat itself was on the second floor. I let myself in during the specified window, a Tuesday afternoon, middle of the day, when presumably the occupant was at work. It was a woman's flat clearly, neat but lived in, books on the shelves, photos on the walls, the kind of space that felt like someone actually inhabited it, rather than just existed there. I felt sick doing it, moving through her private space with my camera. But I told myself I was just taking photos, not stealing anything, not damaging anything, just photographs. I shot everything as requested, the living room from multiple angles, the kitchen, including inside the cupboards and fridge as specified, the bathroom, the bedroom, which felt like the worst violation somehow, photographing someone's unmade bed and the clothes draped over a chair and the books on their nightstand. There were photos of her throughout the flat, with friends, with family, on holiday. She looked happy in them, normal, completely unaware that a stranger would soon be standing in her bedroom, documenting every detail of her private life. I finished the job, locked up, replaced the key, uploaded the photographs through the secure method they'd specified. The payment came through within hours. I tried not to think about it, tried to tell myself it was probably for insurance purposes or some kind of property dispute, but I knew that was rubbish. Nobody pays £3,000 for insurance photos. Nobody needs that level of detail, that invasion of privacy, for any legitimate purpose. I knew what those photos were probably for. Either someone planning to rob her, or someone obsessed with her, or something worse I didn't want to imagine. And I'd helped them. I'd provided the tools for whatever was going to happen. But I'd also been paid £3,000, and my landlord had stopped sending threatening letters, and I could buy food without calculating the cost of every item. So I took the money and tried to forget about it. A week later, I got another request. Same type of job, different location. A house in Southampton this time. £4,000. Again, access would be provided. Specific time window. Comprehensive interior photography required. I told myself I wouldn't do it. Told myself the Bristol job had been a one-off moment of desperation, and I was better than this. But £4,000. Christ, I did the job. And then I did another one. And another. Over about 3 months, I photographed the interiors of maybe a dozen properties across England. Houses, flats, even a few businesses. Always the same pattern. Generous payment provided access, specific window of time, detailed photography required. The money was extraordinary. I cleared my debts completely, built up savings, could have stopped doing it at any time. But I didn't stop. That's the thing I'm most ashamed of. It wasn't desperation anymore. It was just greed. Easy money for a few hours of work. I'd gotten good at not thinking about what the photos might be used for, at compartmentalizing the ethics of it. Then came the request that changed everything. It was for a flat in Reading. The pay was higher than usual, almost £6,000. The brief was similar to previous jobs. Comprehensive interior photography during a specified time window. But this one included an additional file. A photograph of the occupant, presumably so I'd know whose flat I was documenting. I shouldn't have opened that file. Should have just declined the job right there. But I clicked it. The photograph showed a young woman, mid-20s probably, dark hair, sitting in what looked like a cafe. She was looking at her phone, unaware she was being photographed. There was something about the image that made my skin crawl. The angle suggested it had been taken from across the street, through a window. This wasn't a social media photo or a casual snapshot. This was surveillance. Below the image was a single line of text: usual requirements plus any personal items of interest. Personal items of interest. What the hell did that mean? Diaries, computers, underwear. I stared at that request for hours. This wasn't about property valuation or insurance. This was about a woman who was being watched, being targeted, by someone who was now asking me to help them get closer to her, to provide an intimate map of her private life. I should have refused, should have deleted everything and never gone back to that site. But £6,000, I hate myself for what I did next. I hate that I can't even claim it was desperation or stupidity. It was just pure, calculating greed. I accepted the job. The flat was in a modern building near the town centre. Nice area, secure entrance, the kind of place where you'd feel safe. The key was hidden as usual, the time window specified. 2 hours during a Thursday afternoon. I let myself in and immediately knew something was different. The flat felt lived in a way the others hadn't. There were plants on the windowsill, properly cared for, fresh flowers in a vase, a calendar on the wall with neat handwriting marking various appointments. This wasn't just someone's space, it was someone's carefully maintained life. I started with the main rooms as usual: living room, kitchen, bathroom, standard shots from multiple angles. But I kept noticing details that made me increasingly uncomfortable. A medical alert bracelet on the bedside table, prescription medication in the bathroom cabinet, a walking stick leaning against the wall near the door. This woman was vulnerable somehow, and someone was paying me £6,000 to document every aspect of her private space. I should have stopped, should have walked out right then. But I was already there, already inside, already complicit. So I kept going. The bedroom was worse than the others had been, more personal somehow. There were photos everywhere, family photos, friend photos, holiday photos. A whole life documented on the walls. I photographed them all as requested, hating myself more with every click of the shutter. Then I found the laptop on her desk. It was closed, probably in sleep mode. The request had mentioned personal items of interest. Did they want me to open it, go through her files? I stood there for a long time, trying to decide. Part of me knew that opening that laptop would cross a line I couldn't uncross. The photography was bad enough, but this felt like something darker. In the end, I didn't open it. I just photographed it, photographed the desk around it, moved on. I finished the job quickly after that, desperate to be out of there. Locked up, replaced the key, went home feeling filthy in a way that had nothing to do with physical dirt. I uploaded the photographs that night and waited for payment. It came through within a few hours, same as always. £6,000 appearing in my account like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just violated a stranger's privacy in the most intimate way possible. I tried to forget about it, tried to go back to normal life, normal photography work, but I couldn't stop thinking about that flat in Reading, about the woman in the photograph, going about her life, completely unaware that someone had been inside her home, documenting everything. 3 weeks later, I saw a news article. A woman in Reading had been attacked in her own flat by an intruder. He'd somehow gained access to the building, let himself into her flat with a key, waited for her to come home. She'd survived, but was in hospital with serious injuries. The police were appealing for information. The article included a photograph of the victim. I recognized her immediately. The same dark hair, the same face I'd seen in that surveillance photo. I felt physically sick. Actually had to run to the bathroom and throw up, because I'd helped that happen. Maybe the person who'd attacked her was the same person who'd hired me. Maybe it was someone they'd sold the information to. Maybe it was even more removed than that. But the chain of cause and effect was clear. My photographs had helped someone hurt that woman. I stopped taking those jobs immediately, stopped going on the dark web at all. But the damage was done. I'd enabled something terrible, and there was nothing I could do to take it back. I reported it to the police eventually. Anonymous tip, no personal details. Told them about the photography requests, the dark web marketplace, everything I knew. I don't know if they took it seriously, or if they could even do anything with that information. The dark web isn't easy to investigate, and I couldn't provide much in the way of useful details. The woman survived, I found out later. The man who attacked her was arrested a few weeks after, caught trying to do the same thing to someone else. He had photographs on his computer, detailed interior shots of multiple properties. Some of them were mine. I recognized my own work. Other photographers had been doing the same jobs I had, helping him prepare, providing reconnaissance. We weren't the ones who hurt those women, but we'd built the ladder someone else climbed. I still think about those flats sometimes, about the people whose homes I violated, whose private lives I documented and sold. I wonder if they ever found out, if they ever felt that creeping sense that someone had been in their space, touching their things, learning their secrets. I wonder if the woman in Reading ever feels safe in her own home now, if she looks at her possessions differently, knowing that someone photographed them, studied them, used that knowledge to hurt her. I've got money saved now, enough to live on for a while without working. But every time I look at that bank balance, I see those flats, those private spaces I shouldn't have been in. That woman's face in the news article, blood money. That's what they used to call it, isn't it? Money earned through harm. I thought I was just taking photographs. Thought I could separate the action from the consequence. Tell myself I was just providing a service and what happened after wasn't my responsibility. But it was. It is. I helped hurt people because I wanted money. And no amount of rationalizing changes that. The worst part is how easy it was. How quickly I went from desperate to greedy, from one questionable job to a dozen, from feeling sick about it to barely thinking about it at all. That's what frightens me most. Not what I did, but how simple it was to do. How easy it is to become complicit in terrible things when you're just trying to get by. I've thought about going to therapy, talking to someone about what happened. But what would I even say? That I'm traumatized by my own choices. That I'm struggling with guilt over something I did willingly, repeatedly for months. I don't deserve sympathy. The woman in Reading does. The other people whose homes I violated do. I just deserve to live with what I've done. So I deleted everything, like I said at the start. Wiped it all clean. But you can't wipe your memory. Can't delete the knowledge of what you're capable of when circumstances push you in the wrong direction. I see that woman's face sometimes when I close my eyes. The one from the surveillance photo, sitting in that cafe, looking at her phone, completely unaware that her life was about to be invaded. Completely unaware that somewhere out there was a photographer desperate enough and greedy enough to help make that invasion possible. That photographer was me. I did that, and I'll carry that knowledge for the rest of my life. I probably shouldn't have kept that laptop. Even now, sat here in my new flat in Bristol, I can feel the weight of what I found on it pressing against my chest like a stone. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, though I'm not sure I want to remember it all. My gran died last February. There wasn't anything particularly dramatic about it. She was 87 and had been declining for months. The funeral was small, just family, and afterwards we had the grim task of clearing out her bungalow in Colchester. You know how it is with elderly relatives. Decades of accumulated possessions that seemed important to them but mean nothing to anyone else. I was sorting through her spare bedroom when I found the laptop. It was tucked away in the wardrobe behind some old curtains, still in its original packaging from about 5 years ago. A birthday present from my uncle that she'd never bothered to set up, probably because she could barely work her mobile phone, let alone a computer. My uncle suggested I take it. He felt it was a shame to let it go to waste, as I could probably get some use out of it. My laptop had been playing up for months, randomly shutting down and taking ages to boot up. So I boxed it up with some of Gran's photo albums and a few bits of jewelry she'd left me, and forgot about it for a while. It wasn't until about a month later that I actually got round to setting the thing up. I work in museum conservation, which means I spend most of my day dealing with fragile old objects. So there's something ironic about the fact that I'm useless with modern technology. It took me the better part of an evening just to get through the initial setup process. The laptop came with all sorts of software pre-installed, including some programs I'd never heard of. Most of it looked like bloatware, trial versions of security software and productivity apps that I'd never use. But there was one program that caught my attention, partly because it had a name I didn't recognize, and partly because when I clicked on it, nothing seemed to happen. I almost deleted it, thinking it was broken or corrupted somehow. But curiosity got the better of me. I'm good at researching things. It comes with the job. So I spent some time looking up what this software actually did. Turns out it was something called a privacy browser, designed to access parts of the internet that normal browsers can't reach. Now, I'm not completely naive. I'd heard about the dark web before, mostly from crime documentaries and news reports about drug dealers and worse things. But I'd always assumed it was something only criminals and computer experts knew how to use. I had no idea you could access it with software that came pre-installed on a consumer laptop. The more I read about it, the more curious I became. I've always been interested in hidden things, not because I wanted to buy anything illegal or get involved in anything dubious. It's probably why I ended up working in museums. There's something appealing about uncovering objects and stories that have been forgotten or lost. So one evening, after a particularly tedious day spent cataloguing Victorian pottery, I decided to have a look, just to see what was there, you understand. I wasn't planning to do anything except satisfy my curiosity. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it all looked. I'd expected something sinister and obviously criminal, but most of the sites I found seemed fairly mundane. There were message boards discussing privacy and security, online libraries with books you couldn't find elsewhere, even what looked like normal shopping sites, except with unusual payment methods. But then I started exploring more systematically, following links from one site to another. That's when I found something that made me sit back from the screen and wonder if I should close the laptop immediately. The site appeared to be a hybrid of a social media platform and a classified ad section. People posting requests for specific types of information, others offering to fulfill those requests in exchange for similar favors. Nothing obviously illegal, but something about the whole setup felt wrong. The language was too careful, too coded, like everyone was trying to say something without actually saying it. Most of the posts were incomprehensible to me, references to things I didn't understand, using terms that meant nothing. But there was one section that caught my attention. because the requests were much more straightforward. People asking for information about specific individuals, full names, addresses, places of work, daily routines. At first, I assumed it was some sort of private investigation service, maybe people trying to track down old friends or investigate potential employees. But the more I read, the more uncomfortable I became. The requests were too detailed, too invasive. People wanting to know what time someone left for work, which route they took, whether they lived alone. One post in particular stuck with me. Someone had uploaded what looked like a floor plan of a house, hand-drawn, but surprisingly detailed. They were asking for information about the person who lived there, a woman in her 30s who worked as a teacher in somewhere called Melton Mowbray. The post included her full name, her school, even the make and color of her car. The comments underneath were worse than the original post. People offering additional information about this woman, where she did her weekly shopping, which gym she went to, what time she usually got home from work. One comment even included photographs of her house taken from different angles, showing all the windows and entrances. I should have closed the browser then, should have deleted the software and pretended I'd never seen any of it. But instead, I found myself scrolling through more posts, each one more invasive than the last. People sharing detailed surveillance information about complete strangers, building up comprehensive profiles of their targets' lives. What disturbed me most was how organized it all seemed. This wasn't random harassment or casual stalking. It was systematic information gathering on an industrial scale. People were trading details about their neighbors and colleagues, building a vast database of personal information about ordinary people who had no idea they were being monitored. I spent the next few evenings exploring the site, telling myself I was trying to understand how it worked and who was behind it. But really, I think I was just morbidly fascinated by the scope of it all. There were thousands of posts, tens of thousands of comments, all documenting the private lives of people across the country. Some posts focused on specific professions: teachers, nurses, social workers. Others targeted women living alone or families with young children. There were requests for information about people's work schedules, their relationships, their financial situations, all presented in the same matter-of-fact tone, as if this kind of surveillance was perfectly normal. Then I found the section that changed everything. It was called Local Collections, and it was organized by area. I clicked on the East of England section more out of idle curiosity than anything else, expecting to find the same sort of content I'd been seeing elsewhere on the site. Instead, I found a detailed profile of my gran, not just her name and address, but photographs of her bungalow taken from the street and the back garden. Details about her daily routine, what time she put her bins out, when she went to the shops, which days the home help visited. Someone had even documented her medical appointments, noting when she seemed particularly frail or confused. The post was months old, dating back to when she was still alive and living independently. Someone had been watching her, cataloguing her movements, sharing intimate details about her declining health with strangers on the internet. The comments underneath discussed how easy it would be to gain access to her house, speculating about whether she kept cash or valuables inside. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through the thread. There were dozens of photographs, taken over what looked like several weeks. My gran hanging washing on her line, struggling with her walking frame, even sitting in her front window doing crossword puzzles, all captured by someone with a long lens camera, someone who had made a project out of documenting her vulnerability. But it was the final comment in the thread that made me feel physically sick. Posted just a few days after Gran's funeral, it simply read, "Property now empty." The family continues to visit occasionally to organize their belongings. It might be opportunities for interior documentation. Someone had been monitoring the house even after she died, watching as we came and went, planning to break in and photograph the inside of her home while we were busy with the legal paperwork and funeral arrangements. I slammed the laptop shut and walked away from it. Made myself a cup of tea with hands that wouldn't stop trembling, trying to process what I'd just discovered. My gran, who had worried about leaving her door unlocked when she popped to the corner shop, had been under surveillance by strangers who treated her life like entertainment, but I couldn't leave it alone. The next evening, I opened the laptop again and went straight back to the site. I told myself I needed to understand how widespread this was, whether other people I knew were being targeted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The local collections section covered the entire country. Every major city, most smaller towns, even rural villages. Countless profiles exist, each meticulously detailing an individual's personal life. I recognized some of the locations, places I'd lived, areas where friends and family still lived. I started searching for people I knew. My parents in their retirement bungalow in Devon. My sister and her family in their semi-detached house in Reading. My ex-boyfriend who still lived in the flat we used to share in Cambridge. I found profiles for all of them. My parents were listed under a section for vulnerable elderly targets. Someone had documented their routine visits to the local garden centre, noted that my father had mobility issues, even identified which days they left the house empty to visit my sister. The post included photographs of them loading shopping into their car and detailed observations about their physical limitations. My sister's profile was in a section focused on family surveillance opportunities. The post included photographs of her children walking to school, details about her husband's work schedule, even floor plans of their house that someone had apparently sketched while pretending to be doing market research door to door. But it was my ex-boyfriend's profile that made me realize the true scope of what I was looking at. The post wasn't just about him. It connected to dozens of other profiles, all people who lived in the same area or worked at the same company. Someone was building a comprehensive map of an entire community, documenting the relationships between different targets, identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Each profile contained hundreds of photographs and observations, stretching back months or even years. This wasn't casual surveillance. It was a systematic intelligence gathering operation targeting ordinary people. And it was being carried out by what appeared to be a network of volunteers who treated the whole thing like a hobby. I spent the next week diving deeper into the site, trying to understand how it was organized and who was behind it. The more I learned, the more frightened I became. This wasn't just about information gathering. People were using the surveillance data to plan break-ins, to identify vulnerable targets, even to coordinate harassment campaigns. There were posts discussing the best times to approach certain targets, sharing techniques for gaining access to their homes, even coordinating group activities to maximize the psychological impact on specific individuals. They all spoke in a casual, matter-of-fact manner, giving the impression that they were organizing a charity event instead of conducting stalker campaigns. The worst part was discovering how they recruited new participants. The site had a section for community outreach, where experienced members offered to train newcomers in surveillance techniques. They provided guides on camera equipment, advice on following targets without being detected, even legal advice on how to avoid prosecution if caught. They were turning voyeurism and stalking into a social activity, building a community around the violation of other people's privacy. And they were doing it all on a part of the internet that most people didn't even know existed. making them effectively immune from normal law enforcement. I found myself checking the site compulsively, looking for new posts about people I knew, trying to understand the scale of the surveillance network. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, horrifying but impossible to look away from. That's when I started noticing changes in my own behavior. I became hyper-aware of people around me, wondering if they might be part of the surveillance network. I started varying my routes to work, checking my windows for signs of tampering, even covering my laptop camera when I wasn't using it. But the paranoia got worse when I found my own profile on the site. It wasn't comprehensive like some of the others, just a basic entry with my name, workplace, and a few photographs of me walking to the museum. But seeing my own life reduced to a surveillance target's profile made me realize that I wasn't just an observer of this network. I was also a potential victim. The post about me was recent, probably created after someone noticed me visiting the site regularly. The comments underneath discussed my search behavior and speculated about whether I might be a journalist or law enforcement officer. Someone had even identified the museum where I worked and suggested that my access to valuable objects might make me an interesting target for development. That was when I knew I had to stop. Not just stop using the site, but get rid of the laptop entirely and try to forget what I discovered. Because the longer I stayed connected to this network, the more likely I was to become a target myself. I deleted all the software from the laptop and sold it to a second-hand shop in town. Then I moved to Bristol, telling myself it was for a better job opportunity, rather than because I was running away from something I couldn't fight. But I still think about what I found on that site. All those ordinary people living their lives with no idea they're being watched, catalogued, discussed by strangers who see them as nothing more than sources of entertainment. My my parents, my sister's children, all reduced to entries in someone else's collection of surveillance data. The worst part is knowing that the network is still out there, still growing, still documenting the private lives of people who trust that their homes are safe spaces. And there's nothing I can do to stop it, because they operate in the shadows where normal rules don't apply. Sometimes I wonder if they know I found them, whether my own profile has been updated to reflect my new location, my new job, my new routines, whether someone in Bristol is already taking photographs of me walking to work, noting what time I come home, building up a comprehensive picture of my vulnerability. But I try not to think about it too much, because once you know that these networks exist and understand how systematic and organized they are, you can never really feel safe again. You just have to hope that you're not interesting enough to warrant their attention. If someone told you they'd found the perfect job that paid 3 times your current salary for half the hours, you'd probably assume there was something seriously wrong with it. But desperation has a way of making obvious red flags look like minor inconveniences you can work around. I was 29 and completely broke in Sheffield, trying to make freelance copywriting work while my savings dwindled, and my landlord started leaving increasingly pointed messages about late rent payments. The gig economy had turned out to be considerably less flexible and lucrative than advertised, leaving me scrambling for any work that might pay actual money instead of exposure and experience. That's when I saw the job listing that seemed too good to be true. Content writer for a digital marketing company, remote work, $30,000 a year for 20 hours a week. The only requirements were strong writing skills and what they called comfort with unconventional subject matter. The company was called Meridian Content Solutions, which sounded professional enough, and their website showcased previous work for various corporate clients. Nothing spectacular, but legitimate-looking marketing copy for businesses I'd never heard of, but which seemed real enough. I applied immediately, sending samples of my best copywriting along with a cover letter that probably sounded more desperate than professional. Within hours, I received a response asking if I was available for a phone interview the following morning. The interview went better than expected. The hiring manager was professional but friendly, asking standard questions about my experience and writing process. She seemed impressed by my portfolio and explained that they needed writers who could adapt to different client requirements without getting overwhelmed by unusual content requests. Some clients wanted marketing copy for products or services that existed in legal grey areas, she explained, requiring writers who could focus on technical accuracy and persuasive language without worrying too much about the ethical implications of what they were promoting. The work would involve creating content for various digital platforms, including some that weren't accessible through mainstream internet channels. Clients in these specialized markets were willing to pay premium rates for quality writing, which explained the generous salary for part-time work. She offered me the position on the spot, sending contracts and payment information that looked legitimate and professional. The salary would be paid monthly into my bank account, with no complex freelancer tax arrangements or delayed payment terms. I accepted immediately, reasoning that even if the work turned out to be questionable, the income would solve my immediate financial problems and give me breathing room to find something more conventional. My first assignment was writing product descriptions for what appeared to be a high-end security consultation service. The copy needed to emphasize discretion, expertise, and results, while avoiding specific details about methodology or client outcomes. The writing challenge was interesting, creating marketing materials that sounded impressive and professional, while remaining deliberately vague about actual services provided. It required the sort of creative ambiguity that demonstrated genuine copywriting skill. The client feedback was positive, and I quickly received additional assignments for similar security and privacy-focused businesses. The work was challenging but engaging, requiring me to research unfamiliar industries while maintaining the professional tone that luxury service providers expected. After about a month of steady work, I was assigned to create content for clients who operated through what my manager called alternative digital platforms. The copy would be published on websites that required special access methods, targeting audiences who weren't reached through conventional marketing channels. The technical requirements were more complex than anything I'd worked with before, involving software that connected to parts of the internet I'd never encountered. But the pay rate was even higher, and the writing challenges were genuinely stimulating. The first alternative platform assignment was creating promotional materials for a private investigation service that specialized in what they called deep background research. The copy needed to appeal to clients who required information that wasn't available through conventional investigative methods. The writing required balancing professionalism with hints about capabilities that couldn't be advertised openly, creating marketing materials that communicated expertise without making specific claims about illegal or unethical research methods. As I worked on more assignments for alternative platform clients, I started understanding that these businesses operated in areas where traditional advertising wasn't possible or effective. They needed marketing copy that could communicate their value to sophisticated audiences while maintaining plausible deniability about activities that might not be entirely legal. The writing challenges were intellectually engaging, requiring research into complex subjects and careful language choices that could imply capabilities without stating them directly. It was the sort of copywriting that demanded genuine skill and creativity. But I also started noticing that some assignments involved creating content for services that seemed to go beyond legal grey areas into activities that were clearly harmful to other people. One project required marketing materials for what was described as a social influence consulting service that helped clients manipulate online discussions and reputation management through coordinated harassment and misinformation campaigns. Another assignment involved promotional copy for a service that provided competitive intelligence through systematic surveillance and invasion of privacy targeting business rivals or personal enemies. The clients weren't just operating in legal grey areas, but were actively engaged in systematic harm to other individuals, using professional marketing copy to make their harmful services seem legitimate and appealing to potential customers. When I expressed concern about creating marketing materials for services that seemed designed to cause harm, my manager explained that all clients had been vetted for legitimacy and legal compliance. My role was to provide professional writing services, not to evaluate the ethics of client business models. She reminded me that copywriters regularly created marketing materials for industries they might personally find objectionable: tobacco, alcohol, gambling, even political campaigns. Professional writers focused on technical quality rather than moral judgment about client activities. The rationalization made sense from a business perspective, and the income was solving problems that had been causing genuine stress about housing and financial stability. I continued working on assignments while trying to focus on writing quality, rather than thinking too carefully about how my copy was being used. But as I created more marketing materials for alternative platform clients, I started recognizing that some services were targeting activities in Yorkshire, including Sheffield, and surrounding areas where I lived and worked. The competitive intelligence services I was writing for weren't abstractly harmful businesses operating in distant locations, but were actively targeting people in my own community for surveillance and harassment. Some marketing copy I'd written was being used to promote services that were probably causing genuine harm to neighbors and strangers who lived in the same city, where I was earning money by helping their tormentors market professional harassment services. I realized that my copywriting skills weren't just being used to promote questionable services, but were actively contributing to systematic harm affecting real people in my immediate geographic area. The marketing materials I created were helping harmful services seem professional and legitimate, making it easier for them to recruit clients who wanted to cause problems for specific individuals in Sheffield and surrounding areas. My writing was providing the professional credibility that made systematic harassment look like legitimate business services rather than criminal activity, helping harmful actors present their activities as technical consulting rather than organized cruelty. I tried to research Meridian Content Solutions more thoroughly, looking for verification that the company was legitimate and that my concerns about client activities were unfounded. What I discovered was disturbing. Meridian Content Solutions appeared to be a front company that existed primarily to recruit writers for creating marketing materials that made illegal or unethical services appear professional and legitimate. The company's business model was providing marketing support to harmful services that operated through hidden internet platforms, helping them recruit clients by presenting criminal activities as technical consulting or professional services. My writing skills weren't being used for legitimate digital marketing, but were essential infrastructure for helping harmful actors market their services to potential clients who might be deterred if they understood they were hiring criminals rather than professional consultants. The generous salary and flexible work arrangements had been designed to recruit writers who had financial pressures that would make them willing to overlook ethical concerns about client activities in exchange for steady income. I'd been targeted specifically because my freelancer financial struggles made me vulnerable to recruitment for activities that I might normally find morally unacceptable, but which could be rationalized through professional distance and economic necessity. The job listing hadn't been posted widely, but had been carefully placed where struggling freelance writers would find it, targeting people whose financial situations made them more likely to accept work without asking too many questions about client business models. When I tried to quit and report what I discovered about Meridian Content Solutions, I found that my employment contract included clauses about confidentiality and non-disclosure that made exposing their activities potentially expensive and legally complicated. The professional-looking contract I'd signed without reading carefully had included terms that protected the company from employee reporting of client activities, making it risky for me to expose harmful services I'd helped market. More concerning was discovering that some of the marketing materials I'd written had been successful enough that the harmful services were expanding their operations, using my professional copy to recruit additional clients for systematic harassment targeting Sheffield area residents. My writing had been effective enough at making harmful services seem legitimate that they were able to grow their operations and cause more extensive harm to more people in my own community. The marketing copy I'd created was continuing to generate business for services that specialized in causing psychological and professional harm to specific individuals, with my professional writing skills being used to expand the reach and effectiveness of organized harassment campaigns. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement with Meridian Content Solutions, and the marketing materials I'd created continued being used to promote harmful services that were expanding their operations throughout Yorkshire. Some of the harassment services I'd helped market were probably still causing problems for people I encountered during daily activities in Sheffield, using professional marketing copy I'd written to present systematic cruelty as legitimate technical consulting. I eventually found other copywriting work through more conventional channels, but the income was considerably lower and less stable than what Meridian had provided, making it difficult to maintain the financial stability I'd achieved through writing marketing materials for harmful services. The alternative platform clients continue operating. The systematic harassment services continue expanding their operations, and people continue experiencing professionally marketed harm that's disguised as legitimate business consulting through marketing copy, written by freelancers who need the income more than they need clear consciences. I still work as a freelance copywriter, still live in Sheffield, still wonder whether some of the financial and personal problems experienced by people around me might be caused by services I helped to market to clients who were looking for professional ways to cause harm to specific individuals. But I'm also aware that financial desperation can be systematically exploited by people who understand that struggling freelancers will write marketing copy for almost anything if the money is good enough, and the moral implications are presented as someone else's responsibility. The perfect job that paid 3 times my previous salary turned out to be writing professional marketing materials for systematic harassment services, with my copywriting skills being used to help criminal activities seem like legitimate business consulting to clients who wanted to cause harm, but preferred to think of themselves as hiring technical experts rather than criminal services. The marketing copy I wrote continues helping harmful services recruit clients and expand their operations, while the financial stability I achieved through that work makes it difficult to report activities that I helped facilitate through professional writing that made organized cruelty look like respectable business services. You know, when someone asks you for a favor and you say yes without really thinking about what you're agreeing to, That's exactly how I ended up helping my flatmate with what she claimed was university research, but turned out to be something that still makes me check my locks twice before bed. This happened about 18 months ago when I was living in Leeds with Sarah, who was doing some kind of postgraduate psychology course that seemed to involve a lot of late nights on her laptop and very little actual attendance at the university. I was working at a coffee shop and trying to figure out what to do with my life after dropping out of my English degree the year before. Sarah was always a bit secretive about her studies, but I assumed that was normal for postgrad work. She'd disappear for days sometimes, come back with expensive equipment I'd never seen before, and spend hours writing reports that she never talked about despite us being close enough that we usually shared everything. The favor she asked me was simple enough. She needed someone to help with data collection for her dissertation about online behavior patterns. Nothing complicated, just following some links she'd provide and documenting my reactions to different types of content. She'd pay me £50 for a few hours of work, which was decent money for someone living on coffee shop wages. I should have asked more questions about what kind of content I'd be looking at, but Sarah assured me it was nothing illegal or obviously disturbing, just research into how people respond to information that exists outside mainstream internet platforms, the sort of academic study that universities were always conducting about digital media and social psychology. She set me up with some software on her laptop that took ages to connect to anything, explaining that her research required accessing communities that weren't indexed by normal search engines. Academic research often needed to study spaces that weren't easily accessible to casual users, she said, to understand how information really moved through digital networks. The first few sites she directed me to were disappointing, if anything. Discussion groups about privacy rights, political communities that seemed focused on topics too controversial for mainstream social media, academic-looking resources about subjects I'd never heard of. Exactly the sort of dry, intellectual content you'd expect from university research. But as Sarah guided me through different areas of this hidden internet, the content started becoming more interesting in ways that made me uncomfortable. Not obviously illegal material, but discussions about activities that seemed to operate outside normal social boundaries. Communities where people shared information about accessing restricted spaces, monitoring other people's activities, and conducting research that traditional academic institutions wouldn't approve. Some groups were focused on what they called social observation, systematic documentation of how people behaved when they thought they weren't being watched. Others discussed methods for accessing private information about individuals and using that knowledge for various research purposes. Sarah explained that understanding these communities was essential for her dissertation about the psychology of privacy in digital environments. She needed to document how people justified activities that most others would consider ethically questionable, analyzing the psychological mechanisms that allowed individuals to rationalize behavior that violated social norms. The academic context made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did people convince themselves that invasion of privacy was justified? What social conditions allowed communities to develop around activities that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Over several sessions, Sarah had me explore increasingly extreme communities, always with the same academic framework about understanding psychological rationalization and social boundary violation. But I started noticing that some of the communities weren't just discussing theoretical approaches to social observation and privacy violation. They were actively sharing specific information about real people, planning activities that seemed designed to cause genuine harm rather than gather academic insights. Some participants posted detailed personal information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even access to private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions weren't academic analysis of privacy violation, but active coordination of harassment campaigns against specific targets who had been selected for reasons that weren't always clear, but seemed to involve personal grudges or systematic targeting of vulnerable individuals. When I mentioned my concerns to Sarah, she explained that documenting active harmful behavior was unfortunately necessary for understanding how these communities functioned. Her research couldn't rely only on theoretical discussions, but needed to observe actual implementation of privacy violation techniques to provide meaningful academic insights. She assured me that observing this content was contributing to research that would eventually help develop better protections for potential victims, making temporary discomfort about witnessing harmful behavior justified by the long-term benefits of understanding how digital harassment actually operated. But I also started realizing that Sarah's research methods seemed to go beyond passive observation into something that looked more like active participation in the communities we were studying. She had established relationships with regular participants, contributed information that enhanced discussions about monitoring and harassment techniques, and seemed to have access to restricted areas of these communities that suggested long-term involvement rather than recent academic research. Some of the personal information being shared about harassment targets was local to Leeds, including details about people's daily routines in areas I recognized from around the city. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in our immediate area. I realized that Sarah's dissertation research might be providing cover for activities that went considerably beyond academic study into active participation in harassment campaigns against real people in our own community. When I tried to research Sarah's university course and dissertation supervisor, I discovered that the postgraduate psychology program she claimed to be enrolled in didn't exist at Leeds University, and the research she described wasn't being conducted through any legitimate academic institution. Either she was involved in research through a different institution than she'd claimed, or her activities weren't actually academic research, but something else entirely, that required the sort of systematic privacy violation and harassment coordination I'd been helping her document. I started paying closer attention to Sarah's equipment and research materials, trying to understand what kind of work she was actually conducting, and whether it was connected to legitimate academic research or something more problematic. The technical setup in her room was considerably more sophisticated than typical university research would require, with equipment that seemed designed for systematic monitoring and data collection, rather than occasional academic projects. She had multiple communication devices, data storage systems that were running continuously, and networking equipment that suggested permanent installation rather than temporary research setup. Most disturbing was discovering that some of the harassment targets we'd been observing through the hidden communities were people I'd seen around Leeds, including individuals whose daily routines Sarah seemed to know with accuracy that could only come from systematic personal surveillance. I realized that the research I'd been helping with wasn't academic study of online harassment communities, but active participation in harassment activities targeting real people in our local area. Sarah wasn't a postgraduate researcher studying digital privacy violation, but someone who was using academic research as cover for participating in systematic harassment and surveillance of specific individuals she'd selected for reasons I didn't understand. My assistance with her supposed dissertation had made me complicit in activities that were causing genuine harm to people who had no idea they were being monitored and targeted by someone living in their own community. I tried to confront Sarah about what I'd discovered, but she disappeared from the flat along with all her equipment, leaving behind only the basic furniture that had been there when she'd moved in months earlier. The landlord told me she'd paid rent through the end of the lease, but hadn't provided forwarding information, suggesting she'd planned to leave suddenly once her activities in Leeds were completed. I never found out what happened to the harassment targets we'd been observing, or whether Sarah's sudden departure meant their surveillance had ended, or simply been transferred to different methods that didn't require maintaining a local residence. The hidden communities continue to operate. The systematic harassment of vulnerable individuals continues to expand, and people continue to be monitored and targeted by individuals who present their activities as legitimate research while conducting systematic violation of privacy and personal safety. I still work at the coffee shop, still live in Leeds, still wonder whether some of my customers might be involved in activities similar to what Sarah was conducting, using legitimate-sounding explanations to justify systematic harm to people who have no idea they're being watched and targeted. But I'm also aware that offers to help with academic research can be covers for activities that have nothing to do with legitimate study, and that people who need money and want to help with what sounds like important work can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as scholarly investigation. The favor I did for my flatmate continues to make me uncomfortable every time I see someone who might have been one of the surveillance targets we documented, wondering whether my assistance contributed to ongoing harm that I helped facilitate without understanding what I was really agreeing to do. I shouldn't be telling you this, really. Part of me wishes I'd never gone looking in the first place, but curiosity has always been my weakness. I suppose that's why I ended up in marketing, rather than something sensible like accounting. Always poking at things better left alone. It started about 18 months ago, when I was living in that bedsit in Hackney. It was a seriously grim place. Damp creeping up the walls, heating that worked when it fancied, and a landlord who responded to maintenance requests about as often as England win the World Cup. However, it was the only option I could afford given my salary, and the Wi-Fi quality was good enough. I've been having trouble sleeping. Nothing dramatic, just lying there scrolling through my phone until 3 in the morning. Reading the same news articles over and over. You know how it is when your brain won't switch off. One night, probably around 2:30, I found myself reading about the dark web. Not because I was particularly interested, mind you. It was just one of those rabbit holes you fall down when you're bored and tired. Most of it was the usual sensationalist nonsense from journalists who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Hitmen for hire, illegal organ markets, that sort of tabloid fodder. But there was one article, buried in some obscure tech blog, that mentioned something called neighborhood watch sites, places where people could share information about their local areas that they couldn't post anywhere else. The article was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these sites contained things like CCTV footage from private cameras, details about residents' daily routines, even photos taken through windows. All completely illegal, obviously, but the authorities couldn't do much about it because of how these sites operated. I should have closed my laptop and gone to sleep. Instead, I spent the next week teaching myself how to access these hidden parts of the internet. It's not as complicated as people make out. Mostly just downloading different software and following instructions you can find anywhere online. The hard part is knowing where to look once you're there. It took me nearly a fortnight to find one of these neighborhood watch sites. They're not advertised, obviously, You have to know someone who knows someone, or stumble across a link in some forgotten corner of a message board. When I finally found one, I almost backed out immediately. The whole thing felt grubby, voyeuristic in the worst possible way. But I was curious about my own area. Hackney's not exactly leafy Surrey. There's always something happening. Police sirens most nights, the occasional bit of excitement. I wondered what secrets my neighbours might be keeping, what the people in the flats above and below got up to when they thought nobody was watching. The site was surprisingly professional looking. Clean white background, simple navigation, no pop-up adverts or flashing graphics. It could have been a local council website except for the content. There were sections for different London boroughs, then subsections for specific areas. I clicked on Hackney, then narrowed it down to my postcode. The first few posts were fairly mundane. Someone had uploaded photos of teenagers hanging about outside the chicken shop on my road, claiming they were dealing drugs. Another post showed a man in his 50s walking his dog at unusual hours, with speculation about what he might be up to. Petty neighborhood paranoia, the sort of thing you'd expect from curtain twitchers with too much time on their hands. Then I saw my building. It was just a photograph at first, taken from across the street at night. My bedsit was on the first floor, and you could see the blue glow from my laptop screen through the thin curtains. The image quality was surprisingly good. Someone had used a proper camera with a decent lens. The timestamp showed it had been taken 3 days earlier, around the time I'd been researching these very websites. The post didn't mention me specifically, but the comments underneath were unsettling. People discussing which flat was which, what times the lights went on and off, who had visitors and when. Someone had even worked out roughly how many people lived in each unit, based on the different types of curtains and the patterns of activity they'd observed. I should have logged off then, deleted the software, forgotten the whole thing, but something made me keep scrolling. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been watched without knowing it. Or maybe I just wanted to understand how deep this surveillance went. The next post made my stomach drop. It was a collection of photographs taken from the alleyway behind my building. The back windows of the ground floor flats were clearly visible, and someone had catalogued which rooms were bedrooms, which were kitchens, even which tenants appeared to live alone. The photos had been taken over several weeks, building up a comprehensive picture of everyone's routines. But it was the final image in that post that made me close my laptop and walk away from the desk. It showed the back of my building at night, but this time there was a figure visible in one of the windows, a silhouette of someone standing very still, looking out into the darkness. The timestamp was from the previous evening. I'd been out that night, at my mate Dave's birthday drinks in Shoreditch. My flat should have been empty. I told myself it must have been a reflection, or maybe the image had been taken on a different night, and the timestamp was wrong. But when I checked my building the next morning, I noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. The fire escape at the back led directly past my kitchen window, and the lock on the back door looked like it had been tampered with. That evening, I moved my desk away from the front window and started keeping the curtains closed. I also began checking the dark website more regularly, telling myself it was just sensible precaution. If someone was watching my building, I wanted to know about it. The post continued. More photographs, more detailed observations about the residents' habits. Someone had even uploaded footage from what looked like a security camera, showing people coming and going from the front entrance. I recognized several of my neighbors, including the woman from the flat below, who always seemed to be arguing with someone on her phone. Then the post started getting more specific. Someone uploaded a close-up photograph of my kitchen window, taken from the fire escape. You could see right inside, my dirty dishes in the sink, a shopping list stuck to the fridge, even the corner of my sofa visible through the doorway. The photo was time-stamped from the previous afternoon when I'd been at work. The comments under that post were worse than the image itself. People discussing the best times to access the fire escape, speculating about whether I had any security cameras, even debating whether I kept my spare key hidden somewhere outside. One comment mentioned that I appeared to live alone and suggested this made me an easier target. I started coming home from work different ways each day, checking the alleyway before entering my building. I bought a cheap security camera for my kitchen window, though I wasn't sure it would do much good. Mostly, I tried to convince myself this was all just internet weirdos playing at being spies, harmless voyeurs with nothing better to do. But the photographs kept coming. Someone had taken pictures of me through my bathroom window. Just my silhouette, thankfully, but clear enough to identify me. Another post showed my morning routine, captured through the gap in my bedroom curtains. Times when I left for work, what I wore, which direction I walked to the tube station. The worst part wasn't the invasion of privacy, though that was horrible enough. It was the realization that multiple people were involved. The photographs came from different angles, different cameras, different times of day. This wasn't one obsessed stalker. It was a group of people, possibly several dozen, all systematically documenting the lives of everyone in my area. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found illegal surveillance photographs while browsing illegal websites. That strangers on the internet were taking pictures of my building. They'd either think I was paranoid or ask uncomfortable questions about how I discovered the images in the first place. Instead, I started looking at other areas on the site. Maybe this was just something that happened in my particular corner of Hackney, an unfortunate coincidence of geography and opportunity. But no, there were sections for Islington, Camden, Southwark, even some of the posher areas like Kensington and Chelsea. Thousands of photographs, hundreds of posts, all documenting the private lives of ordinary people who had no idea they were being watched. Some of the posts were worse than others. I found images of children playing in their gardens, elderly people getting undressed with their curtains open, couples having arguments in their kitchens, all uploaded without consent, shared between strangers, commented on like they were characters in some twisted reality show. The site had a section for requests too, people asking for specific information about particular addresses, offering to trade photographs of their own neighborhoods in exchange for surveillance from other areas. Some of the requests were chillingly specific, asking for details about women living alone or wanting to know the routines of families with young children. I found myself checking the site obsessively, looking for new posts about my building. Part of me hoped the interest would move elsewhere, that whoever was taking these photographs would get bored and focus on someone else. But the posts kept coming, getting more detailed and invasive each time. One morning, I woke up to find a new photograph that made me physically sick. It showed my bedroom window from outside, taken sometime during the night while I was sleeping. But this image wasn't taken from ground level or even from another building. The angle suggested someone had been on the fire escape right outside my window, close enough to see inside despite the curtains being mostly closed. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. I'd been asleep, completely vulnerable, while someone had climbed the fire escape and stood just meters away from where I lay. The thought of it made my hands shake as I scrolled through the comments underneath. People discussing how easy it would be to force the window, speculating about whether I kept anything valuable in my bedroom, even suggesting what they might do if they could get inside. That's when I knew I had to move. Not just to a different flat, but out of London entirely. These people, whoever they were, had turned surveillance into a hobby. They were organized, systematic, and apparently untouchable. The police couldn't stop them because they operated in the shadows of the internet, sharing information through channels most people didn't even know existed. I handed in my notice at work the following week and moved back in with my parents in Gloucestershire. Told them I needed a change of scene, wanted to save some money, that sort of thing. They didn't ask too many questions, which I was grateful for. How do you explain that you've discovered an entire community of people dedicated to watching strangers through their windows? But even now, 6 months later, and nearly 200 miles away, I still check that website sometimes. I tell myself it's just to make sure they're not still posting about my old building. But really, it's become a compulsion. I need to know how bad it's getting, how many more people they're watching. The site's grown since I left London. New sections for other cities, more sophisticated organization, better cameras and clearer images. They've started using drones too. I've seen aerial photographs of people in their gardens who clearly have no idea they're being watched from above. Sometimes I wonder if they know I used to look at their site, whether they've somehow tracked me down to this small market town where nothing interesting ever happens. I keep the curtains closed most of the time now, even during the day. I've started checking the locks twice before bed and looking over my shoulder when I walk down quiet streets. Because the thing that really bothers me, the thing that keeps me awake at night, is how ordinary these watchers seem to be. They're not criminal masterminds or dangerous extremists. They're just people who've discovered they can spy on their neighbors with almost complete impunity, and they've decided that other people's privacy doesn't matter as much as their own entertainment. They could be anywhere. Your neighbor's the person sitting across from you on the bus. Someone walking their dog past your house every evening. All it takes is a decent camera, a willingness to ignore basic human decency, and access to a website that the authorities can't seem to shut down. I still get nightmares about that silhouette in my kitchen window, the one from that first photograph. Someone standing in my flat while I was out, going through my things, maybe even waiting for me to come home. I never did work out who it was or how they got in. But sometimes, in the small hours of the morning when sleep won't come, I wonder if they're still out there, still watching, still waiting, just not from inside my flat anymore. You'd think that winning a competition you never entered would be exciting, but when the prize is something you never wanted and the competition involves skills you didn't know you possessed, it becomes the sort of experience that makes you question whether some opportunities are actually traps, disguised as good fortune. This started about 10 months ago when I was working as a primary school teaching assistant, helping Year 3 students with reading comprehension while trying to save enough money to complete my teaching qualification. I was 28 and living in a shared house with 2 other women who worked at the local hospital, content with a simple routine that involved work, evening classes, and weekend visits to my parents in nearby Burton. The letter that changed everything arrived on a Thursday morning, printed on expensive paper with a logo I didn't recognize, informing me that I'd been selected as the winner of something called the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge. According to the letter, I'd demonstrated exceptional analytical skills during an online evaluation that had been conducted without my knowledge, identifying patterns and drawing conclusions that place me in the top percentile of participants nationwide. The prize was a laptop computer and a £500 Amazon voucher, which seemed generous for a competition I couldn't remember entering. But the letter included screenshots of responses I'd apparently provided to various online questionnaires and puzzle challenges, showing analysis that was considerably more sophisticated than anything I remembered doing. The screenshots looked authentic and were definitely written in my communication style, but they discussed topics I knew nothing about and demonstrated problem-solving approaches that seemed beyond my actual capabilities. I assumed there had been some kind of administrative error, but when I contacted the organization behind the competition, they insisted their records were accurate and that my analytical performance had been genuinely impressive. They explained that the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge had been conducted through routine internet activities rather than formal testing, analyzing how people naturally approached information processing and pattern recognition during normal online browsing. My responses to various websites, social media platforms, and even online shopping decisions had apparently demonstrated analytical thinking that was particularly valuable for certain types of digital research projects. The competition had been designed to identify individuals with specific cognitive strengths who might be interested in participating in advanced research activities that required sophisticated analytical capabilities. They offered additional opportunities for paid research participation if I was interested in using my analytical skills for projects that weren't available to the general public, but which could provide substantial financial compensation for the right candidates. The initial research project they described sounded straightforward, analyzing online communities and social dynamics using skills I'd apparently demonstrated during the competition evaluation. The work would be conducted remotely and would pay significantly more than my teaching assistant salary. I was curious about what analytical skills I'd supposedly demonstrated, and the financial opportunity was appealing given my student debt and career development expenses. I agreed to participate in the initial research project to see what was involved. The research materials they provided required special software that allowed access to online communities that weren't part of mainstream internet platforms. They explained that understanding digital social dynamics required studying how people behaved in various types of online environments, including spaces that operated outside conventional social media systems. The first communities they directed me to study were academic in nature. Discussion groups focused on complex political theories, philosophical debates about ethics and social responsibility, even collaborative problem-solving communities where participants worked together on challenging intellectual puzzles. My role was to analyze communication patterns, identify influential community members, and document how information spread through these networks. The work required the sort of detailed pattern recognition and social analysis that apparently made me suitable for the research project. I found myself genuinely engaged with the analytical challenges, discovering that I had stronger observational skills than I'd realized and could identify subtle social dynamics that weren't immediately obvious to casual observers. The research supervisors were impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex communities that required deeper analytical expertise to understand properly. Some of these communities were focused on activities that seemed ethically questionable, sharing personal information about strangers, coordinating harassment campaigns, even planning activities that appeared to be designed to cause psychological harm to specific individuals. When I expressed concern about analyzing communities whose activities seemed harmful, the research supervisors explained that understanding problematic online behavior was essential for developing better digital safety measures and protecting potential victims. They assured me that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating harmful activities, helping identify warning signs and intervention points that could be used to prevent digital harassment before it escalated into serious harm. The academic framework made sense, and I was genuinely interested in contributing to research that might help protect people from online harassment and digital manipulation. But as I continued analyzing these communities, I started noticing that some participants were discussing activities that involved people in Derbyshire, including detailed information about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Derby and Burton. The communities weren't focused on abstract or distant harassment targets, but were actively planning activities that would affect real people in my immediate geographic area. Some discussions included enough specific detail about local individuals that I began to worry I might recognize the targets if I encountered them during normal daily activities around Derby. When I reported these local connections to my research supervisors, they seemed particularly interested in my ability to identify geographic and social context that other analysts had missed. They explained that having researchers with local knowledge was valuable for understanding how online harassment translated into real-world impact, and asked if I could provide additional context about the local references I'd identified. The research assignment was shifting from analyzing online behavior to providing intelligence about my own community, but the academic justification made this feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to provide local context for the harassment activities I was analyzing, telling myself this was contributing to protective research that would ultimately help potential victims rather than facilitating harm. But as I provided more detailed information about Derby area locations, businesses, and social networks, I realized that my local knowledge was being used to enhance the effectiveness of harassment campaigns rather than protect people from them. The communities I was analyzing weren't theoretical research subjects, but active harassment groups that were using my analysis to improve their targeting and coordination of real harm against specific individuals in my own community. My analytical skills hadn't been identified through a legitimate competition, but through systematic observation of my online activities by people who were looking for individuals with specific capabilities that would be useful for enhancing their harassment techniques. The research project wasn't academic study of digital social dynamics, but recruitment for providing analytical support to groups that specialized in systematic psychological torture of selected targets. I tried to stop participating in the research, but discovered that my involvement had already provided enough local intelligence to make withdrawal complicated without risking exposure of activities that I'd inadvertently supported. The research supervisors made it clear that my analytical contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in research projects would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial analytical support for implementing. The implication was clear. I'd become complicit in harassment activities through my analytical work, making it dangerous for me to attempt withdrawal or exposure without facing potential consequences for my own involvement. I continued providing analytical support while trying to understand the scope of what I'd gotten involved in and whether there were safe methods for extracting myself from activities that I now understood were causing genuine harm to real people. The research projects expanded to include analysis of additional communities and coordination of more sophisticated harassment campaigns, with my local knowledge being used to enhance targeting of Derby area residents who had been selected for systematic psychological manipulation. Some targets were individuals whose daily routines I'd observed during normal activities, making me realize that my analytical work was directly contributing to harassment of people I encountered regularly in my own community. The psychological impact of knowing that my analysis was being used to cause suffering to neighbors and strangers was considerable. but the implied threats about consequences of withdrawal made escape seem impossible without risking serious personal repercussions. I realized that the competition I'd supposedly won had been a recruitment trap designed to identify people with analytical capabilities who could be manipulated into providing support for harassment activities through academic justification and financial incentives. The analytical skills I demonstrated hadn't been exceptional individual capabilities, but had been artificially enhanced through careful presentation of information and systematic manipulation of my responses to create the impression of expertise that would justify recruitment for specialized activities. Other people in Derby and surrounding areas were probably experiencing harassment that was being enhanced by analysis I'd provided, while believing their problems were random misfortune rather than systematic targeting, facilitated by unwitting local intelligence. The communities I'd been studying continued expanding their harassment activities while refining their recruitment techniques based on analysis of how people like me could be persuaded to provide support for activities we would normally find morally unacceptable. About 6 months after my initial recruitment, I received information that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than being one of many analytical researchers working on separate projects, I'd been the primary intelligence source for harassment activities affecting dozens of people throughout Derbyshire, with my local knowledge providing the geographic and social context that made systematic targeting possible. The harassment campaigns I'd been analyzing weren't just research subjects for academic study, but active operations that were causing genuine psychological harm to real individuals who'd been selected based partly on intelligence I'd provided about local vulnerabilities and social networks. My analytical contributions hadn't been supporting protective research, but had been essential infrastructure for harassment activities that would have been impossible without local intelligence, from someone with my community knowledge and analytical capabilities. The people conducting these harassment activities had invested months in recruiting and manipulating me specifically because they needed analytical support from someone with legitimate community connections who could provide intelligence while believing they were contributing to protective research. I'd been selected not because of exceptional analytical skills revealed through a competition, but because my profile as a local education worker with financial motivations and strong ethical instincts made me an ideal target for manipulation into providing support for activities I would never knowingly facilitate. The recruitment process had been tailored to my specific psychological vulnerabilities and ethical reasoning patterns, using academic justification and gradual escalation to overcome my normal moral resistance to systematic harassment. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement in these activities, and the harassment campaigns I'd supported continued expanding while incorporating intelligence I'd provided about local community dynamics and individual vulnerabilities. I still work as a teaching assistant, still live in Derby, still encounter people who may be experiencing harassment that was enhanced by analysis I provided, while believing I was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating systematic psychological torture. But I'm also aware that analytical capabilities can be systematically exploited by people who understand how to present harmful activities as legitimate research, and that good intentions can be weaponized by individuals who specialize in recruiting well-meaning people for activities they would never choose to support if they understood the true consequences of their involvement. The test I thought I'd passed by winning a competition I'd never entered turned out to be evaluation for recruitment into activities that treat systematic harassment as entertainment, with my analytical skills being used to enhance the suffering of real people in my own community, while I believed I was contributing to academic research designed to protect potential victims from digital manipulation. My neighbor asked me to help find her missing cat, but when I started looking into where lost pets actually end up, I discovered a trade that made me wish I'd just minded my own business. Mrs. Henderson from 3 doors down knocked on my door on a rainy Thursday morning, clearly distraught about her tabby cat Jasper, who hadn't come home for 2 days. She'd already put up posters around our neighborhood and called the local animal shelters, but wanted to try online searches as well, since she wasn't comfortable with computers. It seemed like a simple favor. Help an elderly neighbor search Facebook, lost pet groups, and maybe browse some classified sites to see if anyone had found a cat matching Jasper's description. I've always been fond of cats myself, and Mrs. Henderson had been nothing but kind since I'd moved into the street 18 months earlier. We started with the obvious places: local Facebook groups, Gumtree, the usual spots where people post about found animals. No luck with Jasper specifically, but I was struck by how many cats went missing in our area. There were numerous messages from anxious pet owners featuring images of cherished animals that had mysteriously disappeared. Mrs. Henderson mentioned that several other cats in the neighborhood had disappeared over the past few months, which I'd noticed but hadn't thought much about. Cats wander off sometimes, get hit by cars, or find new homes where they prefer the food. It happens. But the sheer volume of missing cat posts made me curious about what actually happens to pets that disappear. I started following links from pet recovery websites, hoping to understand the process better and maybe find more effective ways to track down Jasper. That's when I stumbled across classified advertisements that made my stomach turn. Some people sell cats and dogs without asking questions about their origins, often using hastily taken photos and deliberately vague descriptions of the animals' backgrounds. Some ads were clearly legitimate, people rehoming pets due to allergies or housing changes, but others had a different quality that made me suspicious. Multiple animals listed by the same sellers, prices that seemed either suspiciously low or unexpectedly high, and pickup arrangements that avoided normal pet ownership verification. By following these advertisements, I was able to delve deeper into online marketplaces that were not easily accessible through traditional search engines. Sites where animals were traded with even less oversight and documentation than the questionable classified ads I'd already found. The deeper I went, the more disturbing the trade became. Animals being sold for purposes that clearly weren't legitimate pet ownership. Research laboratories that operated outside normal ethical guidelines. Individuals who wanted animals for activities they couldn't discuss openly, and what appeared to be systematic collection and redistribution of pets that had been taken from their original homes. I realized that missing pets weren't just wandering off or meeting unfortunate accidents. Many were being systematically stolen and funneled into underground markets, where they were sold for purposes their original owners would never have consented to. The neighborhood cat disappearances that Mrs. Henderson had mentioned weren't coincidences. Someone was deliberately targeting our area, taking pets that were then sold through networks that operated with minimal oversight or accountability. But understanding what was happening to missing cats didn't immediately help me find Jasper or provide useful information to share with Mrs. Henderson without explaining how I'd discovered these disturbing markets. I tried to research whether law enforcement was aware of systematic pet theft operations, hoping to find legitimate channels for reporting what I'd discovered without having to admit to browsing illegal animal trading platforms. What I found was that pet theft was increasingly common but difficult to prosecute, since proving that animals had been stolen rather than simply lost required evidence that was rarely available when pets disappeared from familiar neighborhoods. The underground animal trade operated with sophisticated methods for avoiding detection, using the natural mobility of pets and the emotional distress of their owners to mask systematic criminal operations that generated substantial profits through exploitation of the human-animal bond. But most disturbing was discovering that the pet trade was just one part of larger networks that specialized in acquiring and redistributing living creatures for various illegal purposes, with cats and dogs being treated as renewable resources that could be systematically harvested from residential areas. The casual way these markets operated suggested that pet theft was routine business, with professional networks that understood how to identify vulnerable targets, execute efficient collection operations, and distribute animals through channels that avoided law enforcement detection. Meanwhile, Mrs. Henderson was probably continuing to search for Jasper through conventional methods, unaware that her beloved pet might have been deliberately taken and sold to people whose intentions she couldn't have imagined. The neighborhood cats that had disappeared over recent months had probably followed similar paths, ending up in situations that their original families would never discover and couldn't have prevented without understanding the systematic nature of the threat. But reporting what I'd learned would require explaining how I'd accessed these underground markets, potentially making me appear complicit in illegal activities while failing to provide actionable intelligence that could help recover specific missing animals. The pet theft operations were probably continuing to target our neighborhood and others, with new animals being taken regularly while maintaining the appearance that pets were simply wandering off or meeting accidental fates. I eventually told Mrs. Henderson that my online searches hadn't found any traces of Jasper, which was technically true since I'd discovered the probable fate of missing cats without finding specific evidence of what had happened to her pet. But I also quietly started keeping my own cat indoors permanently and mentioned to other neighbors that they might want to be more careful about letting their pets roam freely, without explaining the specific reasons for my increased caution. The missing cat search that was supposed to help a neighbor had instead revealed systematic criminal operations that made the entire neighborhood feel less safe, not just for pets, but for anyone who could be systematically targeted by people who understood how to identify and exploit vulnerabilities. Mrs. Henderson never found Jasper, and over the following months, several more cats disappeared from our street, despite increased vigilance from owners who were becoming aware that something more than natural wandering was affecting the local pet population. But the underground markets I discovered were probably still operating, continuing to facilitate the trade in stolen animals while maintaining the anonymity and discretion that allowed them to function without interference from law enforcement or animal welfare organizations. Every time I saw a new missing pet poster in the neighborhood, I wondered whether the owner would ever discover what had really happened to their beloved companion, or whether they'd simply join the growing number of people who had lost pets to criminal operations they never knew existed. I need to tell someone about this, even if it makes me sound paranoid or insane. Maybe especially if it does. What happened wasn't supernatural or impossible. That's what makes it worse. Everything I'm about to describe could happen to anyone, and that's the thought that keeps me awake most nights now. I suppose I should start by explaining how I ended up on the dark web in the first place. It wasn't for anything dramatic or illegal. No drugs, no stolen credit cards, nothing like that. The truth is almost embarrassingly mundane. I was bored and curious. That combination has probably ruined more lives than any deliberate malice ever could. I'd been working remotely for about 18 months, doing content writing for various marketing agencies, the kind of work where you churn out blog posts about dental hygiene and insurance policies, trying to make the supremely dull sound vaguely interesting. My flat in Manchester was small, affordable, and utterly soul-destroying in its beige uniformity. Most days I'd wake up, make coffee, sit at my desk, and not speak to another human being until I went to bed again. The isolation does something to you after a while. You start looking for connection in strange places, start convincing yourself that the internet's darker corners must be more interesting than your reality. I'd read about the dark web for years, obviously, everyone has. The usual sensationalist rubbish in newspapers, the occasional documentary that makes it all seem impossibly sinister and complex. But I'd also stumbled across more measured articles explaining that most of it was fairly boring. Political dissidents communicating safely, whistleblowers, people in oppressive countries, accessing uncensored information. That aspect actually appealed to me. I liked the idea of an internet that wasn't entirely corporate, where algorithms weren't constantly trying to sell me things or predict my behavior. Getting access wasn't particularly difficult. I'm not technically minded, can barely troubleshoot my own Wi-Fi when it acts up. But there are guides everywhere if you know where to look. Took me maybe an afternoon to get everything sorted, and then I was there. The hidden internet, the dark web, the place parents warn their children about. And God, was it disappointing at first. Mostly, it looked like websites from 1998, all text-based and clunky. Forums discussing privacy rights and encryption. Marketplaces that were obviously dodgy, but presented themselves with this bizarre corporate professionalism, complete with customer service policies and user ratings. I spent hours just clicking around, reading things, not really engaging. It felt like wandering through a massive, dimly lit car boot sale, where everyone was trying very hard to look mysterious and dangerous, but mostly just seemed a bit sad. I didn't buy anything, didn't sell anything, didn't even create accounts on most of the sites I visited. I was a tourist, essentially, a spectator. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. For about 3 months, this became my evening routine. Finish work, make dinner, spend a few hours exploring. I found forums dedicated to incredibly niche topics, people discussing conspiracy theories I'd never heard of, groups sharing banned books, communities built around philosophical ideas that conventional society had rejected. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Most of it was rubbish. All of it felt illicit in a way that was mildly thrilling without being genuinely risky. Then I found the invitation board. It wasn't called that officially. The site had some pretentious Latin name I've since forgotten. But essentially, it was a message board where people posted invitations to private sites deeper in the network. Most of them were obvious scams or honeypots. Exclusive investment opportunities, definitely fraud. Premium content access, probably illegal pornography or worse. I scrolled past those without a second thought. I might have been bored, but I wasn't stupid. But occasionally there'd be invitations that seemed more legitimate, isn't the right word. More intriguing, maybe. Invitations to private discussion groups about art or philosophy. Invitations to closed networks where journalists and activists coordinated. One person was even trying to organize an anonymous book club, which I found oddly charming. The invitation that caught my attention was simple. Just a few lines of text. Looking for people who feel disconnected, not selling anything, not asking for anything. Just want to talk to others who understand what it's like to be lonely in a crowded world. If you're tired of performing for an audience, tired of curating yourself, maybe we can just be honest for a while. Limited spaces. Below it was a link and a passcode. I stared at that message for a long time. It felt like it had been written specifically for me, which I recognized as exactly the response it was designed to provoke. Anyone feeling isolated and aimless would read those words and think, yes, That's exactly how I feel. It was manipulative in its specificity. But I clicked anyway. The link took me to what looked like a private chat room. Very basic interface, just a black screen with green text. There were maybe 8 or 9 people in there when I joined, all using anonymous handles. Nobody said hello or acknowledged my arrival. They were mid-conversation, discussing whether genuine human connection was even possible anymore, or whether we'd all become too fractured, too performative, too aware of ourselves. I lurked for about 20 minutes, just reading. The conversation was surprisingly thoughtful. No trolling, no aggression, just people being remarkably honest about their loneliness and dissatisfaction. Someone talked about how they'd realized they didn't actually like any of their friends. They just went through the motions of friendship because the alternative was being completely alone. Someone else described the feeling of being hollow, like they were just a collection of responses and reactions with nothing genuine underneath. Eventually, I started typing. Nothing profound, just agreeing with something someone had said about how exhausting it was to constantly maintain a persona. The response was immediate and warm. Several people welcomed me, said they were glad I joined, asked gentle questions about my life. We talked for hours that night, about loneliness, about meaning, about whether happiness was even a realistic goal, or just something we'd been conditioned to pursue. It sounds pretentious written down like this, but in the moment it felt significant. These people understood something about the world that my real-life acquaintances didn't, or maybe they were just willing to admit it. I went back the next night, and the night after. Within a week, I was spending 3 or 4 hours there every evening. The group stayed small, never more than a dozen people, and we began to recognize each other's writing styles, our particular preoccupations. A woman who I mentally nicknamed Red talked endlessly about how she felt like she was disappearing, becoming less real every day. Someone called Vertex was obsessed with the idea that modern life was designed to make us miserable, that every system and structure was built to generate just enough hope to keep us participating while ensuring we never actually achieve satisfaction. Dark stuff, but articulated with real intelligence. I became closer with a user called Morton. He was the one who'd posted the original invitation, though I didn't realize that until later. His messages were always thoughtful, always asked good questions. He had this way of making you feel heard that was intoxicating when you'd spent months barely speaking to anyone. We started having longer one-on-one conversations, separate from the main group. He asked about my life. I told him about the content writing, the isolation, the feeling that I was just drifting through my 20s without purpose or direction. He shared similar stories, a job he hated, a city he felt trapped in, the sense that everyone around him was pretending life made sense when clearly it didn't. After a few weeks, he asked if I'd be interested in something more substantial. The main chat room was fine, he said, but it was still just talk, just people complaining into the void, achieving nothing. He was part of a smaller group, he explained, people who wanted to actually do something about their disconnection, not anything dramatic or illegal, he assured me, just experiments in authentic living, ways to break out of the numbing routines that were slowly killing us all. I should have been suspicious. I should have asked more questions, but I was so desperate for something real, something that mattered, that I just said yes. He sent me another link, another passcode. This new space was different. Only 4 people besides Morton and myself. The conversations were more intense, more personal. We were encouraged to share details about our actual lives, no real names or identifying information, but specifics about our daily routines, our fears, our homes. The idea, as Morton explained it, was that we needed to be truly vulnerable with each other before we could move forward together. It felt like therapy almost. Confessional. I told these strangers things I'd never told anyone. About how some days I didn't leave my flat at all, didn't even open the curtains, about how I'd sometimes catch myself in the mirror and barely recognize the person looking back, about the persistent, low-level terror that I'd wasted my life and it was too late to do anything about it. They responded with similar confessions. Red talked about her habit of shoplifting, not because she needed anything, but because it was the only time she felt real. Vertex described elaborate fantasies about abandoning his life entirely, just walking away from his flat and his job and becoming nobody. Another member, someone who went by Cypher, admitted to following strangers sometimes, learning their routines, imagining what their lives were like. That should have been a warning sign, that last one especially. But in the context of this group, where we were all confessing our darkest thoughts, it just seemed like more honesty, more vulnerability. Morton suggested we do an exercise. Each of us would make a small change to our routine, something that broke our normal pattern. Nothing illegal or harmful, just something unexpected. Then we'd report back about how it felt. I changed my walking route to the corner shop, started going at odd hours, 3 in the morning sometimes, when the streets were empty and everything felt slightly unreal. It was stupid, but it did make me feel something. Made the familiar streets of my neighborhood seem new and strange. The others reported similar experiences. Red started talking to strangers on public transport. Vertex began leaving his flat unlocked during the day. Cypher started recording videos of himself, monologues about his life, and leaving them playing on his laptop screen while he went out. It sounds insane now, writing it all down. But at the time, it felt like progress, like we were taking control of our lives in small ways. Then Morton suggested something bigger. He said we'd reached a point where we trusted each other completely, where we understood each other. And he wanted to propose an experiment in radical honesty and trust. Each of us would share our real address, not our names, not any other identifying details, just our addresses. And then, at some point over the next month, one of us would visit one of the others unannounced, just show up at their door. The idea, he explained, was to force a moment of genuine human connection. No hiding behind screens, no carefully curated responses. Just 2 people who truly understood each other's loneliness, meeting face to face. It would be uncomfortable, yes, maybe even frightening. But wasn't that the point? Wasn't real connection supposed to be frightening? I can't properly explain why I agreed to this. Part of me knew it was insane. But another part, the part that had been isolated and lonely for so long, desperately wanted to believe this could be meaningful, that these people actually understood me, that this could be the start of something real. So I shared my address. We all did. 6 addresses, scattered across England. Manchester, Leeds, Brighton, London, Birmingham, Newcastle. We posted them in the chat, and Morton said that was it. The experiment had begun any day now, any time. One of us might get a visitor, or we might be the visitor ourselves. The waiting was terrible. Every noise in the corridor outside my flat made me freeze. Every time I went to the shops, I found myself scanning faces, wondering if Red or Vertex or Cypher might be there. Watching me, I stopped sleeping properly, started keeping a knife in my bedside drawer, even though I knew how ridiculous that was. A week passed. Nothing happened. 2 weeks. Still nothing. I went back to the chat room regularly, but Morton had gone quiet. So had Cypher. The others still chatted occasionally, but the energy had changed. We were all waiting, all anxious, and it poisoned the conversations. Red eventually admitted she regretted sharing her address, asked if we could just call the whole thing off. Vertex agreed. I agreed, but Morton didn't respond. On day 19, I got home from a rare trip to the shops to find my front door open. Not broken, not forced, just open, unlocked. I stood in the corridor for a long time, trying to decide what to do. Call the police, go inside, run. Eventually, I pushed the door open and stepped into my flat. Everything looked normal. Nothing obviously stolen or disturbed. My laptop was still on my desk. My television was still on the wall. I checked every room, every cupboard, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. Nobody. But someone had been there. Someone had been in my flat while I was out. Someone had opened my door, or had a key, or picked the lock, and had been inside, touching my things, breathing my air. I found it, eventually, after nearly an hour of searching. On my laptop, a new folder on the desktop, just labeled with my address. Inside were photographs, hundreds of them, of me, leaving my flat, walking to the shops, sitting in the window of a cafe I sometimes went to, standing outside in the early morning hours during my routine breaking walks. Some were from weeks ago, from before I'd even shared my address. Someone had been watching me the entire time. And at the bottom of the folder, one final image, a photograph of my front door taken from inside my flat, taken based on the light coming through the window, earlier that same day while I'd been out. Below the image, a text file, just one sentence. We understand your loneliness now. I didn't sleep in my flat that night, stayed at a hotel, paid cash, didn't tell anyone where I was going. Called the police the next morning, but what could I tell them? That I'd met people on the dark web and invited them into my life? That I'd voluntarily shared my address with strangers? The officer was sympathetic, but pointed out that no crime had technically been committed. Someone had photographs of me in public spaces, legal. Someone had entered my flat but hadn't stolen or damaged anything. Hard to prove, impossible to investigate. I changed my locks, changed my routine, stopped going on the dark web entirely. But the fear didn't leave, because here's what I realized, lying awake in that hotel room, staring at the ceiling. Everything Morton had asked us to share, every vulnerability we'd confessed, every detail about our lives. It wasn't about connection. It was about access. It was about learning our patterns, our fears, our weaknesses. And the photographs proved they'd been watching me long before I shared my address, which meant they'd found me through the original chat room, somehow traced me through my connection, or my writing style, or something I'd carelessly mentioned. I thought I was being anonymous, but I'd been visible the entire time. I moved to a different city 3 months later. Different flat, different job, different routines. I tell people I just fancied a change. Nobody questions it, but I still find myself checking over my shoulder sometimes. Still freeze when I see someone taking photographs on their phone. Still wonder whether Morton and the others are still out there, still watching, still collecting their little experiments in loneliness and vulnerability. The worst part isn't the fear, though. The worst part is that some small broken piece of me still misses those conversations, still remembers what it felt like to be understood, even if that understanding was being weaponized against me. That's what loneliness does to you. Makes you vulnerable in ways you don't even recognize until it's too late. Makes you trade safety for the illusion of connection. Makes you open doors that should stay locked. I never found out what happened to the others. Whether they got visits too. Whether they moved away. Whether they're still out there somewhere, waiting for a knock on their door that might never come. Or maybe Morton was one of them. Maybe Red or Vertex or Cypher was him all along, playing multiple roles, manufacturing the illusion of community to make us trust him. I'll never know. All I know is that I was so desperate to feel less alone that I invited monsters into my life and called them friends. And now I'm alone anyway, but afraid as well, which is probably what they wanted all along. Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone decided to destroy your life as a hobby? Because that's basically what happened to me last year, and I'm still not entirely sure why I was chosen, or how they managed to turn my entire existence into what felt like a carefully orchestrated nightmare. It started with small things that seemed like coincidences at the time. I was 26 and working as a freelance graphic designer in Brighton, living in a studio flat above a bakery and scraping by on logo designs for local businesses while trying to build something resembling a sustainable career. The first weird thing was getting a parking ticket for a car I didn't own, parked outside my building on a Tuesday morning when I was definitely inside working on a branding project for a yoga studio. I called the council to explain the mistake, but they insisted their record showed I was the registered owner of a blue Ford Focus that I'd never seen in my life. Then my Netflix account started showing viewing history for programs I'd never watched. Documentaries about serial killers, foreign films with subtitles, reality shows that I wouldn't normally choose. When I changed my password, the strange viewing activity stopped for about a week before starting up again with different content. My Amazon account began ordering items that I didn't need and couldn't return because they were being delivered to an address I'd supposedly provided but had never lived at. Random things like kitchen equipment, books about home improvement, even clothing in sizes that didn't fit me. Each incident individually seemed like a technical glitch or identity mix-up that could happen to anyone in the digital age. But collectively, they started feeling like someone was systematically interfering with my online accounts and official records. I spent hours on customer service calls trying to sort out these problems, explaining to increasingly skeptical representatives that I wasn't responsible for activities that were clearly connected to my personal information, but which I definitely hadn't initiated. The explanations got more difficult when the problems started affecting my work. Clients would email asking about changes to projects that I hadn't made, complaining about missed deadlines for work I'd never agreed to do, even requesting refunds for services that weren't in my normal pricing structure. My professional reputation started suffering as clients lost confidence in my reliability and communication skills, despite me having no idea why they thought I was failing to meet commitments I'd never made. Then I started receiving messages from people claiming I'd contacted them about various services, photography sessions, consulting work, even personal meetings that I definitely hadn't arranged. Strangers would show up at the bakery looking for me, confused when I explained I'd never spoken to them before. It became clear that someone was impersonating me online, conducting business and social activities using my identity, while I was completely unaware these interactions were happening. I tried researching identity theft protection and recovery methods, but most of the advice focused on financial fraud rather than systematic impersonation for purposes that didn't seem to involve stealing money or credit. Whoever was doing this seemed more interested in disrupting my life and damaging my relationships than gaining access to my bank accounts or personal financial information. The scope of the impersonation was more comprehensive than typical identity theft, suggesting someone with considerable time, technical skills, and motivation to cause problems that went beyond simple financial gain. I started documenting everything. Screenshots of accounts I hadn't accessed, records of services I hadn't requested, evidence of activities that were being attributed to me despite my having no involvement in them. The documentation process led me to discover that the impersonation was happening through online platforms and services that I'd never heard of, including communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Some of the fake activities attributed to me were taking place in areas of the internet that required special software and knowledge to access, suggesting that whoever was impersonating me had technical expertise that went far beyond casual computer use. I learned how to access these hidden parts of the internet myself, hoping to understand how someone was using my identity in spaces that most people never encounter. What I found was deeply disturbing. Multiple communities dedicated to what they called identity gaming, where participants systematically impersonated real people for entertainment purposes rather than financial gain. The communities treated identity theft as a form of interactive entertainment, with members competing to see who could cause the most disruption to their chosen targets while maintaining the impersonation for extended periods. My own identity was being used by someone who had created detailed profiles of my personal and professional life, sharing updates about activities they were conducting while pretending to be me. Other community members were following my case like a television series, commenting on the effectiveness of different impersonation techniques and suggesting new ways to complicate my attempts to reclaim control of my own identity. The discussions were casual and matter-of-fact, treating real people's lives like characters in games that existed for their amusement, rather than considering the genuine harm being caused to actual individuals. Some participants specialized in particular types of identity disruption: professional sabotage, relationship interference, financial complications, even legal problems that could be created through systematic impersonation of their targets. They shared techniques for maintaining long-term impersonations, methods for accessing personal information needed to create convincing false profiles, and strategies for causing maximum disruption while avoiding detection by their victims or legal authorities. The sophistication was impressive and frightening, demonstrating that identity theft had evolved into a form of organized harassment that was conducted for entertainment rather than profit. I tried to identify which community member was impersonating me, but the discussions used pseudonyms and avoided specific personal details that might make individual participants identifiable. The person using my identity was referred to by other community members as someone who was particularly skilled at long-term impersonation projects, suggesting this wasn't their first time systematically destroying someone's life for entertainment. They had been documenting my responses to the identity interference for months, sharing updates about how I was attempting to resolve the problems they were creating, and analyzing the effectiveness of different disruption techniques. My attempts to fix the identity theft problems had been providing entertainment for an audience that was following the destruction of my life, like an ongoing reality show. The community discussions included detailed analysis of my personality, behavior patterns, and psychological responses to stress, compiled through systematic observation of how I handled the various problems they were creating. They knew intimate details about my daily routine, work habits, social relationships, and financial circumstances that could only have been gathered through comprehensive surveillance of my online and offline activities. The identity impersonation was just one component of a broader harassment campaign that included systematic monitoring of my private life and real-time analysis of how different types of interference affected my mental health and social stability. I realized that I hadn't just become the victim of identity theft, but had been selected as an unwitting participant in what amounted to a psychological experiment conducted for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering as interactive media. The games they were playing with my identity were designed to test how much disruption one person could handle before their life became completely unmanageable, with my responses being documented and shared as content for an audience that found systematic harassment amusing. I tried to report what I discovered to relevant authorities, but explaining that my identity was being used for entertainment purposes in hidden internet communities sounded like paranoid delusion, rather than verifiable criminal activity. The evidence I'd gathered was difficult to present in ways that would convince investigators who weren't familiar with the technical methods being used, or the psychological motivations behind systematic harassment for entertainment purposes. More importantly, the community discussions had made it clear that reporting their activities to authorities was considered part of the game, with participants sharing techniques for avoiding official investigation while maintaining their harassment campaigns. They had experience dealing with victims who attempted to expose their activities, using legal and technical methods to protect their identities while continuing to conduct systematic harassment of people who tried to interfere with their entertainment. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years without facing consequences, suggesting either that their methods were sophisticated enough to avoid detection, or that authorities lacked effective tools for investigating this type of systematic harassment. I started researching methods for protecting myself from ongoing identity theft and harassment, but discovered that most security recommendations were inadequate for dealing with determined individuals who had made systematic destruction of someone's life into a long-term entertainment project. Standard identity protection services focused on financial fraud rather than comprehensive life disruption, and most cybersecurity advice assumed attackers were motivated by profit rather than entertainment-based psychological harassment. The technical skills required to maintain long-term identity impersonation and systematic life disruption were considerable, suggesting that the people involved in identity gaming had expertise that went far beyond casual computer knowledge. But they were also patient and methodical, willing to invest months or years in harassment campaigns that provided ongoing entertainment rather than immediate gratification. About 6 months after discovering the identity gaming communities, the harassment escalated beyond online impersonation into activities that affected my physical safety and offline relationships. People started showing up at my flat looking for me in connection with activities that I'd supposedly conducted, but had never been involved in. Some were confused individuals who thought they had legitimate business with me, but others seemed genuinely angry about things they believed I'd done. My landlord received complaints about noise, activities, and behavior that were attributed to me, but which I definitely wasn't responsible for, leading to threats of eviction based on lease violations that I hadn't committed. Local businesses began refusing to serve me because of problems they claimed I'd caused during previous visits that I could prove I'd never made, creating difficulties with basic daily activities like shopping and dining. The identity gaming had evolved from online impersonation into systematic interference with my offline life, using information gathered through digital harassment to create problems in my physical environment and social relationships. I realized that the entertainment value for the identity gaming community came from watching how comprehensive life disruption affected someone's ability to function in normal society, with my increasing isolation and practical difficulties providing content for their ongoing amusement. The psychological experiments aspect of the harassment became more obvious as the problems escalated in ways that seemed designed to test specific aspects of stress tolerance and social adaptability. Different types of problems were introduced systematically, as if someone was working through a checklist of life disruption techniques to see which approaches were most effective at causing lasting damage to my mental health and social stability. The community discussions I'd found suggested that successful identity gaming projects could continue for years, with participants maintaining long-term harassment of their chosen targets, while documenting the gradual destruction of their victims' lives as ongoing entertainment content. My case was apparently considered particularly successful because I'd remained in the same location and continued attempting to maintain normal life despite the systematic interference, providing sustained content for an audience that preferred long-term psychological breakdown over quick, dramatic results. The realization that my entire life had become entertainment for people who specialized in systematic harassment was more disturbing than any individual problem they'd created, because it meant that every difficulty I experienced was providing satisfaction for an audience that wanted to see me suffer. I tried changing cities, moving to Glasgow, and attempting to start fresh with new accounts, new clients, and new social connections that weren't contaminated by the identity theft problems I'd experienced in Brighton. But within weeks of arriving in Glasgow, the same patterns began appearing. Parking tickets for cars I didn't own, account activities I hadn't initiated, professional complications caused by work I'd never agreed to do. The identity gaming community had followed me to the new location, continuing their harassment campaign with techniques that were adapted to my changed circumstances, but maintained the same systematic approach to life disruption. Moving had actually provided them with additional entertainment content as they documented my attempts to escape their harassment and analyze the effectiveness of their methods across different environments and social contexts. I realized that the identity gaming had become a permanent feature of my life, rather than a temporary problem that could be resolved through practical measures or geographic relocation. The people conducting systematic harassment had made destroying my life into a long-term project that would continue regardless of how I attempted to protect myself or rebuild my social and professional relationships. The technical sophistication and time investment required for maintaining comprehensive identity theft and life disruption suggested that this was more than casual entertainment for them, but had become a serious hobby or even professional activity that justified considerable effort and resources. I started wondering how many other people might be experiencing similar systematic harassment without understanding that their problems were being caused by individuals who had made psychological torture into interactive entertainment. The identity gaming communities I discovered were large and active, with hundreds of participants conducting harassment campaigns against targets who probably had no idea their life problems were being artificially created and maintained for other people's amusement. The casual tone of discussions about systematic life destruction suggested that this type of harassment had become normalized within these communities, with participants treating comprehensive psychological torture as routine entertainment rather than serious criminal activity. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years, building expertise in psychological manipulation techniques and developing specialized skills for causing different types of life disruption depending on their personal interests and their targets' vulnerabilities. The professionalization of systematic harassment for entertainment purposes meant that victims were facing individuals who had considerable experience and technical resources, making effective resistance or recovery extremely difficult without specialized knowledge and support. I continued living in Glasgow while the harassment continued, adapting to a life where every aspect of my daily routine could potentially be disrupted by people who found my suffering entertaining enough to justify years of systematic interference. The identity gaming communities continue operating. The systematic harassment of selected targets continues expanding, and people continue experiencing comprehensive life disruption without understanding that their problems are being artificially created by individuals who have made psychological torture into a form of interactive entertainment. I still work as a graphic designer when the identity theft allows clients to trust my communications, still deal with problems caused by activities I've never conducted, still wonder which people I encounter might be involved in communities that treat systematic harassment as legitimate entertainment. When your GP refers you to a specialist for problems you didn't know were serious enough to require expert attention, you generally assume the referral is legitimate medical care rather than recruitment for activities that have nothing to do with healthcare. This started about 14 months ago when I went to see Dr. Patterson about persistent headaches and sleep problems that were affecting my work as a teacher. I'd been having trouble concentrating during lessons and felt constantly tired despite getting what should have been adequate rest. Dr. Patterson ran the usual tests: blood pressure, basic neurological checks, questions about stress levels and lifestyle factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. Everything came back normal, but she seemed concerned that the headache pattern might indicate underlying issues that required more specialized evaluation. She referred me to what she called a wellness clinic that took a more comprehensive approach to diagnosing and treating stress-related health problems. The clinic supposedly used advanced assessment techniques that could identify health issues before they developed into serious medical conditions. The Exeter Wellness Institute looked professional enough when I arrived for my appointment. Modern building near the hospital, well-dressed reception staff, waiting room filled with the sort of health and lifestyle magazines you'd expect from any private medical facility. The initial consultation was more thorough than anything I'd experienced with NHS services. Dr. Kensington, the specialist who saw me, spent nearly 2 hours discussing my symptoms, work stress, lifestyle habits, and personal circumstances that might be contributing to my health problems. She explained that modern stress-related health issues were often caused by environmental factors that traditional medicine didn't adequately address: digital overwhelm, social isolation, information processing difficulties that created chronic psychological strain. The assessment process would involve monitoring my daily activities and stress responses over several weeks, using digital tools to track patterns that might not be obvious during brief medical appointments. She provided me with what appeared to be a standard health monitoring app that would record sleep patterns, activity levels, and stress indicators throughout my normal daily routine. The data would help identify specific triggers for my headaches and develop targeted interventions. The monitoring process seemed reasonable and potentially helpful for understanding what was causing my health problems. I agreed to participate and was given detailed instructions about how to use the monitoring software. But the app required access to considerably more personal information than seemed necessary for basic health monitoring. It wanted permission to access my internet browsing, social media activity, communication patterns, and even location data that would track my movements throughout each day. When I questioned the extensive data requirements, Dr. Kensington explained that modern health assessment needed to understand the complete environmental context of stress-related symptoms. Digital behavior patterns, social interactions, and daily routines all contributed to stress levels in ways that couldn't be measured through traditional medical approaches. The comprehensive monitoring would provide insights into my health issues that wouldn't be possible through conventional medical evaluation, helping identify intervention approaches that could address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. The explanation made sense from a holistic health perspective, and I was eager to find solutions for symptoms that were genuinely affecting my quality of life and professional performance. Over the following weeks, the monitoring app tracked every aspect of my daily routine with systematic thoroughness. It recorded when I went to sleep and woke up, what websites I visited, who I communicated with, where I went during weekends, even what I purchased and what television programs I watched. The data collection was remarkably comprehensive, creating what Dr. Kensington described as a complete lifestyle profile that would allow precise identification of factors contributing to my stress-related health symptoms. After about a month of monitoring, I returned for follow-up consultation to review the findings and develop a treatment plan based on the data that had been collected about my daily routine and stress patterns. Dr. Kensington presented detailed analysis of my monitoring data, identifying specific patterns that she claimed were contributing to my headaches and sleep problems. According to her assessment, my symptoms were being caused by digital overstimulation and social isolation that required targeted lifestyle interventions. The treatment plan she recommended involved gradually reducing exposure to stressful online content while increasing engagement with supportive community activities that would provide better social connection and mental stimulation. She provided access to what she called therapeutic digital environments, online communities that were specifically designed to reduce stress and promote mental well-being through positive social interaction and meaningful discussion. These communities weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, but required special software that filtered out the advertising, negativity, and information overload that characterized mainstream social media platforms. The therapeutic communities were populated by people who were dealing with similar health issues and stress-related problems, providing mutual support and discussion focused on wellness and recovery, rather than the competitive and often toxic dynamics of conventional social media. Dr. Kensington explained that spending time in these curated online environments would help retrain my stress responses while providing the sort of genuine social connection that was essential for mental and physical health. The therapeutic digital environments were indeed different from anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. The communities were focused on thoughtful discussion about health, wellness, personal development, and mutual support for people dealing with various life challenges. Participants shared experiences about managing stress, developing healthier lifestyle habits, and finding meaning and purpose in daily activities. The discussions were supportive and intellectually engaging, providing exactly the sort of positive social interaction that had been missing from my routine. I found myself genuinely enjoying the time I spent in these communities and felt that my stress levels were improving through regular participation in discussions that focused on wellness and personal growth, rather than the anxiety-provoking content that dominated mainstream social media. But as I became more involved in the therapeutic communities, I started noticing that some discussions included topics that seemed to go beyond health and wellness into areas that felt more like systematic analysis of people's personal vulnerabilities and psychological weaknesses. Some community members shared detailed information about their daily routines, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and emotional triggers with a level of specificity that seemed excessive for general wellness discussion. Others provided analysis of family members, co-workers, and social connections that read more like psychological profiling than supportive community conversation. The discussions weren't just focused on personal wellness, but were systematically documenting detailed information about participants' social networks, personal circumstances, and psychological vulnerabilities that could potentially be used for purposes beyond therapeutic support. When I questioned why wellness discussions needed such detailed personal information, other community members explained that effective stress management required understanding the complete social and psychological context of people's lives. They assured me that sharing comprehensive personal information was essential for receiving meaningful support, and that the community's therapeutic effectiveness depended on members being completely honest about their circumstances and relationships. The explanation seemed reasonable within the wellness framework that Dr. Kensington had established, and I found the community discussions genuinely helpful for managing my stress-related health symptoms. But I also started recognizing that some community participants seemed to have detailed knowledge about people in Devon, including specific information about individuals who lived and worked in areas around Exeter that I was familiar with. Some discussions included enough local detail that I began to wonder if I might recognize the people being analyzed if I encountered them during normal daily activities around the city. The therapeutic communities weren't just focused on abstract wellness discussion, but were actively collecting and analyzing detailed personal information about real people in my immediate geographic area. I realized that Dr. Kensington's health monitoring and therapeutic digital environments weren't legitimate medical treatment, but were systematic data collection operations designed to gather comprehensive personal information about Exeter area residents. My participation in wellness communities had made me complicit in activities that involve systematic analysis of real people's personal vulnerabilities and private circumstances for purposes that weren't related to healthcare or therapeutic support. The health monitoring app had been used to compile detailed profiles of my personal information, social connections, and daily routine that were being shared with communities that specialized in analyzing and potentially exploiting people's psychological and social vulnerabilities. When I tried to research the Exeter Wellness Institute more thoroughly, I discovered that it wasn't registered as a legitimate medical facility and that Dr. Kensington didn't appear in professional medical directories or have verifiable credentials through appropriate regulatory bodies. The entire wellness assessment and treatment process had been designed to collect personal information rather than provide healthcare, using medical terminology and therapeutic frameworks to make systematic data gathering seem like legitimate health services. My symptoms hadn't been treated through evidence-based medical interventions, but had been used as justification for comprehensive surveillance and information collection that was being shared with people who specialized in analyzing personal vulnerabilities for purposes that weren't related to healthcare. The therapeutic communities I'd been participating in weren't focused on wellness and mutual support, but were sophisticated information collection systems where people were encouraged to share detailed personal information that was being analyzed and potentially used for exploitation rather than therapeutic purposes. I tried to investigate what was being done with the personal information I'd shared through the wellness monitoring and community participation, leading to discovery of online spaces that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. These hidden communities were focused on systematic analysis and potential exploitation of individuals who had been profiled through various data collection methods, including wellness services that collected comprehensive personal information under the guise of providing healthcare. The detailed personal information I'd shared through therapeutic community discussions was being used by these communities to develop profiles that could be used for targeted manipulation, harassment, or other forms of exploitation of real people in the Exeter area. My health monitoring data was being analyzed not for therapeutic purposes, but to identify psychological and social vulnerabilities that could be exploited by people who specialized in systematic manipulation of individuals they'd never met, but whose personal circumstances they understood in comprehensive detail. The wellness treatment that had supposedly addressed my stress-related health symptoms had actually made me complicit in systematic information gathering that was being used to facilitate potential exploitation of people in my own community. When I tried to withdraw from the Exeter Wellness Institute and report what I discovered about their activities, I found that my participation agreements included extensive clauses about confidentiality and data protection that made exposing their activities legally complicated. More disturbing was discovering that some people in Exeter were experiencing problems that seemed to correspond to the detailed vulnerability analyses that were being conducted in the hidden communities I discovered. Individuals whose personal information had been collected through wellness services and other data gathering operations were experiencing targeted difficulties that seemed designed to exploit the specific psychological and social vulnerabilities that had been identified through systematic analysis of their personal circumstances. My participation in what I'd believed was legitimate healthcare had contributed to information collection that was being used to facilitate systematic targeting of real people for psychological manipulation and potential exploitation. The Exeter Wellness Institute continues operating, recruiting people with genuine health concerns who believe they're receiving innovative medical treatment rather than participating in comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic analysis of personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic communities continue collecting detailed personal information from participants who think they're receiving mutual support for wellness and recovery rather than providing intelligence that's being used to develop exploitation profiles. People throughout Exeter continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation that's based on comprehensive analysis of personal information they shared while seeking healthcare, believing their difficulties are personal problems rather than systematic targeting by individuals who specialize in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. I still work as a primary school teacher, still deal with occasional headaches and sleep problems, still wonder whether some of the personal and professional difficulties experienced by people around me might be caused by systematic targeting based on vulnerability analyses that were developed using information they shared while seeking legitimate medical care. The referral that seemed like access to innovative healthcare turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic exploitation of vulnerable people through analysis of personal information they provided while seeking medical treatment for genuine health problems. I remember it perfectly, the way my hands shook when I first saw the invitation. Not from fear, mind you, but from pure excitement. Finally, after months of searching through dead links and forum posts that led nowhere, I'd found something real, something that might actually prove that the stories were true. At 17, I was obsessed with urban legends, not the obvious ones that everyone knew, Bloody Mary, the vanishing hitchhiker, that sort of nonsense. I was interested in the modern myths, the digital folklore that had grown up around the internet's darker corners, stories about hidden websites where you could watch live murders, chat rooms where people planned real crimes, streaming services that broadcast things no civilized society should ever see. My mates thought I was mental, spending my evenings trawling through obscure forums and following breadcrumb trails that usually led to nothing but rickrolls and dead ends. But I knew there had to be something out there. The internet was too vast, too unregulated for these stories to be completely made up. Somewhere in the depths of the dark web, real horrors were happening, and I was determined to find them. The breakthrough came during the summer holidays before my final year at sixth form. My parents had gone to Spain for a fortnight, leaving me alone in our house in Kettering with strict instructions to revise for my A-levels and not throw any parties. Instead, I spent every waking hour diving deeper into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. I'd been using privacy tools for months by then, learned about them from a forum dedicated to internet mysteries. The dark web wasn't as scary as people made it out to be. Mostly just forums and marketplaces that looked like they'd been designed in the 90s. But there were layers beneath the obvious stuff, communities that required invitations and references to access. The invitation arrived through a private message on an obscure forum about digital anthropology. The sender's username was just a string of random characters, and their profile showed they'd only joined the day before. The message was short, almost casual. They'd noticed my posts about online myths and wondered if I'd be interested in observing something authentic. A research project, they called it, studying human behavior in controlled environments. They included a link to a private chat room and a time. That night at 11:30. No explanation of what I'd be observing or why they'd chosen me specifically. Just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. I should have been suspicious. I should have realized that legitimate researchers don't recruit random teenagers from internet forums. But at 17, the possibility of finally seeing something real, something that would prove all those urban legends had a basis in fact, was too tempting to ignore. The chat room was simple, just a basic interface with a list of active users and a message window. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already 8 people online. They welcomed me warmly, asking where I was from and how I'd heard about the research project. Everyone seemed friendly, genuinely interested in my background and what had brought me to the dark web in the first place. The conversation was surprisingly normal. People discussed university courses, summer jobs, films they'd watched recently. Someone mentioned they were studying psychology at Manchester. Another person talked about their gap year travels. They could have been any group of young people chatting online, except for the undercurrent of anticipation that ran through every exchange. Around midnight, a new user joined, the same random character string who'd invited me. They thanked everyone for participating and explained that tonight's session would be particularly interesting. They'd arranged for us to observe a live demonstration of psychological pressure techniques, something that would help us understand how people responded to stress in controlled situations. A new window opened in my browser, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, facing multiple cameras. The lighting was harsh, clinical, like something from a hospital or laboratory. It looked exactly like the red rooms described in all those urban legends, except there was nothing obviously sinister about it, just an empty room with professional-looking equipment. The chat exploded with excitement. Everyone seemed genuinely thrilled to be witnessing what they called a breakthrough in behavioral research. They discussed the camera angles, the lighting setup, the professional quality of the production. It felt academic, scientific, like we were part of something important rather than something wrong. Then someone entered the room. It was a young man, probably not much older than me, wearing casual clothes and looking confused about where he was. He examined the chair, the cameras, the concrete walls with growing bewilderment. The researcher who'd invited us explained through the chat that this was a volunteer who'd agreed to participate in the study, though the specific nature of the experiment had been kept confidential to ensure authentic responses. The other viewers began making observations about the subject's behavior, noting his body language and facial expressions with the detached interest of psychology students. They discussed his apparent anxiety levels, speculated about his background, made predictions about how he would respond to different stimuli. I found myself caught up in their enthusiasm. This was exactly what I'd been searching for. Proof that the internet's hidden corners contained genuine research, real experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was considered ethical. The academic tone of the discussion made everything feel legitimate, important, like we were witnessing something that would advance human understanding. The volunteer was asked to sit in the chair. Through the chat, the researcher explained that they would be testing various psychological pressure techniques, measuring how quickly social isolation and peer pressure could influence decision-making. The cameras would record everything for later analysis by university research teams. What followed was subtle at first. The volunteer was asked simple questions through speakers we couldn't see, his answers recorded by the cameras from multiple angles. The chat observers discussed his responses, noting signs of stress or discomfort, predicting how long it would take for the isolation to affect his mental state. But gradually, the atmosphere in the chat began to shift. The academic discussion became more personal, more focused on the individual rather than the research. People started making comments about the volunteer's appearance, his nervousness, the way he kept looking at the cameras as if seeking help that wasn't coming. Someone suggested that the experiment would be more effective with multiple subjects. The researcher agreed, explaining that they'd been hoping to expand the study, but had struggled to find suitable volunteers. The work was too important to abandon, they said, and the insights they were gaining were invaluable. That's when they asked if any of us would be interested in participating directly. The request was casual, almost offhand. They'd learned so much from observing our reactions in the chat, the researcher explained, that having one of us experience the experiment firsthand would provide crucial comparative data. It would only take a few hours, and participants would be contributing to groundbreaking research into human psychology. The other chat users immediately began encouraging me to volunteer. They said I'd shown the most insight during the observation, that my comments had demonstrated a real understanding of the psychological principles at work. The researcher agreed, noting that my posts on the forum had shown exceptional maturity for someone my age. I felt flattered, chosen. These people, who seemed so knowledgeable and sophisticated, were telling me I had something special to offer. The volunteer in the room was clearly finding the experience difficult, but that was the point. Real research required genuine responses, and I would be helping advance scientific understanding in ways most people never could. The arrangements were surprisingly simple. They would send a car to collect me the following evening. The session would take place at a research facility in Birmingham, not far from where I lived. I would be driven home afterwards, and my participation would remain completely confidential. They even mentioned a small payment for my time, though they stressed that the real reward would be the knowledge that I'd contributed to important academic work. I agreed without really thinking it through. The combination of flattery, peer pressure, and genuine curiosity overrode any sensible concerns I might have had. These people seemed legitimate, professional, interested in real research rather than anything sinister. And after months of searching for authentic mysteries, the chance to be part of something genuine was impossible to resist. The car arrived exactly when they'd said it would. A black saloon with tinted windows, driven by a middle-aged man who seemed pleasant enough. He didn't talk much during the journey, just confirmed my name and explained that we'd be arriving at the facility within the hour. But as we drove through Birmingham's outskirts, I began to notice things that didn't feel right. The route we were taking didn't lead to any university campus or research facility I was familiar with. Instead, we seemed to be heading towards an industrial area, full of warehouses and abandoned factories. When I asked about our destination, the driver just smiled and said we'd be there soon. The research facility was deliberately located away from populated areas, he explained, to ensure complete privacy for sensitive experiments. Academic ethics required absolute confidentiality, especially when dealing with cutting-edge psychological research. We pulled up outside a nondescript warehouse with no signs or identifying features. Just a building that could have contained anything, surrounded by empty car parks and darkened windows. The driver led me to a side entrance and used a key card to let us in. Inside, the warehouse had been converted into something that looked more like a television studio than a research facility. Professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras, and in the center of the space, a small concrete room with a single chair facing the cameras. The same room I'd been watching through my computer screen the night before. That's when I realized that the friendly chat room observers, the academic researcher, the volunteer I'd watched with such detached interest, none of it had been real. Or rather, it had been real, but not in the way I'd understood. I hadn't been observing a research project. I'd been watching an audition. The other people were already there, waiting. The same usernames from the chat room, but now revealed as ordinary-looking adults with cameras and recording equipment. They greeted me with the same friendly enthusiasm they'd shown online, explaining that everything was set up for tonight's session. I was the volunteer now, the one who would sit in the chair while others watched and discuss my responses with academic detachment. Except there was nothing academic about it, and the people observing weren't psychology students or researchers. They were just people who enjoyed watching others in distress. The transition happened so gradually that I didn't immediately recognize it as coercion. They asked if I wanted to see the setup, if I was curious about how the equipment worked, whether I'd like to experience the same experiment I'd found so fascinating the night before. Their tone remained friendly, encouraging, as if this was all part of the natural progression from observer to participant. But when I said I'd changed my mind, that I wanted to go home, their demeanor shifted. Not dramatically. They didn't become threatening or aggressive. Instead, they became disappointed, as if I was letting down the team after they'd invested so much time and effort in bringing me there. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been the night before, how much insight I'd shown into the psychological principles at work. They'd specifically chosen me, they said, because I'd demonstrated such maturity and understanding. Backing out now would ruin months of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to something genuinely important. The peer pressure was subtle but relentless. They made me feel selfish for wanting to leave, ungrateful for the opportunity I'd been given, immature for not following through on my commitment. And always, underlying everything, was the implication that I didn't really have a choice anymore. I'd come there voluntarily, they pointed out. I'd agreed to participate in the research. I'd been driven to a location I couldn't identify, with people whose real names I didn't know, who would believe that I'd been coerced if I tried to report what was happening. The chair sat in the center of the room, surrounded by cameras and lights, waiting for me to take my place. They assured me it would only take a few hours, that thousands of people online were waiting to observe the session, that my participation would provide valuable insights into human psychology. But I knew now that the people watching wouldn't be interested in academic research. They would be paying customers, anonymous viewers, who enjoyed watching real fear and genuine distress. The urban legends I'd spent months trying to prove were real, and I was about to become part of one. That was 3 months ago. I never sat in the chair, managed to get away when the driver stepped outside for a cigarette break and left the warehouse door unlocked. I ran through unfamiliar streets until I found a main road and flagged down a taxi. Made it home before my parents returned from their holiday. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that I'd stumbled into a real Red Room operation while searching for urban legends? The police would think I was making it up, or worse, that I'd been involved in something I shouldn't have been. But sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I wonder about that chair whether it's still there, in that converted warehouse in Birmingham's industrial district, whether other teenagers, drawn by the same curiosity that nearly destroyed me, are discovering friendly chat rooms and academic research projects that promise to show them something real. And I wonder whether any of them are smart enough to run when they realize what they've actually found. The invitation messages still arrive occasionally, from different usernames on different forums. Always the same casual tone, the same promise of authentic observation opportunities. I delete them immediately now, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there the chair is waiting. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own. And by then, it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than council work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, The project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that match their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful, but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people, with the intervention strategies I developed providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities, while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. My parents hired me to house sit for the Williamses while they were on holiday in Spain, promising it would be easy money for watching an empty Victorian terrace in Bath for 2 weeks. But Mrs. Williams had left me instructions that made no sense for normal house-sitting duties. I was 24 and working part-time at a garden centre while trying to save enough money to move out of my parents' house in nearby Bristol. So £200 for essentially living rent-free in a beautiful period property seemed like perfect timing. The instructions Mrs. Williams had left were unusually detailed, covering not just the basics about watering plants and collecting post, but specific schedules for opening and closing curtains, times when I should leave lights on in particular rooms, and even requirements about which television programs to have playing at certain hours. She'd emphasized that maintaining normal household activity patterns was essential for security purposes, though the level of precision seemed excessive for deterring casual burglars. The house was exactly as impressive as I'd expected from the outside. 3 stories of original Victorian features, period furniture, and the sort of tasteful decoration that suggested comfortable middle-class prosperity. But as I settled in for my first evening, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable about why Mrs. Williams might need such specific activity simulation. The curtains were positioned to be visible from multiple angles outside the house, suggesting someone might be observing whether the instructions were being followed correctly. Some rooms had furniture arrangements that seemed designed more for external visibility than comfortable living, with seating positioned where occupants would be clearly visible through windows. Most unsettling was discovering that several rooms contained equipment that wasn't mentioned in the house-sitting instructions. Cameras, recording devices, and monitoring systems that suggested the property was being used for purposes beyond normal family residence. I found extensive networking equipment in a basement room that Mrs. Williams hadn't shown me during the initial tour, along with multiple computer systems that appeared to be running continuously, despite the family being on holiday. The basement setup looked more like a professional surveillance operation than home security, with equipment that would be expensive and technically complex for casual residential use. I started paying closer attention to the specific instructions Mrs. Williams had provided, trying to understand why normal household activities needed to be performed on such rigid schedules. The curtain timings corresponded to periods when external observation would be optimal. Lighting schedules ensured that occupied rooms would be clearly visible from outside, and television programming requirements created audio backgrounds that could mask other activities. Rather than deterring surveillance, the instructions seemed designed to facilitate it, ensuring that someone watching the house would see exactly what they expected during specific time periods. I researched the neighborhood and found that several other properties had been used for similar house-sitting arrangements, with local students and young people hired to maintain activity patterns, while homeowners were supposedly traveling. But some of these house-sitters had reported unusual experiences during their stays, technical problems with internet and phone connections, evidence that their activities were being monitored more closely than normal security would require, and instructions that seemed designed for purposes beyond simple property protection. A few had discovered that the houses they were staying in contained equipment and activities that weren't related to normal residential use, but were too concerned about losing their house-sitting income to report these discoveries officially. I decided to investigate the basement equipment more thoroughly, hoping to understand what the Williamses were actually using their property for when they weren't supposedly on holiday. The computer systems were running software that I didn't recognize, but which appeared to be hosting services that were accessible through networks that weren't part of normal internet infrastructure. Some of the systems were streaming video content that seemed to originate from various residential properties, suggesting that the Williams house was part of a broader surveillance network rather than just individually monitored. The content being streamed included footage from inside homes where people were going about normal daily activities, apparently unaware that their private lives were being documented and broadcast to remote audiences. I found evidence that the Williams property itself was generating similar content, with cameras positioned throughout the house capturing activities that had been taking place during previous house-sitting arrangements. The detailed instructions I'd been given were designed to ensure that house-sitters performed predictable activities that would create interesting content for whoever was monitoring the surveillance feeds. I realized that I hadn't been hired to protect an empty house, but to provide live entertainment for people who were paying to watch unsuspecting young people go about their daily routines in what they thought was private residential space. The equipment in the basement was broadcasting my activities to audiences who were paying for access to voyeuristic content featuring people who had no idea they were being observed. Mrs. Williams hadn't gone on holiday at all. She had temporarily relocated while her house was being used as a streaming location for surveillance content that would be impossible to capture if the actual residents were present. I should have left immediately and reported what I'd discovered to appropriate authorities, but I was also curious about the scope of the surveillance network and how many other house-sitters might be unknowingly providing content for similar audiences. I researched the hidden internet services that the basement equipment was connecting to, trying to understand how residential surveillance content was being distributed and monetized. The access methods required software that went beyond normal browsing, but the communities I found were surprisingly active, with hundreds of participants discussing surveillance content from various residential properties throughout the UK. The house-sitting scheme was just one method for accessing private residential spaces, with other approaches including fake maintenance visits, temporary accommodation arrangements, and even legitimate rental properties that contained hidden surveillance equipment. The audiences were paying for access to authentic private behavior rather than staged performances, creating a market for content that could only be captured through systematic deception of unsuspecting individuals. My own activities in the Williams house were being discussed in real time by viewers who rated different house-sitters based on their appearance, daily routines, and entertainment value for surveillance audiences. Some discussions included detailed analysis of my personal habits, speculation about my private life, and suggestions for ways that future house-sitting arrangements could be structured to generate more compelling content. The participants treated house sitters like unpaid performers in ongoing reality shows, discussing our activities with the sort of casual familiarity that suggested they'd been watching residential surveillance content for extended periods. I tried to investigate how many other properties in Bath might be part of similar surveillance schemes, looking for patterns in house-sitting advertisements and residential rental arrangements that might indicate systematic exploitation. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood, with multiple properties throughout the city being used for surveillance content generation through various deceptive arrangements. Some involved fake holiday rentals where guests unknowingly provided content for surveillance audiences. Others used maintenance access to install permanent monitoring equipment in legitimate residential properties. The network had developed sophisticated methods for accessing private residential spaces while maintaining plausible explanations that would protect the surveillance activities from official investigation. I realized that discovering the surveillance had made me a problem that needed to be managed, as my investigation could potentially expose the broader network of properties and compromise their ability to continue generating content through deceptive arrangements. About a week into my house-sitting stay, I started experiencing technical problems that seemed designed to isolate me from outside communication, while ensuring I remained in the property to continue providing surveillance content. Phone and internet connections became unreliable, making it difficult to research the surveillance network or contact people who might help me address what I'd discovered. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them wouldn't result in immediate investigation. I realized that the surveillance network had methods for managing house sitters who discovered their activities, using technical manipulation to prevent exposure while encouraging continued participation through isolation and dependency. The house-sitting arrangement had been designed not just to generate surveillance content, but to trap participants in situations where they couldn't easily escape or report what they were experiencing. Mrs. Williams returned from her supposed holiday exactly when scheduled, acting as if nothing unusual had occurred, and thanking me for maintaining the property so well during her absence. But her knowledge of my activities during the house-sitting period was considerably more detailed than could be explained by normal security monitoring, including awareness of my investigation into the basement equipment and research into surveillance communities. She paid me the promised fee and mentioned that they might need house-sitting services again in the future, suggesting that my performance had been satisfactory for their actual purposes. The casual way she discussed my stay made it clear that she understood I'd discovered the surveillance activities, but wasn't concerned about potential consequences. I left the Williams house with £200 and the understanding that residential surveillance networks operated with sophistication and confidence that suggested minimal concern about official investigation or legal consequences. The house-sitting advertisements continue to appear in local publications, offering easy money for watching empty properties while homeowners travel, attracting students and young people who need income and housing flexibility. But I'm also aware that some of these opportunities involve providing unpaid entertainment for surveillance audiences who pay for access to authentic private behavior captured through systematic deception of people who think they're performing simple property protection services. The Victorian Terrace in Bath continues to host house sitters who follow detailed instructions designed to generate compelling surveillance content, while Mrs. Williams continues to recruit young people who need money and don't ask too many questions about why normal house sitting requires such specific performance schedules.